All right, that looks promising. Let me see if I can get the link.
Yay.
Tweet it.
Are we in it now, boys?
We're in it now, lads.
Oh, I see us.
Yep.
We are indeed in it now.
We are. Oh, Beyonce, we're really in it now.
That feeling when you are in it now.
Indeed.
Okay,
Indeed.
and paste. Come on, behave. Come on,
I've been
Twitter.
told
I was
we're in
just
it now.
advocating for
We
you.
are indeed in it now.
Hello.
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 Hello, hello.
Good work, everybody.
hello.
Same read on
Oh
that
no.
one. Oh wow.
Astif movie.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cultured. Oh boy. Hey everybody, welcome to Tuesday. We're streaming more Tears of the Kingdom.
Bringing you more hot Tuesday content at OSP.
Welcome to the
Everybody
Tuesday
loves a
channel.
Tuesday.
Streaming more Tears of the Tuesday.
The
Tuesdays of the Kingdom.
Yeah, there we go.
Tuesdays of the Kingdom, yeah.
Twos of the Kingdom. Let me. You know what? I should fuse
Twos of
something
the
nice to my
day.
sword. Let's just. as
Too
a
king,
treat.
too dumb.
So in other news, I didn't almost light the coffee pot on fire today.
Oh no, my frog stank. Shit.
I almost picked up a baking tray with my bare hand after having been in the oven for half an hour this morning, so we're all winning.
Guys,
That's
come
what's
on.
happening. I was up till like 4 in the morning, too.
Oh my god. What were you up till 4 in the morning doing?
Because I figured if I wanted to have a chiller week, exciting. We recorded the first episode of season 5 of Rolling with Difficulty last night, which took me to
Woohoo!
about midnight. And then I still had shit to do from that day that I didn't have done yet, so I power edited, and it took till 4 a.m. with the exports and everything. But,
Oh god.
you know.
No, I just had the
But
burner
now I
on
don't have
for my-
anything to fucking do today, so it's sort of a, it's a win-win.
Oh,
I have
fantastic.
deadlines and things.
Yeah. So, hello. People are still filing in. Excuse me. Let me just.
on.
Sorry, bud.
I
You're
got it.
timed out for 5 minutes. Oh, you got it.
I'm
Never mind.
doing the subscribers only in slow mode because YouTube
Yes,
still
yes, definitely.
consistently does not. Yeah. Okay.
I'd say this user has only 5 minutes left before.
And also, just in general, please don't spam questions. It does not make me more likely to call him out. It does not make Indigo more likely to call him out.
And in this specific
we-
case, I've been on the record saying I delay Journey to the West by a week every time somebody asks when it's coming. So by spamming
Yeah.
it 5 times.
My mom just texted a picture of my sister and commented, "Slay." I'm like, mother, no. In other news, she got an award.
Yeah. My mom has also
Before
been
we get-
absorbing
C?
some
Sister C.
Sister C.
stuff from the way I talk, which is funny because my sister blames me for it. I've developed a bit of a habit of calling people baby girl, which is funny when I do it. But I would say that if anything, my mom calling my sister baby girl is like completely like fine and chill for how parents refer to kids, but she still blamed me for it.
Oh, hello,
Before we get
Theo.
too deep into the stream here, I feel like maybe we should mention
Yes,
what we're
let's
streaming
talk about why we're streaming.
Yeah, I want to call out the comment from GCU Gray Area. Let's get those doctors some borders. A Doug viewer, a person of culture. Good comment.
for. Oh god.
Let's buy some borders for those doctors. Yeah. So, gang, quick serious moment while Red's killing some bokoblins. Here's the deal. We make absolutely no secret of our political leanings here at OSP, and we've spoken out about several topics that are important to us over the years. So, we've learned a lot about activism in that time. You can compare some of our earlier outings in the 10-year history of OSP to later as we've kind of figured out some strategies. And we've learned the various benefits and limits of that. We've raised awareness about a lot of stuff over the years, but we found that sometimes simply the best thing to do is to not just like drop a tweet and then like run away, especially now that Elon owns the fucking Bird app. So just like, yay, like Reddit activism, we tweeted, we did it, and just like pat ourselves on the back and leave. Really what we found that we like doing most and is also most useful and important is to raise money to actually get shit done. So in total, I actually ran some numbers about this. We've raised about $370,000 for charities large and small, local and global, including over $118,000 just this year in fundraisers, so how like all of our streams have like fundraisers, yeah, that adds up. Like you guys are fantastic, including like tens of thousands of dollars from ourselves, but really the community effort is unbelievably powerful when we all work together. So like fascinating work, excellent, fantastic, good work, team. And we're continuing from last week's fundraiser for UNICEF by raising money for organizations that help people. And today that's Doctors Without Borders, as you can see in the whole little thing on the side there, who are specifically focusing on providing aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza, working with all regional governments in the area and around the world to make that happen. And that includes advocating for a ceasefire to provide care, which we agree with. That would be great. Yes. Thank you. So, obviously, this war is a giant crisis with horrendous consequences for civilians, and that's always where our sympathies will be. You know, in the past, we've talked about various more specifically political issues with, like, Hong Kong, Ukraine, but in this case, getting angry about that on the internet is only making things messy. We've so far held off on those kinds of sweeping statements because we've been following this war very carefully for a month and have literally never seen this stay civil. And we do not want to contribute to the firestorm. So we're keeping, you know, this to the beginning of the stream, keeping it simple, and then we'll be able to get going on with our little fun times. But I want to say this clearly, say this now, so that it's not like, oh, you know, OSP is just being quiet about this. Like, we want to be strategic. That means we're going to raise the money to try to make things better for people rather than just like patting ourselves on the back and being like, yay, fantastic. So what we're going to do is raise some money today and make a couple things clear before we get going into the stream itself.
Yeah.
One,
historical context,
Israel has been perpetrating settler colonialist violence against Palestine for decades in the West Bank and in Gaza, accelerating significantly under the far-right Netanyahu administration. Two, Hamas is a terrorist organization whose existence endangers Israelis and Palestinians alike. 3, Israelis have a right to their homeland. 4, Palestinians have a right to their homeland. 5, civilian life must be protected. 6, communities of Jewish and Muslim people around the world have rallied to each other's support, crossing religious and political divides in protest of the violence and in defense of their mutual humanity. That is the spirit we want to highlight by having a fundraiser to provide care to help people. We're not going to get any farther into it than that because this discussion is a giant open wound that, again, never stays civil at scale on the internet. And it does not benefit from more shouting about it, so our goal is to help people. That's what we're doing. We will periodically be re-announcing the stream and directing people back to the beginning so they can listen to this little section here. But we do not want a big conversation about this in the live chat. That is very hard to moderate, and we want this to stay civil, so we're just not going to touch it today any further than that. All right, let's go see our fish boyfriend.
Sweet.
I think we can all agree that Yuna is the real evil here.
Nothing was
How
funnier
dare
than
you.
playing
Well,
this game for the first time and encountering Yuna and seeing her little nameplate pop up that said Sidon's fiance and just immediately knowing, well, the internet's not gonna like that.
The fact that we meet her right after we see the statue of us riding side our big bro moment, and she's like, thank you so much, that's my husband to be. And I was like, that my boyfriend is your husband to be?
Blue and I, honest to God, thought she was going to turn out to be evil.
I could have
was
sworn
so
she was a
happy.
puppet cannon.
That
I was
was-
like, no. She said the same thing, like, hey, now that we're alone, I want to talk to you. Like, I'm like, that's what the fake Zelda said to Princess Sonia.
That was my absolute favorite, like, incorrect cold read from you guys. I was so happy to hear about that.
No,
'cause,
I
like,
think it's correct. I think third one, she's going to actually have been evil the whole time.
well, because Blue and I were talking about, like, what was going on with the plot, and you'd, like, just gotten the whole, like, oh,
just
yeah,
got there.
fake Zelda, fake, et cetera, et cetera. And you were like, yeah, and that makes so much sense, because, like, Yona, she's even got horns. I was like, oh, yeah, no, it's cool that you think that. It was legitimately cool,
Actually,
because
just
when I met her...
environmental storytelling that she's horny for Sidon.
Listen, we all
Brett, you did
support a
have
good three-way couple here.
Red, we did have a question in chat about your gamer fuel, and I know you said you were saving taking your first sip of it for the stream.
Yes, sorry, I didn't
Do you
want
to
to
give the audience some context?
You're so right. I didn't want to chug the gamer fuel while we were talking about like heavy political stuff.
Oh,
but yes.
yeah, no, of course. But
So some of you may know that in my high school years, I had a significant Mountain Dew Code Red problem. I'm big enough to admit that now, but it was.
I don't know how you're still alive.
I can only
Every day,
assume.
no, guys, every day she comes in with a bottle of Mountain Dew Code Red.
My teen metabolism was the only thing that saved me from consequences. But I stopped in college after I started to be like, wow, yeah, this is, potentially having detrimental effects on my teeth, which I need for the rest of my life, which I'd like to be long. But then I was getting snacks for today, and I looked over and I saw a very familiar bottle. It's a little different than I remember. It's got Master Chief on it now. It's called something different, but I thought I would just give it a shot.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it smells different too. Oh yeah. That's the flavor I know.
Core memory unlocked. It's like Ratatouille shot back to your childhood.
It's like a Shirley Temple in a bottle. Of course I like it. All right, now I need to figure out where the hell the treasure chest is.
Now it has Master Chief on it. Reminds me of when Blue and I were at VidCon Baltimore. We walked around the show floor a little bit, and there was a big booth of like kids playing Fortnite and whatnot. But when we were kids and you were in like your public school cafeteria, there were a bunch of Got Milk posters with like Olympic athletes on them and stuff.
Oh,
And
yeah.
like they'd be like, drink milk to power my athletics. This Fortnite booth is the next generation of Got Milk because they are
was
powered
incredible.
by milk. And I kind of love that in that it is like, okay, overcome, adapt,
Yeah,
improvise,
improvise,
adapt,
adapt,
overcome.
overcome.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
But part of me also just felt like ancient in that moment of like, oh, this is what the Got Milk kids are now.
But I love that it was like, what was it, like gonna need milk was the tagline.
Requiring
Or, like,
milk?
Fueled by milk. It was
Yeah, it was like powered by milk or something like that.
yeah. It was very gamery, and I love it's like because there's G Fuel, which is like a hyper caffeinated, super like sugary drink that people who are playing games absolutely do not need.
No,
and it's
certainly
like consider instead milk.
Milk for gamer.
Like on the one hand, I guess like if it gets the kids to drink milk, great.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to shout out Giggle Man donated $500 to Doctors Without Borders. Nothing giggly about that. That's just being a boss, and I appreciate
Being
you.
a boss. It was very cool of you to do it.
I have a cat on my lap, so I cannot possibly move at all.
Of course.
But I don't think you can hear her purring, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Couple questions about streaming Spider-Man 2. Marvel, Sony's Insomniacs,
Spider-Man, PS5, 2.
PS5 2023.
2.5 because we had Miles Morales already.
Yeah, 2.5 technically. Yes, we will. I am not done with it yet, and I want to play it on my own first.
Sorry, I just want to point out in the chat we have Cleo, Ziggy, Cat.
Specifically,
My
I
3
want
brain
to-
cells at all times.
Yeah. I don't know where Ziggy is. She was going a little bit nuts this morning, which happens anytime. Because I slept in pretty much right until we started the stream. Again, I was up till 4 in the morning. So she did not get fed till like an hour later than usual, and she was just running around like crazy. And I haven't seen her in a while, so hopefully she's chilled out.
I'm sure she wouldn't get up to any mischief without you supervising.
Well, I've gelled down most things on shelves in this apartment already, so hopefully.
I had the
Lily,
pleasure of
Ziggy,
visiting Indigo in Philadelphia over the weekend. Cyan and I were out and about for a wedding.
With Sister A's wedding.
Sister A's wedding, and I saw the child locks on Indigo's stove knobs, so that Ziggy cannot turn the stove on.
Oh, jeez.
Look, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Absolute menace.
Absolutely.
They seem to be working, and I haven't had any incidents before since, so... Oh, there she is. Hey, Ziggy.
She heard you talking.
She came-
Say
every
her
time she enters
name
a
and
room,
she
does
magically
announce
appears.
herself. Like, she will meow when she enters a room to, like, indicate that she's come into the area and would like attention. I think there's one very strategically placed sunbeam that she's going for right now, though. I don't get a lot of natural light in my apartment this time of year, so she does sort of tend to take advantage of it when it's there.
Ideal.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so glad we have Tool and Gus now, because, boy, not being able to just mash A anytime I'm paragliding was a real chore.
Are we making you not wear pants during the stream, or?
You know what? I was considering that because, of course, this is a cause we, want to fundraise for efficiently, and people did like it when I was giving myself, handicaps based on specific donation goals. But in order to get to the water temple, which is what I'm hoping to do today, I do need to paraglide a lot. Some of it requires...
No pants dance is allowed.
Sure, the not pants dance would still be allowed, but I just got the Twilight Princess armor set. I mean, not the hat, because I would have needed to fight a King Gleeok in the depths, and I'm just not up to it right now. I only have 10 hearts.
You can use any other green hood, and it's close enough.
Yeah,
Link can kind of closet cosplay this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, every Link can closet cosplay every other Link.
Yep.
Sounds like a...
Why is it auto-saving in this suspiciously empty field?
Sugar latte, nice. Cyan came down with 2 lattes, and I just took a sip of the first one. It's very good.
Nice.
Brown sugar latte.
Ooh.
Ooh. I got a question about making pitch decks in the chat, which is huge for me. I used to make pitch decks for a living. That's a PowerPoint for all the people who are not working in new media. For some reason, we have to call them pitch decks. I'm sure it's because before PowerPoint existed, it was just like on paper or something. But basically, you make a pitch for a show or a project or whatever it is by laying out all of the critical information slide by slide. Usually the first side of the slide is a title, and the second slide will be some sort of big either your log line, which when you're working in film and TV is like the 1 to 2 sentence description of the project, or some sort of other big visual this is the thing that this is, and then all those subsequent slides will be critical information, budgets, timelines, have you cast anybody? What's your location? What's the vision? And my big suggestion for making a good pitch deck, in my experience, and the thing that I was very good at, is don't use a template. Or if you are going to use a template, modify it in some way, because nothing is more impressive to someone who is in an executive position than a thing that looks custom. And also just make sure there's a lot of color and images where possible. So it doesn't have to be anything super fancy. It can just be stock images in the background. But the more you can do to make your thing visually interesting, the less that the executive will care about the information that's inside of it.
Hilarious. Also, I want to thank Eclectic Oak for donating $100 to Doctors Without Borders.
Ah, thank you.
You know what? Just for that, the pants are coming off.
Pants are coming off? All right.
Yeah. Skies out, thighs out, baby.
Someone did point out that technically if you're wearing the skirt, you're not wearing pants.
Ooh, good point.
Yeah.
I'll take that 1 armor value, thank you. And these strappy gladiator heels. Gladiator heels I don't think exist? Wait, they probably exist. What am I saying?
Remember when everyone wore those gladiator boots that were barely boots because they were almost no shoe at all in 7th and 8th grade?
No.
Or was that just an us thing? Red,
Weirdly,
basically
I
all
feel
the
like I
girls in
have
our
seen
school
that.
wore those gladiator boots.
That does sound familiar, but also bear in mind I wasn't at your school in 7th and 8th grade.
True.
Those are a mid-2000s trend. If they're coming back, it's very limited.
Yeah.
I just don't think we were allowed to wear those at my school.
That does make sense. I do remember, our high school was pretty good about not getting too crazy with dress code violation stuff, because I got away with wearing, tank tops that definitely did not sufficiently cover my bra straps, every day, and nobody ever complained. But I think my middle school did have some stuff about leggings are not pants, that kind of thing, which is at this point a losing battle. The cultural zeitgeist has moved on.
No jaggings.
Oh yeah, I was rewatching a lot of classic college humor this week, and it's very funny, by the way. If you go through their videos and just sort them by most popular, the top 30 are the ones with boobs in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, my school's dress code was strict to the point where I once wore a short dress over a pair of jeans and had to argue with the administration that it was a long top.
Tyranny.
Not a mini dress.
Wow.
There were full-on pants underneath.
I love
this comment. Red and blue went to school together? You bet.
4 whole years. just
anyone else
real
getting
quick,
a
I
lot
like
of
the-
lag, or is my internet just ass? I'm sorry. That might just be you.
Are you
'cause
guys seeing it okay?
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
clean
I'm
and
seeing
clear
it
for
okay.
us.
All right, that's good. Although
Your
I will say,
internet just has Link's ass.
Zora's domain, I've noticed it's. Oh, hello.
I bet it's
Zora's
all the
domain is
wooded-
kind of bad for lag. I don't know what it is, but it's not great. I think it's because having to render all the liquid dynamics of the goop is a
Yeah.
little bit beyond it at times. But there were a couple times when I played it the first time where like it fully like stuttered, the screen went black, stuff like that. So yeah,
It's an OSP stream. The tech is never going to be perfect, but just try refreshing your page and see what happens.
yeah, give it a shot.
Oh man.
Hey, Steve. Good work, team. Tulin, my man.
She's coming up. Hey, Ziggs. You want to scream into the microphone? Get on up here.
Speaking of Ziggy, it was very fun to see Indigo in Philadelphia, and then also to get to hang out with Ziggy a little bit. She is so iridescent. She is such an iridescent cat.
You were very impressed with how smooth she was, which I think is
Smooth.
just that. A lot of black cats are like that. I feel like they're either like the long-haired ones or they are just sort of like sleek. I don't know if sleek is a word that I would use to describe Ziggy, but she certainly has a shinier coat than.
She's
most.
very elegant. She does
Stealth,
accumulate dust, but it just makes her look like a starry sky. Oh, hello.
Well, that's a very nice way of putting that. I need to vacuum my apartment.
Oh!
I'm joking.
Oh, come on, Link. Put it down. Okay, cool. Huh. All right. Well, that was a fun
We
little
do
adventure.
fence. Not so much anymore. We used to fence a lot more. And then now we dance. But back before, I think we both used absolute fencing sabers.
Yeah, absolute.
Oh yeah. That was our. I mean, they're an easy supplier to get to for the team that we were all on. So it was sort of a, we're doing a team order. Who wants gear from you?
Yeah.
I'm picking up
Dead
the
Card
slack now.
says, OSP thoughts on Stray Gods not getting nominated for video game awards.
Boo.
I mean, here's the thing. There are a lot of really good games that came out this year. Like, this is one of the best years for game releases, straight up ever.
Yeah.
I wish that Stray Gods got nominated, but here's the thing, it got nominated for a fucking Grammy, so who cares? And that's much more prestigious than a VGA, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
whoa. You know what? That's fair.
Only time
yeah.
I've ever heard you compliment the Grammys.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's objectively more prestigious than the VGAs.
I feel like a lot of
Loyal
people's
FA.
attitude is like award shows are bullshit until they praise the thing that I know deserves an award.
Well, yeah. But also, like, the VGAs have been around for, like, 6 years. The Grammys are, like, a thing. Like it or hate it, it's a thing.
Yeah, that's true. I don't
feel
think
like-
anything in video games, just by virtue of like tenure, nothing in video games is as prestigious as anything in the music industry right now.
Yeah, I feel like
today's
I have
spicy take.
I have a slow toxic relationship with the Oscars where I'm like, this is so silly. This is not the true marker of what makes a film good or notable. But also every year I'm like, I want to get dressed up all fancy and I want to see all these people do their silly little tricks.
The Grammy would be better if it was exclusively presented by grandmothers. I agree.
Ooh, I'll take that.
How has no one thought of this? Just get all the A-listers to, like, loop in their parents and grandparents for stuff.
It's the Gam Gam Awards. Do I not? Have
How
any
has
rocket
no one
shields?
thought of
I don't
this?
have any rocket shields.
Because that
For
would
the
mean that
fencers.
celebrities don't get their, like, presentation time.
Oh, yeah, you know what? They're, they're
Yeah,
all
we gotta
too
let John
vain.
Travolta mispronounce Adele. mispronounce
Wickedly talented Adele Dazeem.
That was mispronouncing Adina Menzel.
Yes.
Much
know,
more
I was
embarrassing
trying
than
to say-
mispronouncing Adele.
I was trying to say the thing that he said, but he mispronounced it, and then
No, yeah.
forgetting shamefully. Because he said Adele doesn't meaning
fuck!
Adele Menzel.
Ugh, my brilliant scheme ruined Bingus Bongus. All right, you know what? Let's just
Chat
take
would
a
like to
long
know
way
for the
around.
fencers, foil FA or saver. What did you do?
Saber.
You know the fun
Indigo,
one.
you did.
I did saber and foil.
I was gonna say everything but epee.
Everything but epee, which is pretty much how I feel about the weapons.
Nobody stop
Because
me from warping.
I started fencing in high school, similar to Cyan, although at a much lower level, and I mostly competed in saber back then because the club I fenced for did not have a lot of saber fencers, and then I got to college and they did not have a lot of foil fencers, so I just swapped over to that since I had learned on that anyway. And I think I landed on liking foil the most in terms of like being a competitive fencer. They're all pretty fun to do, but there is a certain aspect of foil that is to me like the most sport-like that I really enjoyed. Not that it isn't fun to just smack someone on the head with a saber, but
It's so fun. That's the most fun part.
there's some technique to foil that I really enjoy.
And I
Wanna
am
thank a
currently
couple
using how to use a
donations, but-
Renaissance rapier.
Which is very cool.
It's so cool.
I was gonna say, I want to thank a couple donations coming in. We got some anonymous. Cannabis Christ with 20, thank you.
Woo.
Anonymous with 20. Adam Zilke with 20.
Adele Dazim.
Adele Dazim. Let's see. Lost Dreamer donated $5, and Callie Kerr donating 100. Thank you.
Hey. All right. But where am
Do you
I?
prefer this style of Zelda game or the older style? I mean, they're just different.
Yeah.
I've only played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so by default, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so this style of game. But
That's
I'm
fair,
sure
yeah.
board games are also very fun.
I mean, yeah, I think I was one of the people who like didn't really get into it until Breath of the Wild, but I had played Twilight Princess and really liked it. But I think it's less about the style of the older games and more about just like I like this game versus I don't so much like this game, as it were. Because I didn't play any of the others before that one. I think I have. Which is the one with the windfish? You know the one where it's the dream.
Windfish is Link's Awakening.
Right. Yeah, I think I
gonna
have
say
the remake
Link's
of that, and
Beach
I've just never
episode.
played it.
It's really good.
I believe you.
It's a beach episode.
It's a beach episode and a dream episode. I kind of like that all of the threats from Ganon in this game are like Captain Planet villains. It's like,
Yeah, kind of.
oh, Zora's domain is throttled with pollution. Climate change is destroying Rito Village. He gave the Gorons drugs. We'll get there. Let's just real quick get this one so we can come back later.
Oh yeah, the live-action Zelda movie.
There's a live action Zelda.
There's going
There's
to be.
gonna be. I don't know why they would choose live action of all possible mediums, especially because we're having like the 3D animation. I won't say renaissance because that implies that it's coming back to a level it was at before. Like we're having a 3D animation boom. They're doing cool shit with it that we weren't before.
I want to
I really
reiterate for people talking in chat, if you want to like throw some emojis about like Palestine, that's okay, but we're not getting into it. Please do not bring it up. If you are curious, go to the beginning of the stream for our thoughts. We're not getting into it.
Yeah.
We will put you in timeout if you keep bringing stuff up.
You
That's
can also
not what the stream is about.
Go to the Doctors Without Borders site. They have a pretty comprehensive thing about what they are calling for and what they would like to be able to do. So, you know,
Yeah.
instead of
Sorry,
just
not-
shouting, you know, look at stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to distract us, but just to kind of be like, hey guys, like,
I mean, we knew when we
Deal.
were like, hey, we should probably fundraise for this because, you know, it's like, all right, so the comments, right? We're just kind of accepting how that's gonna look. It's like, yeah.
Quick question, because someone mentioned it. Did any of you guys actually see the live action Super Mario Bros. Adaptation?
It wasn't live action?
Yeah, of course.
No. There's
No. Back in the day.
Oh, yeah, no, the
yeah,
live
the
action.
original.
Yeah,
Not
I've seen it.
The original
it's
gritty
fun.
Super Mario.
I mean, gritty is one word for it.
grungy is appropriate given the apparent appearance of most of it.
It's
Look,
pretty dirty, but oh, it was so fun.
It's fun. I think like if you're gonna do an adaptation of something and you can have fun with it, why not have fun with it? So, like, I'm sure I didn't see the new Mario movie, so
No.
you know I can't compare it to that. But
It's so fun,
was
and man,
fun
the
to
New York
have this
accents in that
thing
movie are
and take
so
it so
tasty.
taste.
yeah,
Luigi calls a man biscuit head. Oh god.
Boy.
It's such a fun watch. There are parts that have oh boy. I don't even know if I want to say it. There's a part at the end of the movie where I was like, oh no, that aged real bad, but in a way that they couldn't have possibly predicted. And if you've seen the movie, you probably know what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh. No, I think I heard about this. I think I've seen the clip.
Yeah.
Ye olden times of the 80s.
It's such a stupid movie, but man, it's fun.
I think, movies should be fun above all else is kind of my usual take on it. And so even if it's not perfect, it is
It's
fun.
aggressively not perfect, but when did we ever demand perfection from movies? Is it not enough for it to simply be dumb as all fuck?
I mean, the Lego movie is one of my favorite movies.
Oh, yeah. I wonder who this mysteriously extremely bright stranger is.
Ah.
I'm so sorry.
Evil.
It's been treated, but we've used up all of the splash fruit. For some reason, it feels like somebody's been going around picking every splash fruit in the kingdom. Dangerous than anticipated. Please accept my apology. You have nothing to apologize for. You did what had to be done. Most importantly, I'm grateful that everyone is all right. Now, if we could only do something
And
about
also
that
evil.
statue. You there? Are you a traveler? Perhaps a person on this very statue who I should recognize? I'm sorry, I did not notice you until now.
It does feel a little silly when people don't recognize you.
Source domains in troubled times at present due to the sludge falling from the sky.
Sludge.
It's covered in sludge. Such a shame, as this particular statue is so incredibly important to the Zora. I like how we can tell from this already that it's not Mifa anymore. It's like, because like we want to come here and be like, oh, I want to be sad about my dead girlfriend, and instead we get this. We were just discussing how we need to wash away the sludge. Okay, excuse me, pardon me. Hero of Hyrule coming through. Hacha! Wow, would you look at that? Let's just really
Side on A posing.
let's just really drink it in. All right.
Oi, oi,
Pardon
oi.
me, ma'am. Yay! Slow zoom, slow pan. The sludge. Now we can see the hero whispering sweet nothing into Sidon's ear. Ear fins. I see you managed to wash it away. That statue is a symbol of hope for the Zora. It's very precious to us. Thank you so much for cleaning it up. Hey, you look a little familiar. Depicts the majestic forms of the pair who saved this cherished domain in the past 6 whole years ago. Beloved Prince Sidon of the Zora and his very best friend, Sir Link, the heroic Hylian swordsman.
Oh my god, they were best friends.
How I
This
would
is
love
the
to
area
meet him
that I think
someday.
almost frustrated me the most that they didn't immediately recognize me when I rolled up as Link. Because I'm like, when I showed up in Breath of the Wild, so many of y'all were like, oh, we were friends when you were little.
100
mean you
years
don't
ago.
recognize
I
Six
truly
years
believe
later.
that it's just like Link takes out the ponytail and everyone's like, who the fuck is this guy? Wait,
Real Clark Kent Superman scenario here.
yeah, exactly. Well, you see, something lost my arm. The swordsman of legend! Well, one of them.
Yeah, I suppose you did actually lose an arm during this time.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're
C-3PO.
looking a
Oh,
little
you
less,
must not have recognized me because of my red arm.
you're looking a little bilaterally asymmetrical, Link. Anything happen? I am quite surprised to learn that you are the legendary swordsman, Sir Link. I've heard mention of you nearly every day since I first arrived at this normal things to talk to your future wife about. I am
Oh
your
my god,
best
I just love Link. He's just amazing.
My dear fiance, for some reason he weighs heavily on my mind as our wedding approaches. Forgive me, I'm your best friend's fiance. My name is Yona. Yay. Caretaker to the Zora. Sidon's fiance? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Something. Kidnapped. Ganondorf. The crazy mummy. Yep. Okay, cool. Your search for Princess Zelda is what brought you to this domain. Well, among other things.
There's an interesting Polygon article about how thoroughly Tears of the Kingdom straight washes all the characters in Hyrule compared to Breath of the Wild, and it's like, honestly, with shit like this, like, yeah, no, that's pretty much exactly what's happening. Like, Breath of the Wild's like, we can be ambiguous, and Tears of the Kingdom's like, no, they were friends.
Oh my god, they were roommates. Aren't Link and Zelda canonically roommates?
Yeah, Link and
Or
Zelda
did
live in a
Zelda
house
just-
together
yeah.
with one bed and 2 place settings.
Yeah.
So they want
But
me to get all the
it's-
way up Ploymus Mountain, but they won't give me the tunic yet? Okay, cool. Great.
What's
awesome.
funniest about
Keeps
that is,
sending you
like,
up Sand Mountain.
this game so aggressively straight washes everything, whereas, like, Age of Calamity is so much gayer than Breath of the Wild.
balance in all things. Oh, man. Yeah, it really did feel like they were like, everyone's going to be in a different place than they were in Breath of the Wild. It's only natural, you know, everyone's undergone character development. And they were like, okay, yeah, you know, Tulin's going to be older, and like, Riju is going to be more established as Queen of the Gerudo, and Yunobo is going to be more respected in the community, and Sidon, we should probably do something about all that fan art we've been getting, right? When I was drawing this thumbnail, I got a photo reference for Sidon so that I could like color pick the correct thing, and it's so fucking hard to get like references from in-game because the results are immediately like all fanfic where it's like he definitely like he has abs in the game, but they don't look like that, you know? Oh, jeez. Nothing but respect. Am I going fully the wrong way? Yeah, I'm going fully the wrong way. Let's do this the easy way. We're just gonna launch ourselves into the stratosphere.
Nice. Like that hero of time.
You know, I do respect though that like while we're ragging on it, you know, there is a thing in storytelling where it's like this character's like fiance / one true love is the only character that really matters to them. Like, yeah, they have friends, but like they don't matter as much. And I like how this game is like, nah, Sidon has 2 hands. He's got a fiance, and also Link is his very best friend in the whole wide world. And it's like, you know what? Respect. I'm glad that you did that.
I'll quickly call out some donations. We've got Maria Annette with 50, Anonymous with 50, Ashlyn Hall with 100, Anonymous 20, Woogie Boogie 99, hilarious. Anonymous with
Been funnier if you did 69.
yeah, I guess it would have been, yeah. Anonymous with 50 and Nathaniel Horton with 20. Thank you all so much for donating. Appreciate your contributions.
All right, I was gonna go there, but I got distracted, so we're doing this first. You know how it is.
Funny, every so often I can hear the game music when we all get quiet all of a sudden.
Oh man.
Whew.
That I hereby declare Tears of the Kingdom as a historical retelling by a British historian who may or may not have been born in 1798.
Yeah.
You know what I love about this though is that like just by the framing of the story, they've given everybody who wants to read it as like a Sidon Link thing the easiest out in the world, which is like, oh yeah, royalty, arranged marriages. I know how this works. And the fact that, like, Yona likes us and is, like, cool with us really just kind of highlights that part. It's such an easy read. Okay, let's... Oh.
Sidon and Yona are like, hey, we saw you from across Zora's domain and we really like your vibe.
Literally the energy.
Like, when did this meme become a thing? Because I've seen, like, that exact phrasing show up in so many memes about, like, that kind of thing. It's like, I saw one where it was 2 Roman guys. It's like, hey, we saw you from across the triclinium and we really like your vibe.
Oh, boy. Okay. Just gonna do a little engineering. I do really appreciate how... I feel like this part kind of gets overlooked when we're complimenting the game because it's the kind of game design that's invisible because they're doing it right. But the way that the shrines are designed to train you to get better at putting together devices to solve problems is really good.
Yeah.
That does not mean I didn't, you know, rocket shield through a lot of them.
I mean, yeah, if you got them, flaunt them, but, you know. All right. Adventure! Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said... All right. Let's... maybe just Why are you misbehaving like this? Alright, we're just gonna do this, and then we're gonna time reverse it, and then we're gonna get on. Sound good to everybody? Cool.
Parks and Rec, that makes sense. Thank you, Vicente.
The saw each other across the bar, like we saw you from across the room, and like your vibe thing was not Parks and Rec, but the this is my boyfriend and this is my boyfriend's boyfriend thing is from Parks and Rec.
Oh, got it, okay.
God damn it! Why is this being so annoying? Oh wait, I remember. I need a sled, don't I? Ugh, this shrine.
I love Parks and Rec. That's like my all-time favorite show.
I was in the unfortunate group of viewers who saw season 1 and was like, this is weird and boring, and then never watched the rest of
Yeah.
it.
I had the advantage of coming into the show after like 3 seasons had already come out, so it was sort of like a, well, I'll just binge watch all of this and then I'll be current. And it started to get good because Ben and Chris show up, and it's like, great, now we've perfectly rounded out the cast and everything is balanced. I would tell people to just go watch the like Harvest Festival season and then see if they like it, because if you don't enjoy that, then there's never going to be anything about the show that you like, but if you like that, you have a good time.
Reminder to not spam chat, please. Thank you. Oh, good catch, Red.
Thank you. I got it eventually. Alright, let's just... Ooh, we could do a skateboard shield.
Could do a skateboard shield.
I do like the skateboard.
Help you.
Little Tony Hawk Pro
Little
Skater.
Tony Hawk action, yeah, exactly.
I got that sent so often to me when this game came out. It's fun to only have like a couple salient character traits that like people on the internet know you as, because it does mean I see like the same 5 things constantly every single day of my life, whether I wanted to or not.
Ah, yes, I recall the years where all anybody would send me was like, hey, look, did you hear more news in Percy Jackson? I know how much you hate Percy Jackson as your only salient character trait, and, oh boy. All right,
Yeah.
cool. Well, we overshot.
I did. The abstrus one in chat saying that they really liked that in Parks and Rec. It felt like the characters actually liked each other. That is a very accurate read on it. It's one of my favorite things about the show. Is like, yeah, I mean, they're all in this situation because they are working a government job at a parks department, but they do by the end of the series, like every single character is likes the other characters and treats them well when it counts, and I think that is a very refreshing thing, because I don't think you get that from every sitcom necessarily.
I think that's actually quite rare for sitcoms to have characters that seem to actually like each other, given that a lot of the comedy seems to be how much they all fight all the time. All right, cool.
You know, it's one of those weird things. It's like, I think that there's a lot of merit to a situational comedy where, like, the characters are, by circumstance, forced to interact with each other, because you can get some very interesting combinations. I think that's a lot of why The Office is why the workplace situation comedy is so popular, but, like, that's the reason that it works, is that it's just an easy situation to put a bunch of characters into and see how they are forced to interact every day. But I think there is an art to making it convincing that the characters actually like each other, and not just having them do one big thing every once in a while to like be an emotional moment. Like, look, they care so much, and that sometimes bugs me when it pops up, and it's like, well, we spend 99% of the time saying that we hate each other, but then one emotional moment has happened in this season, and therefore, actually, we're very good friends secretly. And I feel like Parks and Rec does a good job of making it so that the characters are constantly, in small ways, affirming that they are, in fact, friends, even as they might, like, prickle each other a little bit, which is a delicate balance to strike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's an art to character consistency in long-form comedies, because I think that my observation is that comedic storylines often sort of fluctuate a little bit in terms of tone and character, and whether the characters experience realistic emotional consequences from things, or whether they are, you know, rubber hose Looney Tunes characters that are immune to all damage, emotional and physical. And that's kind of important, I think, to, like, be aware of when you're writing something comedic, because a lot of what makes people invested in characters is sort of being able to get to know them, and if there's kind of an internal switch in the character's head that determines whether they are functioning like a real human being or whether they are a walking punchline, it can sort of make them a little bit less relatable, because half the time they're jokes and the other half they're characters you're supposed to care about. And sometimes it'll even sort of like trick you, where it'll be like, oh, you thought we were being funny, but actually I've been experiencing complex emotional consequences, and I can't believe you didn't notice. And it's like, because half the time that's not how the universe works. Okay, Tulin, anytime you want to, like, take out some of these guys would be great.
Oh, God.
we've seen Scrubs, and if so, what are our thoughts? I was alive in the early 2000s. I've seen some Scrubs.
I feel like the majority of Scrubs I've seen have just been like, you know when you like go to a hospital and you're in the waiting room and there's just like random television being replayed on the TV?
That's how I saw Ice Age.
I feel like we should say, for people in chat asking too, what's wrong with FA? We're joking around. There's nothing wrong with it. FA is a perfectly valid weapon defense. It was just not the one that any of us did, and so we're messing.
It is the only one that tends to
FA,
hit the time limit.
Yeah.
Versus Saber, which rarely goes more than 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing with the 3 weapons in fencing is like, there are some like technical differences to how the bouts and actually fencing them goes, which is why people tend to only specialize in one if they're getting competitive with it at all. I always used to think of it because like when I started fencing, the club I started at had everyone do foil first, and then you could choose to switch to FA or Saber afterwards, depending on like how you were feeling about it. Because in I guess my coach's mind, like the most neutral weapon kind of was foil because it's not quite as lightning fast as Saber tends to go. Those bouts rarely last long enough, like Cyan said, to go past the buzzer. But on the other side of it, it's not like quite as long as FA, where people will kind of like advance and retreat back and forth over and over again for the entire duration of the timer. And that's just kind of timing things that have developed out of the ways that the weapons are utilized. Saber is based on a cavalry weapon, which is why you can hit with any part of the blade, but you can also only hit above the waist. Think of if you were trying to slash at somebody who's on a horse, and because you don't have to hit with just the tip of the weapon, it tends to be able to extend further and go faster. And in kind of the opposite direction, FA, you can hit anywhere on the body, but only with the tip of the weapon, so defense and things come into play a lot, because you have to be very careful with your management of distance and very purposeful with your strikes. And then foil is sort of just like in the middle of both, of like, well, we've got a very specific target area, but also you can only use the point of the weapon. We're kind of here in the middle. I don't know, I think about this stuff. There's nothing wrong with any of the 3 weapons is the TLDR.
Yeah.
Good job,
Our versions of the sport.
Swords are fun.
Yeah. Yeah. We like to make fun of each other because we all did particular weapons and didn't have a lot of super tight friends who did FA, so it became something of a punching bag for us, but there's nothing actually wrong with it.
Yeah, we were broadly a Saber foil alliance in the blue and cyan and indigo and various greens gang.
Yeah, a lot of our friends in college started fencing in college, and just the way that it worked out on the team that we were on, we had a lot of very experienced FA fencers, so I do think a part of it was also just that like there weren't as many foil and Saber super experienced competitors, so if you wanted to learn a new weapon, that was a good way to make sure that you were fencing people who were also learning the weapon at the time. This is not true of every club, this was just sort of like the breakdown of who was in ours at the time.
Favorite HEMA channels on YouTube? There are 2 that I watch. One is Robin Swords and the other is Cell Sword Arts. Both, you know, a mix of history, technique, stage combat, like looking at stuff in media. They're cool. I like them. I'm not much into the HEMA space. They're just kind of 2 whose stuff I see periodically and I like well enough. But I have found I can't really go like super deep into like HEMA stuff on YouTube. After a certain point it starts to grate, so I like it from a distance. I don't know if that makes sense.
Is Cell Sword Arts the one that does those shorts where they like are using different sword techniques to like... You know what? That doesn't narrow it down in the slightest. Is it the one that you've sent me a couple times?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I like them too.
Yeah.
Is it the one that does swords? Yes.
All right, everybody.
I gotta get into it.
Our man is
on
here.
the podcast a while ago. Oh, we found him?
We found him.
Nice.
Really you?
Aww. Our boy.
Little whistle.
I love his like royal like frill in this.
Yeah, I like his sick collar.
Whistle collar.
It's been far too long. I received word that you'd gone missing and was beside myself with concern. Whatever could have transpired? Well, you see, some mummy guy. To think something like that could have been taking place by Hyrule Castle. Mysteriously woke on a sky island. Could it be that the sky is the key to everything after all? Where all this goop is coming from?
Oi, oi, oi.
I've actually been wondering if those floating sky islands could be the source of the falling sludge, given that they're the only things up there. I'm not at liberty to leave this spot at the present. Uniquely qualified to deal with the sludge here. No, come back.
Oh no, they turned the fish gay.
They put chemicals in the
Incredible
water!
Oh
Use my
god.
power of water manipulation to separate the sludge from our water in order to clean it.
Really, more accurately, chemicals in the water turned that fish straight, so...
Damn you, Ganondorf! Will your evil never cease?
Turn that fish dead.
Say, Link. Does it not seem that Princess Zelda's whereabouts might
Someone-
relate to the floating sky islands and the ruins? Well...
I don't know what you think, Sidon.
Perhaps you should go speak with our historian Giotto about it. His many years have blessed him with great wisdom. It's quite possible he could provide you with some useful information. Where's Muzu? He hasn't called me a piece of shit yet today. Hope you know that I am truly happy to see you again, and after such a long time apart, my dearest friend. By the way, have you met my girlfriend? Alright. Cool. Where does it want us to
You
go
met my
next?
girlfriend is the most devastating line they could have put in. at that point.
Yeah. Alright, we gotta go to Toto Lake. Well, I wasn't paying attention when he told me where that was. Oh, there it is. Alright, cool. Let's just... Boop. And we'll go there after we get the shrine around here, so we can come back whenever we want. And then we should probably go talk to, Yona, because I think she'll give us this, the shirt we need to do stuff. You know the one.
Yeah, she like works on repairing it, and then at some point we get to have
Oh,
it.
yeah. I like how he's wearing things to give him the silhouette of a fancy coat without him actually wearing any real clothes. That is such a good point about Sidon's character design. I really like how they did it.
That's an excellent little piece of analysis there, because that's exactly what they did.
Where am I supposed to? Ah, I see what's going on. You know what? Let's cheese this.
Oh, cheese a puzzle in Tears of the Kingdom? No.
Surely not.
Impossible.
Okay, well, I meant to cheese it another way, but that's fine. We're gonna cheese it with a combination of our powers. Haha!
Our powers combined, we have cheese.
I know how these
I'm
things
feeling a
work.
bit bad that the leftovers I have for lunch today are sushi.
Oh! How could you?
I didn't realize what the content of today's stream would contain. I might have chosen a different cuisine if that was the case.
I mean, but like, really though, what do people think fish eat? It's mostly other fish.
Or algae.
Or algae.
Plankton. Krill.
Crabs.
I guess that's whales. They're not technically fish.
Yeah.
But Dorfan seems like he's like a giant whale, right?
Dorfan does have whale energy. Oh wait, I need
Big
this.
whale energy, am I right?
No.
I don't know if I would describe him as whale energy. I think the word for that is that he's a whale. I think we have a few too many ingredients in that sentence.
Listen, Blue, it's too early for you to have more than one brain cell. I can't move because there's a cat, like, behind me.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah. I wish I would have chosen a more comfortable position before she did that.
No.
Yeah, she's not, like, on you, but she's right at the edge of you so that you truly cannot move back or sideways.
She's sitting such that I only am on the very corner of our, like, it's a couch, but, like, the long, we call it the comfort rectangle. It's a very long.
It's two chaise lounges put together.
I do love the comfort rectangle.
Everyone loves the comfort rectangle.
Very
But
nice.
so I'm kind of stuck on the corner of it.
Incredible Tuesday times. Mara says cyan and indigo blue and a red and the hot fish man. Incredible Tuesday times.
Incredible Tuesday times indeed.
Oh, so much for the Demon King bow.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we have
yeah.
another one, or...
Oh, you just gotta fight another guy.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get one.
Oh, no, we do have another one. How about that?
More kinks.
Nice.
Because somebody kept making me fight Phantom Ganons last time.
Was it the pants?
Mm.
Probably was the pants.
I did see a couple comments about Escapist and
Ooh,
Second Wind.
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
Sure. Where do you want to start? I was just gonna be like, yeah, glad that they're landing on their feet. But go off, Red. What do you want to say?
Because we heard about it like really quick, and I joined their Discord like day one, so I've kind of been keeping an eye on what's been going on. The TLDR is that, as far as we can tell, the Escapist like higher ups fired editor Nick, kind of unceremoniously and for rather unjustified reasons, as I understand it. And basically everyone on the video production team was like, oh, cool. All right, go fuck yourselves. And then they just left and like basically just joined up with Nick and put together in like shockingly quick turnaround time a new channel called Second Wind. And because they received unprecedented and unexpected amounts of support from all the fans who were like, well, obviously we're going to go where the people we like are and not stick around on The Escapist just because it's still called The Escapist.
Like, The Escapist is not the brand.
No.
Like, it's zero punctuation and then the other cool people who were there, like, much more valuable as people than as a brand entity.
Yeah, so basically their current plan/goal is to... Sorry, just a second.
Want me to tag in?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so essentially, The Escapist for a long time had basically just been the zero punctuation show inside like the nominal wrapper of a channel called The Escapist. But Nick Calandra, over the last handful of years, built it up into a really impressive suite of games, analysis, commentary, and journalism with a bunch of different shows from fantastic creators. There's Cold Take, Good Blood, In the Frame, Design Delve, a couple other ones as well that I can't conjure to mind right at this moment, but a bunch of really, really good, well done shows on this platform that just fully didn't exist in this one space a few years ago. But Nick did a really good job of kind of revitalizing this space so that there are all these great shows on The Escapist, but their parent company, Gamers, was like, actually, we want you to do all this other stuff and chase a bunch of SEO nonsense, where Nick's strategy is like, if we have a small amount of fans that actually give a shit, that like monetarily ends up being worth more. And the parent company's like, I disagree. So they fired him and a handful of other people on the team. And then the rest of the video team was just like, oh, okay, cool, fuck this. So they had such an outpouring of support that they were able to not only start this new channel, and get to work basically doing a lot of their same shows, just some of them under different banners. So like Zero Punctuation is now going to be called Fully Ramblomatic, which is actually a name that Yahtzee's had for a while on his own personal website. But like Cold Take, I think, is still called Cold Take because Frost owns the rights to that. And
I think
with a
Frost
few
had
others.
it before he joined The Escapist.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's the case. So a lot of the shows are just continuing on in Second Wind, but the outpouring of support has been so immense that they're going to be able to hopefully keep like 6 or 10 people on like a salary with the Patreon that they've got, which is incredible because, you know, employing several people who are very talented is not cheap, and the fact that they were able to get such an outpouring of support was huge for their ability to keep going and basically hit the ground running with this new new banner, new channel organization that's completely owned by them, which is fantastic. So it's never fun to see people get screwed by a company like that with trying to fire Nick. But it's great when the community is strong enough to be like, oh no, we got you. So that's really great.
They're hoping to basically, they've got a Patreon going, which is currently the main thing. It's going to be a while before their YouTube channel. First they had to monetize it, and it requires like 4,000 watch hours. But I think their first stream hit that, which was pretty good. But for the immediate future, their Patreon is going to be the main way that they can like actually pay everybody. And there were a lot of people for whom, the Escapist was like their job, including Nick. So like getting them like back on their feet so that they don't experience a gap is kind of the main priority. But last I heard, their Patreon was doing shockingly well, at least
Very
like much better than they were expecting. So that's good.
And it hasn't visibly updated because there's still a lot of free trials. But I think Nick said that like next week you're gonna see it kick in and be like, oh fuck, that's a lot of people, which is amazing. It's really really cool to see that.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go get thoughts.
Okay,
cool. But yeah, it's
they have at time of looking, they have a lot more patrons than we do. So honestly, good for them.
Yeah,
love to see that for them.
I mean, the Escapist channel had like 14 million subscribers.
No.
No. What was I thinking about that had that?
I think it's like 1.4.
Well, it's certainly a lot less now.
Yeah, 1.2 subscribers. It was 1.4 last week. I want to say.
What was I watching? I just be college humor, honestly. I'm watching a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But either way, we are really happy for them. And if anyone from Second Wind wants to do like a little guest swap on podcast, we are 100% down. And I think Red, you said as much in their Discord. So
I popped in and a few people were like, "Oh shit, OSP is here." I was like, "Guys, please focus." But the idea, the thing is, like, they are so busy and everything is so chaotic. And also, we have never like talked to them in a professional capacity before, so this would be a very like, sudden thing. But we do want to help out any way we can. I was a fan of Zero Punctuation for longer than this channel has existed. So
oh my god, yeah. I've been watching Zero Punctuation since like late middle school, early high school. Like basically as soon as Yahtzee started it, one of our mutual friends showed it to me. I'm like, oh, this rules. But yeah, I mean, it's like, here's the thing, obviously you love to see when your favorite YouTubers collaborate, but it is unprofessional of us to just roll into, Second Wind Space and be like, hello, kind citizens, we are here to save you. Like, that's not how that works. Like, we will, at a time that seems appropriate, reach out to them and be like, hey, we'd love to have you on the podcast or something like that to try to help out and be professional in that regard. But just because, like, two channels theoretically, like, one of them knows the other, that doesn't necessarily make a collaboration, and that's one of the nuances of being on the internet in those kind of like mutual spaces. That it's like just because two channels exist doesn't mean now's the time to go bother them because they are really busy.
There it is. Oh, they're really giving me the runaround in this game. Alright, cool. It's a good thing we got those shrines, because otherwise I'd be doing a lot of running around.
William says, nuance on the internet? Heresy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yep.
I hit my nuance quotient at the very beginning of the stream. If you want to know what we're raising money for, go to the beginning of the stream.
Yep.
Just hit the 0 key on your computer and it'll take you back.
Oh,
Blue on tasting history when Max has been a guest on the OS podcast before.
Yeah.
yeah.
In a way, we've done a crossover.
We've done a crossover.
Honestly,
But
what
here's
a
the thing,
lovely
it's
guy.
like,
Just so fun.
what a sunshine personified. But here's the thing, it's like, just because like we're buds with Max Miller doesn't necessarily mean that a crossover would make sense. I mean, what am I gonna do? Like, be an animated guy in the middle of a tasting history video? It doesn't necessarily work. And just because we're buddies, like, the question of then like making that a collaboration becomes a lot trickier because you're dealing with comparative formats. And like Red, this is something that we've talked about a lot. Like when you put someone from one space and one format into another space, it doesn't always work because sometimes the first format gets screwy with the addition of another person, and people who come for the guest are like, oh, well, this isn't what they usually do. They're doing this other host style. So it's tricky. Collaborations can be tricky.
Yeah. When we were starting out, we did a lot more crossover stuff and collabs and things, and it was fun, but it was definitely a complicated thing to arrange. And because we try, to maintain a schedule for how often we upload that is kind of different from a lot of other people, and we usually schedule things a little farther in advance, it led to some complications. It's a weirdly difficult space to navigate. It is easier to just be friends with people online than it is to collaborate with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I run into this because Movie Struck is entirely guest-based, so I'm in a constant cycle of cold emailing or DMing people and being like, please come on my show. But the only reason that works is because I record episodes constantly, so it's not like with you guys where you have a pretty set schedule every week, whatever the video is, every 2 weeks for whichever respective host it is. I'm just the way I've gotten around that is that the schedule is completely flexible at all times. Nothing is ever scheduled to a specific day, and I just record what I record and put them up when I put them up. And that's the only way I found that works, because trying to get that many guests to consistently be available when you need them is an impossible task.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tricky. I think we're about to get the Zora armor back. I don't remember where the greaves are. I remember I had to look it up at one point.
Aren't they in a cave or something?
They are, but I have weird amounts of trouble navigating the caves. I had to look up where it was, and even then I think it took me a couple tries. But
I'm back with a really crunchy snack.
yay!
Nice.
A Cyan classic.
Mm-hmm.
I like crunchy things.
Tustin2121 donated $100.
Oh,
Thank you so
pants
much.
are coming off. Perfect.
No pants.
No.
No pants.
No pants. No pants. Hello, Yona. I've located an ancient arowana.
Whoa.
Woohoo!
The person whose username is I like cats. Same.
Indigo
I
is
also
my
like
favorite
cats.
because I want to enable her shortcomings. What are my shortcomings? What are we enabling? What am I being enabled for?
What's crunchy snack? Today
I'm
it's
gonna be
just,
enabled, but at least know what I'm doing.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. We've talked about how there is no amount that we can talk about a thing where everybody in our audience will hear us say the thing, It's there's no amount I can announce the comic where people won't be like, oh my gosh, you have a comic?
Wait, Blue and Cyan are married?
There's a person in the comments who was like, are you going to make a statement about this ongoing conflict? And it's like, gosh, I wonder what we're streaming about right now!
Yeah, I was actually just typing that out.
I'm typing it too.
Yeah, go back to the beginning of the stream. We explain it then.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer the question, just corn checks. Just a whole cup of corn checks. No milk.
I never got an answer on what my shortcomings were.
No.
Are we discussing our shortcomings?
Someone said that they'd like to enable my shortcomings, and
Oh,
I don't know what that
because
means.
your shortcoming is that you think you're the bad boy of the stream.
Oh.
I don't think I am the bad boy of the stream. I am the bad boy of the stream.
Lying is a very bad boy behavior.
Oh god.
That was recursive.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but something is drilling outside of my apartment right now.
I cannot.
No,
hear.
sorry, I can't hear anything over the crunch of the corn checks.
Yes, yes. Whoa. Yes.
Oh.
Philadelphia is really nice.
Isn't
Here's the
it?
thing.
It was like Blue's first time spending.
It was my first time,
fun for me,
substantively
yeah.
in Philadelphia, not being a 9-year-old just going to see the Liberty Bell and doing the Founding Fathers walking tour. I really like downtown Philly. City Hall,
Yeah.
fucking gorgeous. And
Once a year, Blue will remember that City Hall in Philadelphia exists and text me a picture of it. And this year,
I told everybody who I know at this wedding, hey, here's an interesting fact about Philadelphia City Hall. During its construction, and very shortly after, it was the tallest inhabited building in the world, because the largest human structure for the longest time was the pyramids, then topped by the Washington Monument and the Eiffel Tower. But of course, those are uninhabited structures because there are only like 2 floors in them, the bottom and the observation deck, whereas Philadelphia City Hall was the tallest building that had like floors on every level, and then that was replaced, or that was topped by buildings in New York later during the Great Skyscraper Race. But for that brief shining moment, Philadelphia had, and no one fucking cared. What the hell?
I need to point out, this was my sister's wedding. We were both in the wedding, and people are, we're seeing both of sides of the family, and Blue's like, okay, but have I told you about Philadelphia?
Like, these people live here, they don't give a shit.
yeah.
That's very on brand.
Look, I mean, I love my city. I moved back here for many reasons, but one of them is that I genuinely enjoy living here. I think it's on the hierarchy of East Coast cities, people tend to forget Philly, but I think that has only worked to our advantage because it has kept our rent prices relatively low and our restaurants accessible. I mean, I've lived in a couple different East Coast cities, and Philly's just fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything like specific to say because I just really like it. I grew up right outside the city. I live in there now. I'm happy you had a good time. It was fun because when we met up we got like some baked goods and whatnot. You were talking about how much you like Rittenhouse Square, and I'm like, yeah, man, we got fun.
Yeah.
We got some nice parks and things. Some quality stuff going on.
It's nice. And the architecture in the city is just really, really pretty. Like, a lot of even the subtle stuff on the buildings is nice. It's got kind of that like that early 1900s, like New York, Chicago, kind of like we actually gave a shit when we were making this type of design that I always appreciate seeing.
Yeah, and if you for the OSP crew members who have not been to the city of Philadelphia, you'll get to admire it at PAX Unplugged at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Woo woo. Yeah, someone just mentioned that in the chat.
Yep, we will all be going to PAX Unplugged.
Yeah.
Whole gang.
Yep. We're not like on any panels or anything. We're just going for the funsies of it.
We are media.
We are media, and I'm very excited that everyone is coming to me for once. I've got my bar recommendations ready to go. It's gonna be great.
B says we're much more concerned about whether Ben Franklin is the tallest thing. Indigo, you were telling me about this.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no. There's a superstition because it's not Ben Franklin, it's William Penn. It's on the top of City Hall, and for a long time he was the tallest thing in Philadelphia, and when he could see over all the buildings. And then we started building taller buildings because modernity happened, and he was no longer the tallest thing in Philadelphia. And Fidley's sports teams did really bad for a long time. So when the first Comcast Center was built, it was like the 2008 when the Phillies won the World Series. And while that was happening and it was the run up to the World Series and everything, they're like, look, we put William Penn, a little William Penn statue on top of this new tallest building. He can see everything again. And so the superstition was as long as he can see everything and like he's the tallest thing in the city, the sports teams will start to do well again. And when he was not the tallest thing, we were cursed or whatever. It's just one of those fun superstitions that pops up.
Incredible.
Brandon
Franklin
says
is something of a beloved figure in the city of Philadelphia, but William Penn is the one from the superstition.
Got a comment from Noir, SF City Hall solos. Hold on, let me look. San Francisco City Hall. All right, Noir, let's see what you got. Oh, that fucks. Oh no, that's good. Oh, that's okay. Honestly, that's really nice.
Oh boy.
Fuck. No, that's really nice. That's really nice.
Red and I are gonna take a train across the country, and Blue's gonna come only to see all the city halls.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
A lot of people when they come visit Philly do just sort of stick around Old City and like the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall, and I get that because like that is where a lot of the like colonial sites are, and that is the part of Philly's history that is the most famous and the most tourist friendly. But it's a very condensed city, and if you ever are in Philly and you're like at the Liberty Bell or at Independence Hall, I highly recommend just like kind of go out to Market Street and just make a left and just keep going, because you'll start to hit Center City and more towards Rittenhouse Square and University City. That's also a very fun place to like wander around. It just doesn't have the, it just doesn't have a big bell, you know.
Yeah.
But
All
that's
right, I'm looking at.
friend come visit.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
What? No, go for it.
I was gonna say I'm looking at the inside of San Francisco City Hall. I would never leave. I would never leave.
Blue versus leaving San Francisco City Hall fight.
Okay, sorry, Indigo.
I was gonna say I had a friend come visit me recently who was very into a lot of the historical sites, and I grew up. Every field trip for me, kindergarten through 8th grade, was some sort of Philadelphia or Pennsylvania-based colonial historical sites. So I have not been to a lot of them and did not have a lot of impulse to go to a lot of them for a while. But she was really into it. Said, "Oh, okay, we'll do some of the like touristy stuff." So we did like Independence Hall, Liberty Bell, Constitution Center, and a lot of it was much more fun than I thought it was going to be. The Constitution Center in particular, I was really impressed with how well put together that is. So if you ever are in Philly, check out the Constitution Center.
Yeah.
Also, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, also John Dunn. As someone who is not a roller with difficulty, I agree. I agree there should be a Bionicle one shot.
Oh no. How would that even work?
You don't gotta. It's not
That's
a
up to
system
Noir
for
to
that.
figure out. Sorry, I'm just here to cause problems, you know, as the bad boy of the stream.
Oh, jeez.
Bionicle, you can't make me. This isn't a movie struck episode. Legally, you can't make me.
Meanwhile, Boston City Hall is the worst. Yeah,
Oh god, yeah.
it's pretty bad.
Who puts
It's
the
like
brutal
the
and
poster
brutalist?
child for brutalism is not good, actually.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't think that brutalism can't be good. I just think
Yeah.
that it's usually not. I would never be so daft as to say that, like, an entire style can never look good. It's always a matter of, like, craft and, like, the artistry in it. But with brutalism, it's so easy to be like, no, we did the style.
The style is square.
It's hard to make look good. It can be made to look good, but that ain't it, team. That ain't it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, right. Am I doing this? I know there's a way. I can't remember which of these fucking waterfalls has a cave behind it, and it hasn't let me swim through any of them.
We have to sneeze.
Ugh.
Red, want me to guy in the chair you and get the location of the one?
If I can't figure it out this time through, for sure.
I just saw her walk by.
Oh,
Did
hold
she go
on,
under
wait,
the
I think I
couch?
got it.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
She was right under your feet.
Oh, this is
Leo
so
under the
annoying.
couch.
Well, so we have one of those 10-foot by 10-foot blankets. And it's currently sitting at the edge of the couch. And she walked around me to my right, but then I didn't see her, and then I stood up and accidentally gave her a little nudge.
No.
Thank you,
Oh,
Anonymous
she's fine.
and Matthew Butler for the donations. Appreciate it immensely.
Take it.
I think of what other city halls are really good.
You like Providence.
I did like Providence a lot. Providence City Hall is quite nice. It's similar to Philly. It's that that kind of Beaux-Arts, like very early 1900s style. That actually no. No wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Oh boy.
I think you just liked it because it was polished.
That was the capital for Rhode
Okay.
Island. Yeah, the city. The city hall. The other building then.
The capital.
No, there was a. Or no, it was this one. It was in a big square. Yeah, this one's just kind of a. No, that's still Beaux-Arts.
You know what's underappreciated? Libraries with good aesthetics.
Oh yeah. 1878. Okay, yeah, it's.
So I like to read the comments. I like to see what you guys have to say. And Susaga, I believe this isn't the cave. Don't quote me on that unless I'm right. Then praise me for my genius.
Architectural
That's
second.
just such a big mood.
Yeah. Second. This is now a blue Googling architecture stream.
Someone suggested Detroit.
Detroit City Hall.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
How much of your search results is just like different pieces of architecture blue?
So many. It
Depends on what video I'm researching, but oftentimes a lot.
Someone says their favorite public library is Durango Public Library.
Durango Public Library.
Would Blue ever sing for an outro?
Yeah.
I feel like he has a good voice.
Nice. Little kind of Frank Lloyd Wright style.
He's looking at architecture.
Yeah, he's in the sauce, bro. You're not getting.
If I was like one of those streamers that just like not playing games, but just like a variety streamer, I would just Google random buildings and just like talk about it live. Frankly,
not
that's
what
a
we're
style of
doing
stream
right
that I
now.
could do. Well, no, but like showing it on the screen instead of just like talking about it.
So I figured out
Honestly.
where to go. Plot's happening again.
Oh,
And we've
yeah,
got
okay.
everybody's
No.
favorite character, Muzu!
Ah!
Who approaches? So it is
Oh,
Link.
gosh.
How did you find this place? What cruel
His
ploy
mouth.
are you plotting?
It's so unpleasant to look at.
Oh, I am a loyal Muzu. If you speak in such a way without explanation, Link here will only be confused as to what is going on. We all know he's dumb. Hello, Link. It's been some time since we last spoke. Well, you see,
Like Muzu
Smummy,
gets to recognize who we are, but everyone else in Zoro's domain doesn't immediately clock their best friend.
think that such a thing should
Muzu
transpire.
hates your guts.
Muzu
that's why.
hates. Muzu definitely has like a picture of Link, like taped to the wall with a bunch of darts sticking out of it. You expect us to believe that Princess Zelda simply disappeared just like that? Do not sully our ears with your lies. That's right, we have ears now. Guess where they are? I saw Princess Zelda with my own eyes right after the phenomenon at Hyrule Castle took place.
Well, if Red's gonna be doing this, I'm gonna go get my sushi out of the
Calm
fridge.
yourself, Muzu. Link's
It's all
eyes
Muzu sushi.
betray no hint of deception. He remains a trusted friend of the Zora. There must be an explanation. I will now tell you what happened when we last saw Princess Zelda. This was the reason behind my seclusion here in the pristine sanctum. Rounds, sludge.
Someone asks, does donating here mean YouTube takes a cut? No,
No.
they don't. Super chats, yes, but donations, never. Good question. Sorry, Red, continue.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. King Dorphan valiantly vanquished the threat. However, he was gravely injured by the sludge during the battle. As for Princess Zelda, she vanished without a trace. Very in character for her, so I didn't think that was weird. Word got out
To be
that
going around.
Word got out that Princess Zelda lost her mind and harmed the Zora King. The resulting turmoil would be devastating. Whoa, political consequences in a Zelda? Why we have to
Princess Zelda will be fucking cancelled.
We can't have that, can we?
Zelda is over, party. According to your story, Princess Zelda disappeared suddenly in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle. On the other hand, she suddenly appeared near Zora's domain and unleashed a monster upon us. The waters of truth have become murkier still. This would be easier if I could just tell them what I know about what happened to Zelda.
That's the one frustrating thing about this game is I'm like, as I find out information, why does the world not know that information?
But the
Can
thing
I
is,
not
that
communicate?
one thing, I don't mind. I think it's completely fine for Link to not tell people for various reasons. Yeah, I know
Link
I need
has
to go
one
to
brain cell,
Yeah.
and telling people would require too much brain cell.
He doesn't know the sign language for turned into a big dragon, so.
It's not that hard.
Might be a leaf blower in the background around our house. Someone asks, is there a siren? Okay, that's a siren.
I heard the
That's
siren,
us.
yeah. But...
That one's us, but that was not there a second ago.
We live near both a park and a major roadway, so we get some fun sounds. It makes recording for Blue really interesting.
Yeah,
I've come to a realization. I must truly be
I have to
getting
plan around recess times.
One of the local schools uses the park a lot for gym class and or recess.
King Dora fan.
I used to have to do that when I lived in New York because I lived in the same block as a public school. So every day at like 3 p.m. it would just become chaos outside, and I'm like, okay, don't record at 3 p.m.
The police are chasing the leaf blowing band. Y'all have been funny today.
Oh, there Cleo goes. Off in search of tuna.
Do we have any?
No. That won't stop her from looking, though.
Oh no, her lick up treats are. They've got some tuna.
okay.
I think they're tuna salmon. When Cleo has to undergo an intense procedure, aka nail clipping, we give her a little lick up treat. Which are like, they're just basically fish flavored cat Go-Gurt. I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
You're
that's
not.
extremely
I remember
correct.
these things.
Oh yeah,
Ziggy's
Red, you
almost
got
due for her next annual vet appointment, and last time she was there, they did give her they tried to chill her out by giving her some of that. They like put a little bit on the floor, and they're like, she'll get to it when she gets to it. And instead, she just sort of rolled over and got it all in her.
Ziggy.
Yeah, but she's really good. The one like Ziggy's insane, but like the one thing that she's really chill about is when it is time to get her nails clipped. If you just catch her when she's already like a little sleepy, she's completely fine with it, which I am so thankful for because dear God, she is not chill about literally anything else.
Yeah, no, we have to all hold her and do the nail clipping, and Blue has to give head scritches.
Yeah.
You're a little nervous about.
I don't like to clip her nails. I can't wrangle her, and she doesn't like when I hold her in general.
It's gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
Cleo, when we first got her, was not a cuddler. She was very much like, just leave me be, and slowly but surely she has become just the most clingy cat.
Yeah.
She likes to she'll sit on one of us as much as humanly possible for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ziggy's been clingy since day one. She came out of the shelter cage ready to headbutt anyone who came up to her.
Just an
Blue,
absolute
you could attest
goblin.
she's a very friendly cat. She's pretty much, she likes to be in the mix.
Yeah, there was a period of time where Cleo was more clingy with Red than with either of us. Red is still her favorite person.
Aw.
And remains very smug about that fact.
I like it when pets like me more than they like the people they hang out with all the time. Ah, jeez.
Oh, we crossed 2.1 in donations.
Well, hey.
Oh.
Amazing.
Oh.
And that's pretty good for us for not having basically the donations hooked up to a torture device for this game. So thank you all for that.
I think every time you pass 1,000, Red should have to not wear pants.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Let me just use the king scale first. I remember this puzzle bugged the hell out of me for a while, but we got it. Haha.
I
Go
will
back to-
say, if there's
I am
one
excited for-
thing... Sorry, go ahead. Indigo.
Oh no, I was gonna say I'm just excited for PAX Unplugged because it does mean that many of my friends who have never been to my apartment will get to meet Ziggy for the first time.
I haven't been to your
Frequent flyer on
apartment to
guest
meet Ziggy.
appearances of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume you guys will swing by at some point.
Oh, yeah.
That's the plan.
Say
We
our
are...
hellos.
Cat, 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 cat.
I do have, my parents are gonna come visit because they live not too far from Philly, and it's my birthday that week, so we'll otherwise be remarkably free. I was gonna say, if there's one thing, I hope that Breath of the Wild 3, Breath of the Wild, as I called it, I really hope that they make it easier to find things when you're going to like how when you go shoot something with an arrow, you can't find what you're looking for without scrolling through your entire inventory.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss bomb arrows.
Oh
I'm
boy,
so
a lover's
curious to
quarrel.
see
Get
what
me in
you
here.
know.
Put me in, coach.
Don't worry, I shall be.
Fiona, it is far too dangerous for you to be here.
Yes.
Fish friends, please. There's enough of Link to go around.
Ladies, please. I've got two hands too.
Ah!
Hello there, Link.
Oi, oi, oi.
What's happened, my friend? Did you figure something out? Well, you see, on an arrow of droplet, you saw the ancient stone slate's riddle and a pillar of light appeared. The words upon the stone slate are correct. A path to the sky may open up if we investigate that location. Well done, Link. This is a huge development. I see.
Yes, Cleo's name is legally Cleopatra.
Yep.
I think you should go with Link to investigate the pillar of light. I do like how she's kind of bringing this up. When I started this section, I was like, Sidon, you seem a little bit more restrained and like sad, and you didn't do the sparkle thing yet. You okay? And I just
Sidon's
like
like,
how
"I'm
the game
sorry."
was like, yeah, you should be worried about that.
Sidon's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I've been crushed under the weight of this crippling heterosexuality.
Yeah. Sidon, ever since we got together, you've seemed strangely unfulfilled. That monster is covered in sludge.
Oh, take a picture of the sludge light.
Could it be the foul beast that harmed father? Sidon, this is a great opportunity for you and Link to bond. Right as ever. It is up to you, milady. Tips Fishhead.
Get to photo.
Link, please, I must ask you to fight by my side once more. The beast is protecting its body with sludge.
Hello.
It is a mighty opponent, certainly, but we must not falter. When an opportunity presents itself, call out to me.
I never really like fully got how to use Sidon's ability thing super smoothly when I was playing this game.
Me neither.
Like
I would
understand
usually
what it's
trigger it by
intended for,
accident.
but yeah, I used it exactly when I had to in the temple, and it never. You gotta take a photo, Red.
Huh?
Photo.
You gotta take a photo of the sludge lake.
Oh, I forgot about that. Hold on. I'm a little bit busy, but... I'm a little bit busy!
Ziggy's full name is not Zigopatra, it's Ziggy Stardust. Because I like David Bowie's albums a lot. These are the
Wow, what a
differences
good
in our cat
picture.
naming conventions between the Blue household and the Indigo household.
Every so often, I tell people, I'll be like, yes, her legal name is Cleopatra. I bet you can guess who named her. And the thing is, a couple of people have been like, you? I'm like, no. No. But like, entirely seriously. They're like, oh yeah, you're a nerd. That was probably... I'm like, no. Stop.
Oh, hold on. I should probably eat something so I don't immediately die.
Can I tell the cat PJ picture
Yeah.
story? So we met some family friends of ours.
No, she's my
I guess Cyan's aunt and her wife, and we were showing some pictures of Cleo, including one where for our anniversary we got some matching PJs for Cyan, myself, and Cleo.
It's going on the Christmas.
It's going on our Christmas card, and we showed a picture, and we're like, so obviously this is like white as shit, but also nothing about this photograph is straight, and they thought that was hilarious.
I do appreciate how Yona is the world's biggest Sid Link shipper.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
She's a true ally. Okay,
I
there
am
we go.
a big fan of matching PJs. My parents used to always get us matching PJs for Christmas, and I hated it. And now as an adult, I'm like, PJs, PJs.
It's very cute.
Like, we didn't do that when we were kids, and then my dad, like, 2 years ago was like, actually, we're gonna start getting matching PJs for Christmas every year, and I want you guys to wear them. And I'm like, you can't start that as when we're adults. It just doesn't have the same impact.
When Blue and I got married, my parents started to also get him matching PJs with the
Yeah.
rest of us. And now that my sister's married, they have to find 6 pairs of matching PJs.
Yes.
I do not like the sludge having feet. Same, that also bothered me.
Sidon, my darling. Yada yada yada.
So, also minor spoiler if anyone has still not played this game. But we were trying to get all the photos while we were playing this, and
Yeah.
there's one where it's like take all pictures of like basically the special things like the chests.
Come now.
And we couldn't figure out like what the last one was, so we went and bought it from Robbie, and it's like the well. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh, you guys
Yeah,
didn't take a
that's
picture
not-
of the well? It's a kind of treasure.
No!
Like my old self.
Yes.
See, this is why I thought she was evil. She's like, no, you must leave.
Yeah, that's fair. But no, she's just looking out for him. Sidon suffering from a little bit of the depressions.
A little the straight to press.
I was giving in to my fear of once more losing someone I love. Yay, I'm happy again! Take that, depression!
All I need to be was gay.
I will go hang out with only Link for a while. That will raise my spirits right up. He did the thing!
We're making all these jokes, but every so often I'll be like, Blue, I think you and Red just need to like sit and chat for a bit. So like
The emotional support non-wife. To think he was unknowingly paralyzed from taking action because he feared losing me as well.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That feels like a line added in by someone who's like, guys, it's not working. We gave him a fiance and they're still guys.
Guys, what do we do?
I feel like the developers were like, they need to be straight, and the writers and animators were like, okay, we'll totally make this a believable heterosexual relationship.
Of course, his entire arc will be about leaving his wife to go hang out with Link more, but you know, this needs the plot.
And that will make him happy.
This will. It's the
Like,
only
sure,
thing
he's
that's making him
engaged,
happy.
but royals are nasty.
He just needs to get over himself. Stop being so worried about losing his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Really not appreciating the leaf blower that's going to be on all day and definitely stop me from being able to do any recording this afternoon.
At least it's on the far side.
If it
Remember
helps,
that
it's
one
not coming
podcast
through.
episode where someone was lawn mowing the whole time?
Yeah.
I wanted
good
to
stuff.
kill that man.
The other day they had sprinklers running. I'm like, excuse me, why are you sprinkling when it's been raining every day and also November?
You know, we should.
We gotta get you
probably-
guys some sort of like heavy duty insulation soundproofing or something for that wall.
We
There's
have
only so much you
soundproofing.
can do.
It's the
Yeah.
windows are the weak spot.
Yeah, we have soundproofing. We
Yeah.
just don't have a yard. So it's like,
There can be. It might be helpful if this is maybe getting too technical for middle of a stream, but like there are heavier duty dampening curtains you can put in front of windows. They're not
That's
going to be
true.
as good as like
That is
a
true.
wall, but that might be a good option for if Lawnmower Man is dedicated to lawn care as he seems to be and leaf blowing and whatnot. It might be worth looking into.
well, it's also just like, it's Tuesday. There are kids in school. Why are you why are you leaf blowing?
If Lawnmower Man is determined to be a master of his craft.
But yeah, it's been a year and we still haven't, like, I don't know, put up curtains. In our bedroom, we just have a blanket hanging over the window.
That's what Austin does when we're recording Rolling with Difficulty, is hang a blanket in front of the window. So, you know, needs must.
That is the
And
point
like,
of reaching the
my
sky.
aunt gave us really nice curtains. They're Scottish lace.
We just haven't
And
put
we just
them
haven't
up.
put them up.
And that's on me. I need to, like, hem them.
Because we have like some of
we
those
got
little
question-
like hexagonal like three-sided window boxes that you can't put a normal curtain rod over, otherwise it'll stick out like 4 feet from the farthest point.
Well, no. That's not the problem. The problem is that also the walls are all slanted.
Also the walls, because too complicated. Our walls on our third floor are slightly slanted.
Slightly is an understatement. You ever see those fun French chateau houses and wonder what they look on the inside?
Slanted.
Very slanty.
I like it when you kind of just look up and there's wall instead of ceiling.
I want to live in a little cottage. I want to live in a little cottage in the middle of a major metropolitan city.
There you go. I was
Wow, my
explaining
brain
someone-
went to the weirdest possible place for that. They do that in Dragon Ball Evolution.
Everything comes back to Dragon Ball.
I guess. Muten Roshi's like house is on an island in the ocean in the show, and they decided to put it on an island in the middle of a major metropolitan area in the movie. I have no further explanation for why that was the first thing I thought of when you said that thing that you said.
I just think,
Sorry
like,
about it.
'cause I've talked about my ideal design aesthetic before, and as someone who's bound to probably rent permanently for the rest of their life, I am sort of limited by whatever the place I live in looks like, but I would love to live somewhere that just sort of looks like just a random cottage on an episode of, like, Midsummer Murders or something, or, like, interior-wise could be Sherlock Holmes' study in the middle of a case. Like, I just want to live in chaos, but, like, cozy chaos. you know?
Maximalism. We love it.
Have you considered?
But
like,
not maximalism where it's all, like, you know, gold leafed to high hell and like
Oh,
zebra
that's
patterns
cool.
everywhere. Like,
Cluttercore.
I didn't make that up.
No, I am sure.
yeah.
I will say, the fun thing about living in a place in the city is that my escape plan for if there's a fire is to crawl onto my neighbor's roof, which only works as long as their house is not where the fire's starting. But you're giving me that look.
I don't know how we'd reach that.
The house on that side. If the bathroom window just goes right onto their roof.
Fair enough, yeah. Okay.
I wonder if how would I get onto my neighbor's roof is just like a universal thing that people contemplate, because that was definitely a thing I thought about when I was little too.
That and what trees we could climb out. Yeah. I didn't really sneak out as a kid because my parents just they were fine with me being out late-ish. But I definitely considered, like, if I wanted to sneak out, how would I do so?
Yeah. Alright, I don't remember what we have to do in the ancient cistern, but we're gonna figure it out.
I did not think about how to get on a neighbor's roofs because I have been afraid of heights my whole life.
Oh no!
It's a common fear. It's a phobia. It's fine.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just wasn't allowed to sit on my roof and it made me sad.
Aw.
But my parents, where my whole family kind of goes to the same place every year, and we have to put like the flagpole up at the beginning of the season, and so my dad and my grandfather last summer climbed onto the roof to do so. I'm like, I think you guys are a little old for this. Why don't I do it? They're like, no, it's fine. I'm like, yeah, I feel like when you're 80, you should not be climbing on a roof anymore.
We have this conversation with my grandfather like once a year. He's like, I gotta clean my gutters. I'm like, you can have one of your 5 sons do that, maybe, and you don't have to be the one climbing up on the ladder.
Right. So anyway,
My grandfather, we call him Poppy, but like, he's retired. He's a retired post office worker, and now he just like fishes and basically farms in his row home in Philadelphia.
he's
and,
Stardew Valleys.
Yeah, kinda. He's got the most productive, like, tiny little row house backyard situation of all time. So he, what's it called? A couple years ago, he planted pumpkins back there, and he had like a functional mini pumpkin patch going for a while. But the problem that he's run into in the last like year or two is that there's only so many pumpkins that like people in your life really will need or want at any given time.
I think your
and
grandfather
it's
and I need
fewer
to get
than
together.
you'd think.
Because I will take so many pumpkins.
If you ever find yourself in our neck of the woods around this time of year,
I
It
was
is
literally just
pumpkin
in your
season.
neck of the.
Halloween came along and I went to my dad's house to give out candy because I live in a building in the city, so it wasn't like there were any kids that were going to come by my apartment. And he was like, yeah, I didn't get any decorations this year. I'm like, you were just telling me 2 seconds ago about how you're frustrated that your father has the mother load of just like pumpkins sitting around and keeps trying to pawn them off on you. Take some of the pumpkins next time. It's free Halloween decorations.
I definitely have the problem where anytime I encounter a pumpkin-shaped accessory, like candles or like pot planters and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, well, I should get that. Which led to me accumulating a large number of pumpkin-themed objects without really noticing. Until a friend of mine like visited and was like, God, there are so many pumpkins in here.
I do that with frog stuff in my kitchen, and my boyfriend's made fun of me for it. He's like, women your age always get really into having like frog-themed things in their kitchen.
What?
I'm like, what are you talking
They're
about?
cool.
But then everyone that he's ever said this to has agreed with him, so I think maybe it's just a
He's
trend.
not wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not wrong. But yeah, I have a lot of frog items. Got a little guy who holds sponges. It's a frog. Got a mug with frogs on it. We call the frog.
Huh.
A little box full of recipe cards. It's got a frog on the box.
I don't think I own a
I
single
almost bought a
frog-themed
paper towel
thing.
holder that's just a frog with his legs standing up, so you can put paper towels on it.
So do your guys' grandparents do the thing where you told them you liked something absolutely once, so you're gonna get it for the rest of your life?
No, I'm the oldest daughter on both sides, so they just made an assumption at some point right around when I was born, and I've just been getting oldest daughter themed things ever since.
See, that's fair. I told my grandmother once like when I was like 9 that I liked monkeys, and so she still gets me monkey themed things. So like I have a keychain from her that just says hanging in there that she gave me last year. I'm like,
Yeah.
why? And she's like, because it's got a
Probably the
monkey on
most-
it.
Probably the most devastating thing that's ever happened in my life is that at some point I did have an anime phase, and then I would be doodling and stuff, and we'd go to family events, and I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and doodle for a bit while people are talking around the table. And one aunt clocked that, and now every time I've seen her for the last 20 years, she's been like, "What's that thing that you're always drawing? Like, do you think you're gonna do that? The cartoon thing?" And I'm like, "You're talking about anime and
That's
manga."
brutal.
Oh, dude.
One of my so this was not in my anime phase, because at the time I did not have an anime phase. But one of my aunts did get me a novelization of, I think, the first season of Haruhi Suzumiya, an anime I still have not watched. Which was interesting because I didn't understand why the book was written like that. Because I had no context for it. But like, there's a very specific style that comes through when you have to adapt a visual story that was told entirely in like a visual medium into a prose narrative. It leads to a lot of like very visual descriptions of things and less focus on like how characters are internally thinking and feeling about stuff, which I thought was interesting. And I didn't know what was happening, and then at the end it's like, yeah, giant monsters show up maybe, and like, yeah, I don't know, stuff happens. And I was like, hope this doesn't awaken anything in me. And then I got really into anime like 2 years later.
Someone commented about how their dad always gets things from because he was attacked by an emu once, and that made me realize I'm a hypocrite because for the last 4 or 5 years I've been getting Sister B just moose themed things.
And
It's
Sister
good to
B
have a
critically, what's her opinion of Moose?
So she does not like moose.
Yeah.
But my parents one time, it had been raining a bunch. They're like, we're going to like a nature park. We're gonna go see a moose. My sister did not want to go, and they were like, you have to. So the whole time we kept making jokes like, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe we're going to see a moose. She's like, I need you all to shut up. So now I get her moose stuff every year for her birthday.
Well, that's that's just like sibling stuff. That's completely fine.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, we're all talking about like how you get pigeonholed as one thing for your family members, but I do the same thing to my brothers. Both their birthdays are they're 2 years and 2 days apart, and they were recently. And one of them is studying marine operations. He does boat stuff, and so for the last like 5 years straight, I've just been getting him boat-related things. This year, I went completely on brand, but slightly off of my usual MO, because for a while there was like an Etsy shop I found that made like little versions of brass nautical instruments, and they weren't super expensive, so I was just getting him a different nautical instrument every single year. But then I've run out of nautical instruments at which to present to him, so this year he did get decks of cards instead. One of which was decorated with like nautical theming, and the other one is waterproof, so if he drops it in the ocean, it's fine.
I mean, it has the downside of being out in the ocean. But
Yeah, I mean, like, he's dropped things in there before. He dropped his phone in the ocean once, so...
did he get it back, or was the phone just gone
I
forever?
think the phone was gone.
That makes sense.
It was,
Typically, that's what happens when you drop things in the
Healthy
ocean.
waterlogged. I think maybe he might have grabbed it, but there was no saving it.
We just made the pollution problem a little bit worse. Alright, while we're doing this, I'm eating my sandwich.
That's okay. My dad, when we go see my whole family, we'll often go out on my granddad's boat, and we have to kind of like shuttle people back and forth because there's like 30 of us. And one time he was shuttling people back and forth, and his cousin decided it would be fun to open 2 beers while they were doing this. So there's he opens these 2 beers, falls out of the boat, and comes back up. He's like, I got the beer. And now we have a painting of that in our house. Because he was like, I got it.
So someone's asking what my favorite ooblet is. Ooblets is a little indie game that is one of the many cozy games that I got really into while there. It's kind of like Pokemon Stardew Valley, because you do sort of farm these little guys that then run around and do dance contests with you, which is very fun.
Sounds really fun.
I could not tell you the name of any of them because it has been a long time since I played that game. But we've gotten a lot of questions that were like, "What's your favorite indie game?" So I don't know if we want to use this as a segue into talking about some of the little games we love.
What am I afraid of? I'm afraid of fear itself.
Yeah, we
I
can
feel
talk
like
about
to
some
change my
indies.
answer, I like the gloopy long legs.
All right, well, we gotta climb the piss waterfall real quick, but
My favorite indie game recently, I don't know, is Close to the Sun count as an indie game?
Yeah.
So that was really fun. I really enjoyed that one.
this island needs to hydrate more. Oh, we're good. Sorry. Please continue.
Jesus Christ. God, it really does look horrible. Fear itself and weasels. This little bastard will get you.
But actually, though, I do have a fear of turkeys.
Huh.
They will fight you.
It's true. Someone got attacked. So one of the field trips we went to when I was in school in Pennsylvania was going to Penn's Manor, whatever it is. It's William Penn's house, and they do a bunch of turkeys that roam around there, as well as I think one peacock. I think someone on that field trip did get attacked by one of the turkeys.
Birds are weirdly aggressive, like way more than you would think they are.
They know that they're descended from dinosaurs, and they're gonna make it your problem.
It's got the same thing as cats. They're so small that, like, but they know such rage in their hearts. It all just gets compressed.
Let's see,
What
what's your
is the
favorite
point?
indie game?
Favorite indie game this year is definitely Stray Gods. I think that's probably an unsurprising answer out of me.
No,
But
Simon, come back.
other than that, one that I really enjoyed. I mean, we had a question about this on the podcast, and I said Stray
We
Gods
did.
and also Journey, which is like I said on the podcast, it's kind of like a kaleidoscope on whether you consider it indie or not. Where it was a team of like 12 people, but also it was published from Sony, and they had a very large budget for a team of 12 people. So kind of depends. But I have been. I'm trying to think, but like my brain is fully occupied by Spider-Man right now. I can't think of any other game I've played lately.
I like a shit ton of those little cozy games. So like,
Yeah.
I'm playing
and then like Mini
Cozy
Codes
Witch
Night Market lately. Witchy Life Story, the Sisterhood one whose name I'm forgetting. There's other witch related ones. Hold on.
Believe it or not, there are a lot of witch games.
There's so many.
I know. Unfortunately, we're using the TV. No, it's not that one.
Okay. And... Nice. No, let me up. Man, I'm really excited for us to stream Spider-Man 2.
I'm very excited for us to stream Spider-Man 2. Beginning of next year, we're going to do it in January
Yes.
for our Taking It Light section of the year.
Yeah, I don't remember if we've explicitly said this more than, like,
No, not
once.
yet.
Yeah. But, yeah, the beginning of the year is always a pretty slow time. We're usually a little bit worn out. Also, post-Christmas, YouTube's ad revenue drops like a stone. And the algorithm tends to take a little while to sort of get its shit together as well. And since we have mutual bad habits of working way too much all the time and never taking breaks, we are attempting to take it just a skosh easy. I think our plan was for the first 2 weeks of January, just like no normal videos, just like streams, and then
Just streams,
back
yeah.
with like a trope talk and etc. etc. So should be fine. Everyone should be taking it easy, coming back from travel anyway. So.
This is always I love hearing like YouTubers and stuff talk about this particular period of time because it is a very common move to be like, I'm gonna take January easier because ad revenue goes to shit and there's no point in me like putting my hardest work in right now. But the counterpoint of that is that I end up a lot of people are like, well, let's start big projects now. Let's send it to our editors or our producers or whatever. So it ends up being a busy time of the year for me, but it's not a busy like content release time. I don't know. I think about this constantly.
Yeah.
I have traded positions, and now she is sleeping on the side of me.
No!
It's called Witchy
Fuck!
Life Story.
Sorry,
Oh yeah.
I hit the wrong button. Fine. I guess I'll cook something else.
Believe in you. Oh, baby.
This is the struggle.
Can I please put my feet under the blanket without you screaming?
One indie game that I think I wanna try is one called Chants of Sonar. It's basically a linguistics puzzle game where you have to like
Oh,
figure out a
yeah.
bunch of languages.
Ooh.
I don't want to play it right now because I'm playing Spider-Man.
Oh, I think I saw the
but-
zero punctuation about this. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, yeah.
Sport second wind. Fucking check out
Go
their...
subscribe to Second Wind.
Go subscribe to second wind.
But one of the things I want to do is I want to play a bunch of old PlayStation 3 games that I played when I was younger. So the thing that sucks about the PS4 and PS5 is that they're not backwards compatible with PS1, 2, and 3 games, which is a tremendous, huge missed opportunity that Xbox is like the one place where they're eating Sony's lunch is in backwards compatibility. And Nintendo's too. Because Nintendo's backwards compatibility is basically like what Nintendo deigns to re-release for you and charge $60 for. Because like Nintendo, we love their games, but they are not your friends. Big companies
No
are not
corporation
your
is
friends.
friend, yes.
Yeah. But what I want to do is I got a PS3, like a refurbished one, a PS3 Slim, because I had one of the original PS3 Fats they called, which it's so mean. I don't know why, like, just as a community, we let that be what we call it. That's so cruel.
We're body shaming consoles now. Great.
Yeah, because there's the PS3 Fat, the PS3 Slim, and the PS3 Super Slim, which is like, okay, whatever. But for me, like, the PS3 was the first system that I really, like, meaningfully started playing. I had a PS2 when I was younger, but I didn't play, like, the classic PS2 games. I was, like, very late to that console generation. I mostly just used it as a Naruto Ultimate Ninja machine, and I will never apologize for that. But there are a bunch of old games like Warhawk, Mirror's Edge, old Battlefield games, Infamous, and a bunch of other games that I played when I was a lot younger. Darksiders games I want to go back and play. Watch Dogs 1, original Assassin's Creed, which they have not re-released on anything, and just go back and be like, I know a lot of these games aren't going to hold up, but I just want to see what they're like. So my, not quite like my indie game, but my not modern big budget triple release games that I want to play are just going back to the games that I first played when I was a Wii gamer. Not a Wii gamer, but like a Wii as in small gamer.
An
Baby
itty-bitty
gamer.
gamer committee. Hey.
Yeah, Infamous rules. Exactly. There are a lot of games that just never really came into the modern conversation that are still super fun and cool.
Alright.
And honestly, I really do want to play more Ultimate Ninja.
Ramen for what? Like the little cup ramens?
Yeah, sure. Are you hungry now?
No.
Okay. I'm also not
I had
hungry.
cheese and crackers at
Yeah.
10, and then I had corn checks. I wouldn't say no to more corn checks.
Oh yeah, I should ask Adam what he thinks about Chants of Sonar because he played it on stream recently.
Ooh.
He will be our next podcast guest.
We will. Ludo history. If you're interested in dropping any questions, head over to Ask OS Bot on Discord for a chance to be featured in a future episode, or specifically this episode.
First question always comes from
Slipped through that script
Fake
real easy.
patience.
There's a few things I could. This is another thing I was getting made fun of for recently, is that when I wrote the outros for podcasts, the little parts I record and tack onto the end, I have to re-record Movies, Jokes, and the OS podcast every single time because I put the date in the outro of the next episode, and that's not the same every single time. Instead of just saying there'll be a new episode 2 weeks from now, which I know I could change because I don't really think anyone would notice, but I would know and it would bother me, and so forever I am in a constant cycle of reading the text at the end.
Yes. Sisyphusian. Tragic.
Make it like a meme. Like have it be like, our next episode will be on December 8th.
Well, Red
And then-
already does a bit with our outro of just not knowing it, so it is sort of a
Yes,
easy
no,
to-
Yes, that's a bit that I'm doing.
Believe it or not, I hear you guys recording the podcast.
You got the special behind the scenes edition.
Special behind the scenes edition of only half of what's
Yeah,
happening in the
I was gonna
podcast,
say.
because it's just the stuff that I'm talking about.
I only hear Blue's side.
I do really love the sky in this game. Jacob Geller has a fantastic video on the lighting in the sky in Tears of the Kingdom. That also involves talking a lot about impressionist art,
Ooh.
because that's what you gotta do. You gotta lure the kiddos in with gaming, and then be like, actually, here's art history.
I
Fuck
like
you, you're
how
learning.
These like waterfall statues kind of look like coelacanths. I think they've got that sort of old armor-plated fish look.
They just look
were
like
just-
snakes to
Yeah, I
me.
was gonna say, I just thought they were
Well, they
snakes.
could also be snakes. I was assuming they were supposed to be fish. They've got like little side fins if you look at them from the other side. Who was
that
that?
Hey, Ziggy.
That's Ziggy.
That makes sense. I don't think I've ever heard Cleo be that loud.
She did when we were dropping her off at her boarding place.
Oh
the other
wait,
day.
yes, sorry.
She sent me.
I do remember Cleo has on occasion screamed.
I think Blue could attest to it. Ziggy is a pretty vocal cat.
Ziggy's loud, dude.
Cleo's only vocal when she's not on the same floor as us, and then you'll hear her scream and we'll be like, Cleo, come here! And then she has this toy that's like basically a string on a wooden stick, but she grabs it by the string side and screams as she runs down the stairs.
So you hear like,
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
oh, I'm sorry, Cleo.
Announce herself wherever she is. Also, she's sitting directly underneath my microphone right now, and I can't tell if she's gonna bite it or not. Please don't.
Me want bite.
Oh yeah.
Jake says, Blue, you will love the Darksiders games. I know, I played them. I like them a lot. I'm currently listening to the 3-hour White Light review of Darksiders 2.
The what?
There's a YouTube channel called White Light. He does very involved reviews of games, and they're good. I like them. I like the way he talks about stuff.
Hello, Ziggy.
Me out. Me out. What the fuck is happening? Camera, this is real great, and I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing.
When you guys were kids, did you ever try to get one of those underwater disposable cameras?
Oh
that
God, what's happening?
Never really worked.
I did. I had one of those. Yeah. Took it to a wave pool water park with my cousins. I don't remember if I ever got the photos developed.
One of my friends got one for our swim team, and so the very first pictures of me on Facebook are dumb underwater swim team photos. We're not even swimming, we're just goofing around in the water.
Being cute and cuddly, Ziggy? Is it because you're trying to trick me to thinking I haven't fed you yet today?
Have you fed her yet today?
I have. She's gotten wet food and her first little bit of dry food.
We had to put tape in Cleo's automatic feeder because she started first, out of the blue, eating all of it at once, non-stop. So now it's a slow feeder made by duct tape.
Very elegant.
Darksiders 1 and Darksiders 2 are very different games. I also don't know anything about Legacy of Kain, so I cannot respond thoroughly to your comment, Jennifer, but I don't know where I was going with that. Are you excited for the new Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm game? There's a new
What?
one? No, I
Hey,
just want to play
hey,
Ultimate Ninja
come
3
on.
for PlayStation 2.
Ooh. Nora, I will definitely check that out. We did play a short hike recently, which was very cute.
Looks good.
Oh, I love a short hike. That's such a good one. So cute, so fun. I love being a little gliding, bird going around doing shit.
Haha. Mission
We probably like Outer Wilds. I would not want to play it on stream, though, because I feel like that would be instant backseated spoilers to Hell and Back.
What? Our lovely audience? Surely not.
Oh, Boruto's dad game? Yes! I love when people only refer to him as Boruto's dad.
That's almost as funny as when characters just use the name of the franchise characters from as their last name, like Sans
Oh, yeah.
Undertale.
Link Breath of the Wild.
Marth Fire Emblem.
Yeah, exactly.
In Donkey's video on Assassin's Creed Mirage, he was like voice acting as the guards, like, "Oh, hello, Assassin's Creed," before he stabs them. He calls the character Assassin's Creed.
Anonymous donated $100.
Thank you,
Alright, I'll
Anonymous.
take off the
We're at
pants.
2.6.
Oh,
Oh, we had
and another
Anonymous
Anonymous
200 earlier. Oh
200.
my gosh, I wasn't paying attention.
I'll take off the pants.
Because we're looking at the stream on our Switch, and it gives us the comments on the sidebar, but it doesn't show the donations. Thank you all so much for those of you who are donating. Got a little write up in the corner on the side of the stream if you look, but also if you want to hear our full explanation, you can go back to the very beginning of the stream where I lay it out. But yeah, thank you all for donating to help provide important medical care. What's up? We got a cat.
No, she wanted to sit on my lap. My hand was on my lap, so she sat on my hand on my lap.
Good job, Cleo.
She has not moved.
Keep forgetting how much sriracha the zero gravity puts on my jumps.
I remember being very
Sriracha.
frustrated with this temple of just having no sense of being able to gauge where and how far I was going to be going at any given point.
You always gotta pop out the paraglider because otherwise you will go sailing merrily over the side.
Yep.
No, Jake, it's not Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, it's Ultimate Ninja 3, specifically the PS2 one that's only 2D. I don't like the Ultimate Ninja Storm games as much. I don't like the Arena Fighters. There's something so pure about the 2D ones that I like.
I tried to move, and Cleo sat on my skirt, so instead of getting off of it as I moved, she just slid with my skirt.
Oh,
just
okay,
pulling her
nice.
butt.
Yeah, I really think they should have tinted this water any other color. Like, this really gets across
Purple.
how polluted and gross it is, but boy. But yeah, see? They're fish. They got little side fins. Silicone bad boys. Alright, I think we're nearly at the actual dungeon. I want to know how Sidon's been doing all of this without a paraglider.
Magic.
I guess. It's just
He
that
jumps
good,
far.
baby.
He's also, like, a lot taller than you.
Oh, yeah. Oh god, why are these things so tough?
What's wrong with the water? It looks like what we have here in LA. Yeah, it's just the tributaries for the LA River.
All the LM River.
Or at least, I
Doesn't
think
have,
so.
like, its own name.
No. I don't
Man.
know. Last I checked.
Ow! No.
I mean, I'm assuming they didn't change their mind.
The last time we were in LA, I remember at one point we were driving over what was showing as a river on the map, and it was just the most bare concrete little causeway I've ever seen. We're like,
That's
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
That's the one.
That's the LA River? Cool.
Hudson River pollution, rich, thick, and creamy.
Stop. You gotta...
It's like that one joke in National Treasure where they jump into the
Yep.
Hudson River and the guy in the helicopter.
Anyone have eyes on
Sir,
him?
it's the Hudson. We can't see anything.
Yeah, sir, it's the Hudson. Nothing is visible. Respect.
One of my biggest beefs, and I talk about this because there's a movie struck episode on National Treasure, but one of my all-time biggest beefs with the movie is that they condense time so strongly in that chase sequence when they're leaving Independence Hall, and they get from Independence Hall to Reading Terminal Market within like what seems like seconds of screen time, but would actually be a pretty hefty run where you'd actually do it, and you'd be sprinting for blocks and blocks and blocks.
It is fun when movies play with geography for the sake of pacing. There's only so mad I can be about that.
I'm not mad that they like messed with the pacing of a scene. I don't need to see anyone run for blocks and blocks and blocks, but I think I was annoyed that the way that the movie tries to get away with it is not like showing that she's been in this chase for a while. It really is, the way that it's cut and the way that the shot is composed really does imply that like the geography of the city is just straight up different. And for a movie that relies so much on important architecture and geography, that annoyed me. Like you can't just change the layout so that you can get one scene in. Just have her go to a different place than Reading Terminal Market. Just go to any store on Market Street. It's not that big a deal.
One day I'll watch back through like Angels and Demons and just get furious about what they do with Roman architecture. Because so much of the movie is like, ah, yes, and then this statue is pointing in this direction. It's like, no, it's fucking not. It's fully not.
Scandal. Sacrilege. You lie, sir. Oh, I see what's happening here.
Please, thank
Oh, wait, can I just move you? Ha! How have I never tried that before? Alright, get out of here, you. I'm busy. I think it's time for everyone's favorite advanced ancient construct, Long Bridge.
Yes. Long bridge.
You know, we talk about all the different, like, super weapons in various Ghibli media. You have, like, you know, Sky Castles, the Guardian Robots, Long Bridge.
Yes, when Hello Future Me was on the Blade Runner 2049 episode, he did introduce a huge talking point about the phrase thick milky. We don't need to get into it.
Ooh,
Was
hold
that the
on. I
cold
see a
open?
chest over there. Forget this thing.
That was almost certainly the cold open for that episode.
Yeah.
I do seem to recall that, yes.
'Cause I have not
And
watched the episode, but I've heard a slice of that conversation.
And despite Tim introducing the concept of thick milky on Movie Struck, I still did have him back on for another episode. But he's great. We love Hello Future Me on here.
If you want a sort of collab, the Rolling with Difficulty 2-shot inter-season
Yeah.
roll thing. The first part's out, and the second part comes out
This Friday.
this Friday.
Yeah, just a little two-part one-shot situation. We're playing the Avatar Legends system, and we were very happy to get Hello Future Me to come and play with us. So, if you are at all interested in seeing how that system works and seeing people learn it in real time, check out episode 1, and then the second part will be up on Friday. We also just
Look at
started.
that sky.
Wow.
We just played session 1 of season 5 of Rolling with Difficulty, so I've got. My brain is completely and utterly occupied with that
Entirely
concept
reasonable.
of TTRPG.
There we go. I think I like the Wind Temple Rising Island chain more than the Water Dungeon. Just, I think I like the aesthetic. I love climbing above the storm and going down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I have like any objections to this one. I think it's gorgeous. It's just, it feels a little bit more like they made it this long and complicated because otherwise it would be short. Not because there was a lot to do.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably, if I had to rank the 4 like temples where each of the different big settlements are, this is probably my 3rd in the ranking. I just feel like there's not like the Wind Temple is extremely cool. The climbing through the storm thing. The Desert Temple, you get the fun like kind of old ruin effect, and I think
Yeah.
it's just like a neat structure to explore. And then I absolutely hated the underground lava temple so much.
Oh, yeah.
I was
Oh,
fine as
bad
soon as I
flag for
decided I
that
was
one.
gonna just start cheesing it. It's like, oh, you want me to do what? Yeah, no, that's not happening.
Yeah. Goron is definitely the weakest of the bunch, I think, because the temple itself, well, it looks cool, is very much an exercise in, like, I have no idea what the fuck the designers want me to actually do here, so I'm just gonna mess it up. And then the threat of, like, yes, there's a terrible storm, there's zombies in the desert, and there's, like, an awful storm, there's like, piss water everywhere, and then it's, like, drug problem. Like, it's just tonally, it's off. Like, I don't doubt that it would be bad for the Gorons, but the tone is wrong.
God damn
That's my Goron take.
it. I think that they usually, like, they let the Goron adventure be. Sidon, watch out! Oh, thank goodness. Sorry. They let the Gorons be a little bit more comedic, I think, than the rest of the gang. I also think it's funny how there's a weak link dungeon and a weak link boss fight, but they are not in the same thing. You know?
Which one do you think is the weak link boss fight?
I think we're about to do the weak link boss
I was
fight.
gonna say.
Yeah.
I didn't love the rock guy, but I think it's also just because that took me a while to grok exactly like which specific things they wanted me to hit in a given moment. Like I
Yeah.
kept just missing the window to send, you know, flying, or he would like just go on slightly the wrong angle. but I don't think that's necessarily a flaw of the game because I did also experience quite a bit of Joy-Con drift when I was playing this.
Oh. Yeah.
Any chance Rolling Difficulty will do something in Vampire the Masquerade? And maybe we
Ooh,
try
that
to
could
do
be
one shot
fun.
in a bunch of different systems. We don't have anything planned right now, but you know, maybe once this season is over, we'll be looking at our one-shot list and see what's what. I also just got the playbook for Girl by Moonlight, which is a magical girl system that I'm extremely excited about. So maybe we'll run something in that. We've got some potential Ghibli-esque stuff going on. Lots of cool things in the works. Lots of cool systems out there.
Ooh, hold on. A mighty construct bow. Hell yeah. Nice. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, it's all coming together. Great. And, nice. Cool. Oh boy. We must ascend
boy.
the piss.
So gross.
What I can tell, all of the sludge of the waterfalls are flowing from the ruins above here. In other words, if there is a source for this sludge somewhere, it must be. I'm ready. I guess I didn't cook anything, but I'm mostly ready.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'll just put on real pants. Oh wait. You know what? I will put on real pants. If you want the...
It's been long enough and we're not at 3,000 yet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Do I have any, like, armored helmets that would... But I don't want to put the hair on. It's fine. It's fine. I guess if
Red
it's...
versus wanting to wear Link's hair down.
It's so nice looking! God. Any other color, guys. Purple is a perfectly good corruption color to use.
Rasputin has a video on the color of corruption being purple.
Yeah. Purple and green.
Listen, I know Barney is evil, but
Tomska has a
I was gonna
fantastic
say, yeah.
Arnie video that apparently he filmed largely without a script.
that does not surprise me in the slightest.
In the most loving way possible, yes. God, it's so gross looking. Hello, Sidon. How magnificent. To think that such a structure was floating in the sky above our own Zora's domain. Link, look at that! Good job, Sidon. We've really...
Thank you to everyone who's been donating. We just got a big $100 from Eric. Thank you
All
very
right, the
much.
pants are coming off again. Just a second. I like how this dungeon they were like, look, this is kind of dumb. We'll already give you one already working. You only
And
need
thank
to
you,
do 4.
Celestial Wolves, for 300. You guys are very generous today.
Oh, wow.
What should we do for
Holy crap.
300? Normally we make it
Thank
so
you,
it's like no
Celestial Wolves.
warp, but we're not really warping right now.
What would be a fun constraint for this dungeon that wouldn't make it impossible? Like, no paraglider, I think, actually makes this kind of impossible.
Yeah, a little bit. Just,
And we do need the Zonai top, so we can't just give Link the slutty armor.
sadly, no.
Cat pants.
We might not have already taken a photo of Sidon. Oh, I see.
Can't use it on sage power.
That's necessary.
Yeah.
I don't think that's possible.
We need that to unlock the doors.
Naked. Again, needing a shirt.
Boyfriend did without a paraglider. It did take more than 6 fairies. Nice.
I don't have 6 fairies.
No. We can also just say thank you for the donation, because we haven't, like, established doing the challenges with this.
No water. Okay, yeah, that's gonna work.
This is an Aqualus run of the Water Temple.
Use your
Required
power to turn
selfie.
on 4 faucets and you can collect
We can do a selfie.
You can do a selfie. You have to do it with the turning around and, like, the pointing.
Of course.
Heed
Yeah.
my words.
Let's get to work. Together, with our powers combined. There's nothing in this world that can stop us. Alright, now hold real still. No, don't go anywhere. Sidon. What are you doing? All right, hold on. Haha, haha. I think we're all right. Perfect. It's close enough. And because we don't have everything in the compendium, that actually just gets saved forever. Good job, team. All right, let's go. Open up some faucets. Oh, let's make this weapon better first. Ooh, heck yeah. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to where the dungeon things are. That's fine. We'll figure it out.
This might be a weird thing to ask, but I'm curious to see what the people in chat's thoughts are. So YouTube has a feature where you can, instead of just like uploading a thumbnail for a video, you can upload at least 2. I've never tried it before. You might be able to do more, and it will like A/B test them for you. So it'll show like one thumbnail to one group of viewers and another thumbnail to another group of viewers, and then based on like which one gets a higher click through, it'll start to show that one more and like let you know which one it is. I am currently working on the editing for the complete history of Rome video, which I loosely teased at the end of Byzantines Resummarized. And if you were at the library talk in Baltimore, I explained exactly what I was doing. Shout out to the people who were in Baltimore for the library talk. I'm trying to figure out what I should do for the thumbnail of that video, and whatever I do, I'm gonna make it like a couple and do the little A/B testing. But I don't know like how to convey all that information. I'm thinking of like maybe doing like a big SPQR kind of thing on it, but also I don't know. I'm gonna play around with it. I don't know if I have any point to this. It's just kind of like vocalizing what's on my mind about this, because I'm gonna need to work on that like probably like tomorrow or after, based on how the video editing is coming along. But
Yeah,
is there anything you guys want to see in the thumbnail for the big Rome video? Like I could throw some like statues in there, but I want to try to like kind of differentiate it from the other ones that have been up so far. Now that there are 4 of them, so I am unsure. I think I'll do like some kind of red and gold color gradient, but I don't know.
This is the thing I had to figure out when we started uploading Rolling with Difficulty to YouTube after season 1. I'm like, gotta make thumbnails now. I gotta think about what's gonna look good on a thumbnail. And I did not have it locked down for season 1. Now I've reached a point where I'm like, okay, repeat the character art. There's 10 episodes, so with either plug or guest art, that's usually enough to play everyone twice. And pick one color scheme for the season. Season 1, the thumbnails are not all the same color scheme, and it bothers me greatly every time I look at it.
Oh. SPQR on a nice banner with marble pillars would be cool. An experiment. Julius Caesar in the Family Guy death pose. Hilarious, but I think that's a little reductive for the purpose of the video. This is a 3-hour video. Including like 8 minutes of brand new stuff. Have any of you guys heard the songs for Epic Musical by Jorge Rivera? Actually, Cyan, you showed me some of that the other day.
Fun.
Let's go off on my For You page occasionally.
Yeah.
One of them's in my Oops All Odd Songs playlist.
Here we go.
I feel like I don't follow musical theater nearly as closely as an ex-theater kid should, but
How dare.
ah well. I already gotta keep up with the entire world of film and TV. I can only do so many things at once.
It's very fair. Oh, I think I remember this. Okay, come here, you. Puzzles. It's fine. It's cool. This is what Zelda's for, baby. We love it. What the? Is a fight happening? Excuse me, boys. How am I supposed to get the fucking... What? By what?
Logan says, insert Blue's take on podcasts here, even though I'm absolutely going to listen to 3 hours of Rome. Well, it's a video. There's stuff in the to look at.
Video podcasts are a thing that exists.
I mean, yes. Yes. But this one's very heavily visually produced. with art and a lot of things moving on screen to illustrate points.
I am incredibly smart. My big brain so wrinkly. I'm so tired today. I don't even know why. I can't explain
Red
it.
versus being a little eepy.
It's the stream of consciousness.
Maybe it's the Mountain Dew crashing in your system.
Ah, that doesn't sound right at all. Mountain Dew would never betray me
Do
like that.
crash? Never.
No, certainly not. Where'd the orb go? Ah, there it is. Just in time. Incredible. Okay, back to the thing I was doing. And... There we go. Now it is your turn. Ha 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 ha. Maybe they were like, adding a fifth gate would be a huge more pain in the ass, so we're gonna be nice to the player and only make them do 4 for this dungeon.
Yeah.
As a
What
treat.
software do you use for video editing? I think I have a different answer than you two, but you two use Final
Yeah.
Cut, I believe.
Final cut.
And you do Premiere.
I do Adobe Premiere. I learned on Avid Media
What the fuck
Composer
just happened?
and Premiere is pretty standard for
Damn it, Sidon.
like like commercial video editing, if that makes sense. This is the thing I think about constantly because whenever I have a new client, I'm like, oh, do you want me to use a specific software, or are you okay if I use the one that I prefer? And 99% of the time, they're like, yeah, just use whatever one you prefer. I don't really care what kind of product it is. Looks good. But almost all YouTubers use Final Cut. Is what I've learned, and the only exception to that is anyone who got their start because they learned how to edit or learned like media production in a formal setting will do Premiere instead. And that's just the breakdown of the two.
When I started off, I was using iMovie, and I recently, I think, like, tried to use iMovie again, and I don't think I've ever seen anything more strongly affected by enshittening than... Because, like, when I had it, iMovie was basically like Final Cut, but with a few fewer features.
Yeah.
And I do remember, like, the first time it took a transition away when it updated. Like, you used to be able to do the ripple transition, and then they decided that you couldn't do that anymore. And I was like, that seems like a bad sign. And recently it's like, it came on my iPad, and I tried to use it, and it was like, you cannot do multiple layers of video. You cannot do multiple layers of audio. You can't...
What?
It's unbelievably pared down. It's like... And it's so slimy, too, because it's like, oh, no, you have to pay. You have to buy the fancier version, because we will literally not let you use... Yeah, so that was very disgusting.
Yeah.
Awful.
There's no world in which iMovie currently is a viable option for long-term professional video editing. And if you
Absolutely
go
not.
into it anywhere and you tell them that you're using iMovie, they will laugh at you. But someone in the chat mentioned that they use DaVinci Resolve because it's free, and that is an incredible piece of software that if you are interested in video editing and you don't want to pay a fee or, you know, some totally legally find your way to get the software, DaVinci Resolve, the base version of it is free. It's an incredibly powerful video editing tool. It's mostly used for color correction in professional settings, just because it has not been around quite as long. It doesn't have like the same, it's got a
Tool
slightly
suite.
different tool suite than like Premiere and Media Composer. But DaVinci Resolve is a great option, and I recommend it all the time to people who are just getting into video editing or like want to try some stuff out and want something that is professional quality but is not necessarily going to cost them a lot of money. You can get a lot of mileage out of DaVinci Resolve, and I think they do have like upgradable parts to it because DaVinci mostly sells like hardware, so that's their big thing that they push. But the software aspect is a little bit less strictly regulated, as it were, as maybe the wrong word, but like they don't worry too much about like letting people use it for free. But it's not quite as industry standard for the actual process of cutting clips as a lot of other things are. But it's a great tool for when you're starting out and like just want to get the hang of it, because it does function a lot like Premiere and Media Composer do.
Real quick, can people not hear me? I saw 2 comments that I
What?
wasn't audible.
Mm.
I think it's just because I was a little quiet while we were talking about video editing stuff.
Do people hear Blue?
Allow?
Okay, guys. If you
Alright.
can't, they can't.
Okay, yeah, cool. It might have been just, yeah.
Wacky.
Might have been just
Yeah.
one person who was like, "Where'd Blue go?" Because I just wasn't talking for a second. Okay, weird. Never
Yeah.
mind. Sorry.
No. Someone also mentioned that avid media composer is shit. Avid media composer is very common in feature-length filmmaking, is where you're going to see a lot of it. It's a bit more of an old school software, but it is very powerful. It crashes a lot, often for incomprehensible reasons.
Oh, so it is
I would-
bad.
But the thing is, it's not bad. It just is not perfect either. In a way that like Adobe is very good for shorter form things, and this is the reason it gets used a lot in commercial work, is because of the way that they handle files, like the way that DaVinci Resolve and Adobe Premiere import and render files is different. Like the timing in which they do it is different, and that's why one is good for long form and the other is good for short form. Avid's forum pages are a hellscape from which I will never escape. When I was in college, I TA'd a motion picture editing course, and in that course we edited on Media Composer and the Avid software. And so basically all I did for months on end was troubleshoot the infinite mystery of editing glitches and just like bug errors that Avid would pump out at you. And like when you learn how to troubleshoot Avid, you can troubleshoot literally any software on earth. And I would consider my greatest strength as an editor is that I know how to troubleshoot Avid Media Composer and therefore can fix any issue that an editing software may run into. But yeah, you know, there's merit to learning any software. A lot of video editors in particular function very similarly nowadays. And when you get it, like if you're just looking for cut clips, make project, export in format that I need, which is usually 8.264, H.264 if you're editing for YouTube. You know, you can get pretty far in any of them, but it's worth knowing how to troubleshoot more so than it is necessarily knowing the specific transitions and bugs and features of things.
Yeah,
Pro Tools
knowing how
is
to make
also owned by Avid, and it does crash a lot as well. I've had to use.
Boy.
Avid software likes to crash, but it is very powerful and works really well otherwise. So it is kind of it's the bane of my existence.
All right, we're getting there. 2 out of 4.
Anonymous says, "Good evening from Bavaria, Germany."
Ooh.
There was a funny Bavaria story. So the church that Cyan and I go to had a Oktoberfest recently, and of course, 'cause Oktoberfest is a
Back
very
in
like
October,
back in
to be
October, yeah,
specific.
very like Southern German kind of thing. They had these little blue and white checkered Bavarian flags, and I was like, oh, they even got the Bavarian flag. And I don't know if it was you, Cyan, or someone else who was like. What? And I was like, oh, like what kind of fucking amateur doesn't even know the Bavarian flag?
I think it was Sister B.
Oh, Sister B, yeah. Yeah.
Shooting at. Oh.
A college freshman seeking advice on writing an essay on Plato.
What's the question?
Yeah, what's the question? Go watch my Play-Doh video, I guess. I don't know.
Just do it.
I always found it
Final
helpful.
Dreams
score.
come true.
Yeah, Emily, sorry, I don't know what specifically you're looking for. He can be
I always found it
tricky.
helpful to make an
but-
outline of an essay when I was writing it in college, and then
Yeah.
go from there. 'Cause I guess that might be too general. I don't know enough.
There are so many elements of essay writing, it could be anything.
Yeah. We do have a how to read books and write essays video on the channel.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe helpful. I recorded that video in Florence.
Alright, let's see. What do we do here? Alright, I need a conveniently
I think you
located
got
large
it.
metal box. Anyone got anything?
IDK, my teacher didn't give us a prompt to work with. Okay, that's fucked up and not your fault. That is
Yeah.
messed up.
Oh,
It's
wait.
like write an essay on Play-Doh. Okay. Well, that means you can do whatever you want. So here's the thing. I'd say watch the Play-Doh history makers. It might give you some idea for like a prompt of where to go with it. and then limit yourself to something specific. Because if you like want to write a whole thing on like the Republic, that's a big one. But if you've been working with like specific texts, like try to narrow in, because that makes it a lot easier to define the scope of your problem and not give you like a billion things you need to read. So I would say that. Because also like shit, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah. Alright, nearly there.
Another one down.
All right, just one more, Link.
There is a thing that I've seen people do for the boss fight that I might want to take a shot at.
Fire hose cannon.
Maybe just a little bit.
You can save it in auto build. You can make a
True.
couple.
There's a... I'm gonna put a homing thing on a Roomba with a hydrant on it and see what happens. I know people can do like much more efficient ways, but I've had a lot of fun just kind of riding those things around, following the, what the hell am I supposed to do with this one around again? Like, obviously I want to be through.
You can put a hover stone.
Oh yeah, where are the hover stones then? Alright, let's go back up these and see what we can find.
Does platonic as an adjective come from Plato? Yes.
Yes.
Does platypus come from Plato?
I wish. God, I wish.
Already been.
Oh, you can Sidon's bubble it?
Yeah, but I didn't. Sidon wasn't being
Oh,
where
it
I
wasn't
needed him to
there.
be.
Right.
Alright, Sidon. This time, follow me. Okay? Okay.
Now you're with me, buddy.
To me, Sidon, my prince.
Apparently it means flat-footed platypus. From platus and puss.
Sidon?
So it's the same root that Plato's name comes from, because Platus,
Aha!
yeah, being broad
Right,
from his
bitches.
wrestling nickname, and then yeah, wow. So it does not come from Plato, but it comes from the same word that Plato comes from.
That's fun.
Amazing.
I see. Whoa, buddy. Okay. See, the sludge here has purple highlights. They could have turned the water purple, and we would have been like, oh no, something's wrong with that water.
Yeah, it could have just been like this. This is the not piss cut of Tears of the Kingdom we could have had.
What a beautiful world it could have been.
Puts on fedora. Parry the Plato. I can't do a Doofenshmirtz.
Bury the plate.
You know who could do a really good Doofenshmirtz?
Dan Povenmire. Whoops.
I'm glad you knew exactly where that joke was going.
Yeah.
Fucking, where's the... Oh no, did I screw myself? No, I'm fine. We're good.
I like the piss. Leave the piss alone.
Please stop advocating for the piss, guys. The piss doesn't need you to defend it.
Is that you?
Alright, let's do just a few stepping stones. Ugh, my batteries. Ah.
Oh, I'm fine. I think I'm just sitting farther back from my mic. Thank you for asking, chat. I do not currently have the sniffles.
Huh.
Also sitting further back from the mic.
I think I could best be described as eepy, but I don't know that I would say that I'm sick.
Who among us is not EP today? God's sake,
Indeed.
let me up. For the love of God, monstrous war. Oh, that reminds me. I was hearing about Fall of the House of Usher, which is
Oh yeah,
apparently
I need to go watch that.
I've heard it's extremely good.
Yeah.
Shit. God damn it!
All right, I've made a mistake. We're done with the piss content right now, guys.
What? Wow, I am now filled with fear.
Just don't read the chat for a bit.
Anyway, yes, I've heard extremely good things about Fall of the House of Usher. I've also heard it is extremely big in the gore department, so I will probably never watch it, but cool that it exists.
Okay, I'm clearly in Zelda mode because I thought you said really big in the Goron department. I'm like, Gorons really like it?
Yeah,
It's getting huge ratings on Gore on TV.
Death Mountain #1 performer.
I feel like my tolerance for gore in movies and TV has only gotten better as time has gone on. Because I used to like horror that was more of like, well, no one's got like a funky thing going on. Everything is just like looking normal, but we feel crazy. And now I'm much more of like, no, The Evil Dead is so fun, and that movie's pretty gory.
Where am I supposed to put this thing?
You
Oh,
can
I got
let
it.
it get you out, yeah.
Yeet. Okay, fine. I guess I'll. Oh wait, I know what's happening here. Come back. Come back. Come back. No, 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 no. No. Okay, we're good.
That was pretty funny. Sorry, our house can only heat or cool. We can't do both, depending on like what part of the house you're in.
That does make sense.
You'd think it would, except for the fact that it's mini splits. Which means each one is controlled individually, but they need to be controlled to the same mode. Or it just does nothing. The problem is the heat rises and the bottom floor is very drafty. So if you're upstairs, you need it to be on cool, despite it being very cold outside. But then you go downstairs and it gets really cold.
I have a similar problem because my apartment is heated by radiators, which I have no control over. On most of them, I can like shut a valve on the side to at least get them to like put out less heat. But there's one that does not have an adjustable valve on it anywhere, and so I'm just sort of at the mercy of whatever the temperature of the building is. And that thing manages to like keep the apartment at a minimum of 80 degrees. So all winter I just have my windows open, desperately trying to escape the heat. Because I can't run my AC all winter. That'd be the energy efficiency on that is insane.
As opposed to heating the apartment and then dumping it all into the cold, Philly air.
Yeah, but I don't pay for heat, so
Oh,
that's
okay,
on the
well that's
building.
fine.
If they're gonna keep blasting the heat so that every apartment in this building is 80 degrees, then I'm gonna keep my windows open and they can deal with it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
To be fair, that was
If
us in our last place, because the people underneath us just blasted the heat constantly. So we never had to turn our heat on.
Yeah. We were running our AC when it was like 20 degrees outside because the ambient temperature of our last apartment was like 80 degrees if you just left it to its own devices.
Or just left the windows open.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was like not really any breeze.
Yeah.
Sounds like gossip strap. They think you're naked. Like this one, you guys have been funny today.
Power wash
I also run into the problem of like when we're recording, I try to have AC off and stuff, and like close the windows so that I don't get as much outside noise as possible. Because I specifically picked this apartment that I live in now because it faces an alleyway and therefore there's very little, like there's little to no street noise most days. But I still try to close the windows to minimize like people's air conditioners and stuff. Unfortunately, when the heater is blasting, that does mean that in the winter my apartment becomes podcast.
This dumbass octopus. Cannot take it seriously.
You're not supposed
This
to.
is, yeah, this is not quite as bad as Tentalis from Skyward Sword on the Sand Ship, because that's just horrible. This is pretty dumb.
I like how the Muktarok has a cool OC that it made for itself, though.
Yeah, the
It's like-
shark is cool. It should have just been that.
All right,
It should have
now.
just been the shark.
Let's see what we got. We need a fire hydrant. We need
Oh, game might be a little too loud with the boss music.
Alright, 1 second. Alright. Push the audio down on the game.
Thank you.
No problem. Alright, we want one of you. We want one of you. Alright. We're just gonna... Hey, I had a bubble up.
Shark Sona. Oh no. Once
Alright.
again, Cleo is blocking me from sitting in the position that would be most advantageous, but she also looks like a chicken.
Her face is like pushed down on the cord connecting Cyan's headphones to the mic.
Incredible. Alright, everybody, time the fuck out. There we go. Alright, go, my son. It's not great. It's not very fast. But it never stops. That's right. What? Sidon, what are you talking about? My son is doing great.
Oh no, we knocked it over.
Shit. God damn it. It's so stupid looking. Okay. Come on, get to phase 2 already. There we go.
Just bully it some more, why don't you?
Oh, I shall. Alright, where's my boy? Show me my son. Where's Padme? Is she alright? Ah, I've been slimed! My boy! Don't worry, I'll save you. My beautiful son. You fool. You cannot escape our combined wrath. Come on, damn you. Well,
It's like we're running around and then this little fire hydrant machine is just kind of slinking toward the boss.
it's doing its part. Sidon, please. Helpful feedback only. We need the space to be positive. Oh, god damn it. This boss fight never got, like, easy exactly. Haha! See? It's working as intended. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Come back. Oh, it's so gross. Everything about this boss fight is so annoying.
Octorak is getting bullied by a twink, a fishman, and a faucet.
Ride, my steed. It'll have to come back eventually, and when it does... Haha! No, my boy!
Keep happening to you.
I don't know. It's okay, though. Ow! My health bar. Don't you dare. I'll kill you.
That actually kind of worked that time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, never fails. Except for when my battery runs out, which it just did. That's okay. I'll be back and fully charged. Please hold. Look, we gotta do it this way, okay? It's for the bit. You know me. I would never fail to commit to a bit.
The ultimate sin.
Let's go, my boy. Thank you, Sidon. I shall watch out for the falling sludge, but I need not worry.
Anyone have a headache? I kind of got a headache. I think I need to take another Tylenol. Or just drink more water.
Hydrate, baby.
Because our bedroom was like 80 degrees last night.
Yeah.
Hydrate, she says, having just drinking Mountain Dew Code Red this morning.
I only had one sip of that for the flavor. I
What are
think
you
that
gonna do with the rest of the Mountain Dew Code Red?
I'll drink the rest of it later, but I'm just saying, when you're thirsty, never, ever, ever drink soda to quench the thirst. You gotta drink water to quench thirst. It's so bad for you otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Hiding, bitch. Double tap, my boy. Destroy it! No, no! Come on. Stop. Okay, there we go. Come on!
I try to, whenever we're recording Rolling with Difficulty in particular, make like a full pot of tea and keep that at my desk to drink throughout the recording
Yeah.
to help with both the voice and hydration. But the problem I've been running into recently is that like 2 or 3 cups in, I'm like, nah, I really gotta pee. Not to bring us back around, but it is a problem that I've encountered and I've found there's no good solution to it really. It is just sort of like, I can either have a well-hydrated voice and not cause myself throat pain, or
Durr!
be a little piss boy.
Oh god. Okay, hold on. What am I doing? Where are all of my eyeballs? Where are all my eyeballs hiding? I know I have a bunch of them. There we go.
All right, let's go.
Wow, that actually worked incredibly well. Alright, stay down, bitch. I'm coming for you.
I wish there was a way to like, because it makes you attach each individual one. I wish there was a way you could say like continually attach this thing, you know? I feel like that was the one, because I don't necessarily mind if I have to scroll through once to find the thing I'm looking for.
We did it.
If I have to do that every time, I get annoyed real fast.
Okay. Good job, guys. We saved Zora's domain.
Yeah.
We did it,
Great.
Patrick. We couldn't have done it without our most stalwart and trusted ally, Hydrant Bot. I think Hydrant Bot
Question
deserves
from
the
the-
Sage Stone, you know?
Sure.
I think you'd really do a
Sure,
great job
yeah.
with it.
A question from the chat: as a student, I struggle with keeping focus over long study sessions. Any advice from people who work at desks all day?
Yes, actually. Fidget toys.
Yes.
Or a really clicky keyboard. This does not work well if you are in an office with multiple people.
This is true. But the clicky clacks can be very good for the sensoriness.
Yes. I also have
I
an
do go-
addiction to chewing gum, so that helps.
Also, give yourself, like,
Yeah.
time to do things that aren't work, because otherwise you will... If you push yourself 100% of the time, all the time, to try and hit a level of productivity that you think you should be able to do all the time just because you can do it some of the time, you are going to eventually burn out. So give yourself time to do other things and not worry too much about that.
So, like every 60 to 90 minutes, at least stand up.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
important.
Like, they say, like, you should walk every hour or so, but, like, at least stand up.
Yeah, like, give your back
every
a
roughly
break.
an hour.
Get, like, a snack.
Yeah, this is where, because I personally don't like to have like a fidget toy or anything too distracting with on my desk, because I will get distracted playing with it and then not do the actual work. But that's sort of a whatever works for you thing. But the having like a cup of tea to refill or something just to give you an excuse to like get up and take a little 2-minute interlude or something is always a good option. And it kind of depends on how your brains work, because I find that the more work I can string together in a row, the more I get done in a day,
Yeah.
as opposed to like if I can get the ball rolling, things will pile up, and then I will sort of like be able to knock down a lot of tasks all in a row. But you know, sometimes your brain's just not gonna be working with you, and you gotta accept that maybe it's gonna be a slower going day. Yeah. There's a lot of strategies. The brains are tricky. I feel like there's no good way. Like, there's no one size fits all
Yeah.
way to keep yourself focused.
His true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining the stone that you just found. My secret
Someone
set.
had 10 hours of silence broken by falling pipe.
Yes, and it is important you know more about the stone and the Demon King. So listen closely to what I have to say.
Plot stuff.
Secret Stone, Demon King, second floor basement, Psycho Mantis. Not my joke. I think it's a donkey joke.
I've been meaning to
Watch a lot
rewatch
of Donkey.
some of the original Metal Gear game cutscene movies, you know, for my nostalgia.
The kingdom of Hyrule was still in its infancy. A great evil, the Demon King, appeared. He invaded Hyrule and sought to cut the new kingdom's time short. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, brought me and 5 other warriors together to oppose him. To fight the Demon King, Rauru entrusted us with secret stones.
Oh god, yeah.
Treasured objects that
More
once
tea,
were
more
powerful
Tylenol,
carry them.
and then I'm gonna start my work for the day.
Sounds good.
You know, this does count as.
Oh, I know.
My fellow sages
Yeah, no, this counts, but I've got other stuff I need to do too.
overwhelming.
Why are we back on my shortcomings in the chat?
Yeah, Coda, what the fuck?
Ferocious.
That's just
No one
me.
has told me what the shortcomings are yet.
Our leader realized it would not be possible to defeat
No.
the Demon King outright.
But listening to podcasts and stuff in the background is really good advice for when you're trying to get a lot of work done too. It's something can kind of imitate the I have someone at the desk with me feeling of like, well, I'm gotta do work because there's an audience. But I can't do that because I mostly edit podcasts for a living, so I can't listen to two at the same time. But
Yeah.
it is good advice if you're like studying or something, or like instrumental music's great.
Another
Blue really likes video game, some of the video game musics and whatnot.
the destiny
Yeah.
of the Zora was made crystal clear.
Yeah, wordless music is pretty good even when you're editing something with audio in it.
Mm-hmm.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually
Not.
be undone.
Consider making a hype up playlist.
Ha!
A noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. He will need the Zora's control over water.
The course of the Zora's future was clear. It would be our honor to aid in defeating the Demon King.
Listen to the Doom OST. Good.
It's pretty good.
I was doing the Hades one in the background for a while. That was pretty solid also.
The Zora people and their sage will fight alongside your swordsman.
It is kind of funny that Zelda goes around in the past and meets all these sages and is like, in the distant future, your descendant must help the swordsman. But like, she knows every single one of those descendants personally. She's like, in the distant future, you must grant the destiny to my gossip bestie and fellow princess, Link's boyfriend, and 2 other kids. They're like,
A small child and a smaller child.
yes, a large small child and a tiny small child.
My gossip bestie, Link's boyfriend, a bird and a rock.
I can't just ask them to do it because I'm in the past. You must pass this down to tell them to do the thing they were gonna do, but with more power this time.
It's my destiny to fight by your side.
How convenient. I was going to do that anyway.
I came here so that I could save Zora's domain. But it looks like all of Hyrule will need my help. I'll do all I can, just as my ancestor did.
Yeah.
I will accept this secret stone.
Wonder what power Link would get if he got a secret stone in this game.
That's a... Because, like, his champion ability is the bullet time. Secret stone
I
power...
am the Sage of Water.
I don't know.
Behold, this is
right.
my new power.
Could just be more time powers.
Yeah.
Gets Rivali's Gale back, but it's called Link Super Jump.
Link's better upward mobility
Link's
technique.
Gale.
Link's uppies. I miss your volley skill every time I play this game.
I, Sidon, the Sage of Water, swear that I will fight by your side. Please accept this. It is proof of my love.
Yes, I know I have to get married, but here, have this ring. Let me get down on one knee about it. And take this personal copy of me that you can just pull out whenever you want.
Yuna doesn't like that we're hanging out so much, so I'm gonna give you a side copy of me.
A side on.
Oy, oy, oy.
That felt like it was an apology. Like, yes, we made him straight, but, you know, not that straight.
But we also put him in your right hand.
It's true. Well, I mean, yeah. Pew.
With that ring, you will always have my power with you.
With this ring, I leave power up.
Yes. All right.
I see that Red just saw the ooblet I sent in chat like an hour ago.
Sorry, a big cutscene happened. I could put the controller down for the first time in 2 hours.
Disrespect to gloopy long legs. That game was silly. That was a fun weekend of playing
Also,
that game.
take
and I
this
didn't
side
pick it
on
up
body
again.
pillow. See, they get it. Chat knows what's up.
Yeah.
It's a long loading screen.
God, the cutscene's still happening? Fantastic. More sandwich for me.
Oh.
Wow, so beautiful. Oh, he's our right-hand shark.
Whoa.
Which
Yay.
character would be the most useless ability? Because they needed to bring him down somehow.
Yeah.
I was just...
Couldn't make him the obvious favorite.
Every time I just, like, accidentally activated the bubble power and tanked one hit and then it went away, I was like, I miss Mifa's grace. Sidon's gonna be king now. It's time to ascend the
Why
throne.
does King Dorephan still sit in and on the throne in Zoro's domain? I don't know where else he would sit.
He's a big
He's
guy.
like-
Imagine if you just ran into him
Times
on the
size
road.
of every other Zora that came.
I had this, like, idea. It didn't even occur to me as a thing I'd processed. I just kind of assumed that, like, Zora got bigger as they got older. Like, I don't know, like certain kinds of fish, I guess. But then I was like, that doesn't explain Muzu and all the other geriatrics that hate Link on sight. I think maybe Dorephan is just like that.
It's a royalty thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably. It
'Cause
doesn't explain
Sidon's
Mifa.
pretty tall.
No.
Mifa lost all of her height due to simping.
Or maybe Mifa would have gotten bigger if she hadn't died tragically young by Zora
I
standards.
was gonna say, I don't know if she's a good case study on this one.
No.
I like how when the trailer dropped and we got like a half-second shot of Sidon with the crown on, everyone was like, oh my gosh, King Sidon! And then everyone was like, oh fuck, what's gonna happen to King Dorephan? What's gonna happen to all the dads?
Sure.
Alright. You guys can get married. Aha.
Good Link.
Yes. It is time for the Zora to help Link prevail. Everyone, I ask that you lend him your strength. Helping Link will be the first thing me and my wife do to bond.
Bond by not hanging out with each other.
Princess Zelda, Vision of the Woman, Stage of Time. It's definitely Zelda. I just love that, like, you can do the entire Master Sword quest before all of this. Link can find out unequivocally the truth about Princess Zelda, and he will not tell a single goddamn person except for Impa, and I think, no, not even Purah until the end of the game. He only tells Impa. Which means it was a conscious decision on the part of the writers to make it so that Link would not tell absolutely any of the sages. And I think, I don't know if it was planned that way, but I'm convinced that the reason for that is because in order to explain what happened to Zelda, he would have to be like, hey, that secret stone that you have right now, if you ate that, you would turn into an immortal dragon and be turbo powerful and could probably beat the Demon King, but don't do it! Oh boy. Alright, do we need to talk to anybody here, or are they just decorative at this point? What's up, man? Why are you still on the throne? He's retired, now he has a special hat.
He's got nowhere else to go.
Let me
It's the only
talk to
chair
King
made for him.
Dorephan.
Alright, after we talk to King Dorephan, this might be where I hop out
Sounds
because
good.
the missile is EP and needs to do audio editing.
Sounds good.
Imagine if that's not even the throne, that's just where Dorephan sits. And so everyone was like using it as a throne.
They built the castle around him.
Yeah.
Well, such is the privilege of a retired king. Rome can eat my shorts. Alright, goodbye. Be well, Link. Hey, buddy. Seems the time has come for you to resume your heroic travels once again.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah.
So where are your heroic travels taking you, Red?
Good question. I don't want to start another dungeon, seeing as we just did this one, and then I'd have to change the thumbnail to be accurate. Oh, hello, Yona. What's up? Maybe we could get the
You also
pants.
don't have to go on streaming for hours and hours and hours.
No,
but
yeah,
I'm not
I'd
gonna
probably
stop you.
Yeah, no, I agree. It would be nice if we could get to 5K before I stopped, but you know, we don't have to. Let's see. We could get the greaves. Might not be a bad idea.
You have the
Complete
helmet.
set. I think one of them is on the Skyfish Island, and the other one's down in the waterworks.
Oh yeah, I noticed the sensor was going off on the Skyfish Island, but I didn't check.
You need to go from like the bottom or like the side.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do the no, we're gonna do the one that's on the Skyfish Island, and then we're gonna
All right. Well, that's gonna be us. Thank you all so much for coming on the stream today, and for those of you who donated to Doctors Without Borders, thank you for helping provide very important medical aid to people around the world, and also particularly in Palestine.
Yeah.
It is appreciated. So have fun for however long the rest of the stream goes, and you'll see us next on the podcast, and then next in videos on Friday and the next Friday.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, see you guys.
You can tell the energy has left my body.
Yeah, go take a nap. What the hell is happening?
Bye, team.
Bye.
And then it was girls' night.
Yeah.
Girls mid-afternoon.
Girls. Yep.
Girls
I don't
hang
have a
out
way to
until the
restate.
stream ends, and then Indigo's gotta go buy some toilet paper and wrapping paper from Target.
Yay.
Errands. Apparently they're doing 2-for-1 Ben and or not 2-for-1, but they have a sale on Ben and Jerry's, so it might
Ooh.
be a paper products and Ben and Jerry's kind of trip. We'll see.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, let's just. Oop. And there we go. Maybe we'll do just a bunch of armor upgrades. You know, may as well. We almost certainly have materials for it. Alright, now let's find our way to that tricksy little cave where we have to get the thing. Oh, that reminds me. I've been listening through more of the Andy Serkis reading of Return of the King, and it is so good.
Nice.
It is. I have come to the conclusion it is, in fact, the only correct way to experience Lord of the Rings as a series. It's so fun. it's interesting noting because it's been a while since I read Lord of the Rings. Or rather, I think I must have read through it once, but my main exposure to it was my dad read it to me when I was little, and then of course more recently than that I've seen the movies. So when I listen through it, I do a little like compare and contrast and like, okay, what's going on? How did they change this? Stuff like that. And I just got through Denethor's death. And in the movie, it never comes up that he has a Palantir, which is kind of like a huge deal, because it completely reframes what his whole vibe is. Because in the movie, he's just kind of, he's taken the silver medal for Middle-earth's Worst Dad award. But, you know, he's not that complicated. He just kind of sucks. He has a couple extremely inconveniently timed breakdowns, sets himself on fire, and dies. And then you read the book, and he's like, part of the reason I'm such a paranoid, totalitarian piece of shit is because I've been gazing directly into the abyss. And it happens like one chapter after, so Aragorn and the gang do the Paths of the Dead to get their ghost army. And that's all well and good. But like the night before they do it, Aragorn shows up, and he looks like absolute shit. And they're like, what the hell happened? And he was like, sorry, I spent the night wrestling with the Palantir so I could tell the Dark Lord to eat my shorts. It was very tiring, but I think I got him. And that should keep his attention on us so he doesn't pay attention to like potentially Frodo sneaking around, assuming that he's still alive and stuff. So the contrast between the true King of Gondor being like, yeah, it was really hard, but I successfully bent the Palantir to my will, and Denethor being like, this Palantir has been making a lot of sense, man. I think that, you know, maybe we should all just give up and die and everything is hopeless and stuff, is like, okay, all right, yeah, this is what happens when the steward of Gondor stops believing in the king. That's kind of interesting. The coveted gold medal of Worst Dad in Middle-earth, of course, goes to Feanor.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, that goes without saying.
Yeah, binding all of your sons to the most damaging oath in the entire history of Middle-earth. You don't win points for that, buddy boy.
Yeah. You should dive into this reservoir from up here.
I am. I'm doing it.
Nice.
Drop
in.
Yeah. I was talking to my dad about it, and we concluded that the bronze medal probably goes to Luthien's dad, who's not the worst, but he does kind of he does a, hey kid, you're like proving yourself to Baron, to make him go and get a Silmaril for him, rather than just let his daughter spend a few decades married to a mortal. He's like, no, I think this guy should die right now, actually. But he's not that bad. I mean, he does later get assassinated in the most, what are you gonna do, stab me, quote from Man Stabbed way possible. But that's not a bad dad thing, that's just kind of being a dumbass.
No, that's just narrative consequences.
Alright, I absolutely do not remember where the Greaves are.
They're somewhere around here, right?
Yeah, they're down here somewhere. Maybe located somewhere in the ancient Sora waterworks. Guys, somewhere doth not a direction make.
Excuse me.
No worries. Ugh, and they made it all empty again. Oh wait, I think I remember this actually. Because I spent so much time searching up when I should have been looking down.
Yeah, I think you do go low.
We want the opposite of uppies. Oh yeah, yep. You can tell they designed it to be noticeable with glowy rocks, but they didn't do a good enough job because I didn't. Now, if I recall correctly, there's a little bit of a boss fight down here. That's fine.
Oh yeah, like a talus or something?
Yeah, we're in our shining golden god era and are never gonna die, so we're all good.
I feel like you've covered enough talus tipping at this point, you're probably okay.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. Oh yeah, there he is. Oh, what could that be? Let's take a picture.
Luminous talus, maybe?
Alright, let's get some verticality. Gotta put this game in vert mode. Whee! Alright. Let's get down to business. Every time, it always throws me, and I'm never prepared.
Need like sticky boots.
astounding. Well, that was fun.
Nice.
There's like a popular just fan interpretation where the sages can see through their projection's eyes. I just kind of like to imagine Sidon just like unfocused, going like, "Holy shit! What was that?" All right, let's.
What are you doing?
It is kind of the only explanation that would make sense for a thing that happens in the mid game. All right, well that was fun. Still. Oh wait, the Greaves. That's right. I was like, why is it still making
The
noises?
thing we came here to get.
I was distracted.
It's our shopping trip. The gals are going shopping.
Yes, and then we'll go find a great fairy. Actually, yeah, maybe we could unlock one of
Oh,
the
you
great
know, if you
fairies.
upgrade this armor set 2 times, it'll have a special bonus ability
Wow,
because
that's
you
so
got all 3
crazy.
pieces of the same set.
What a unique
Yeah.
and incredibly cool game design element I've never heard about before. Alright, where is a great fairy? Let's see. That one's the one that's awake. That one's still in her bud. I feel like I've already gotten a couple of them, right? That one's in the bud.
I don't know.
Let's see. Oh wow, no, I haven't gotten any of them except the first one.
Ah.
All right, let's wake up some great fairies. That sounds like a fun
Hell
but
yeah.
potential like that's rewarding in the long run, but tedious right now.
I like the Great Fairy waking up quests. I thought those were pretty fun.
They're pretty cute, yeah.
A lot of the like daily life of Hyrule ones, like the newspaper side quest was my all-time favorite.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Side adventure that we had. But there was a couple where it was like, this is just kind of like people doing things in Hyrule that are completely unrelated to the Princess Zelda being missing stuff, and those were all so fun to do.
Oh,
Made
yeah.
the world feel very lived in.
Had a little bit of my gamer fuel, so I'm good to go. All right, great fairy. Let's see what exactly you need from me. Oh, we should probably buy more arrows because I've been contemplating the idea that if we manage to hit 4K before we run out of steam and stop streaming, I might try and pick a fight with a Gleeok because those are always fun, but I would definitely need more arrows for that.
True.
Hello, ma'am. Oh, right. Blah, blah, blah. She wants a flute. Okay. Great. Let's go get a flute. Oh yeah, once we get the second fairy, we'll be able to get the set bonus thing going. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mastro! Aha! I know that face. Yes, that's a face I know. Traveler, have you come to meet with another great fairy? Great fairy. Metal Gear. You would like to meet with the great fairy Kaisa? Perhaps you came here to visit Outskirts Stable. Yeah, I think. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Piper. Where the fuck is Piper?
I think.
Farron.
Oh, shoot, where was Piper?
Highland Stable. Okay.
Yeah.
Map. Alright, Farron. Have I? Not. Uh-oh.
That might be a little out of the usual. Because that's by
Starting a
the
blood moon,
horse
I
god,
can
I
hear
think,
it.
right?
I can hear that we're about to. Yeah, we haven't been to Farron yet. Which means I don't know which
I guess
one
there's
Highland
not a lot
Stable
of.
is.
I'm pretty sure Highland Stable is the one that's near the horse god.
Yeah, but I
Or
don't know
was
where
in the
he is
previous
yet.
game the horse god and is now not.
Okay.
like,
I think we're
A
just
little bit more
gonna.
to the left.
We're gonna go here, and then we're just gonna launch ourselves into space and look from there. Also, we're gonna let this blood moon play out just as a treat.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. It's got a firefly element. Maybe we should do a different one. Maybe we should do a different Great Fairy. We don't need Kaisa first. Some of these I remember being downright simple. In fact, let's do that right now. Right, so Kaisa was the one over there. Let's do this one.
Alrighty.
Stop playing the ominous backwards chords. I know the blood moon's coming.
They gotta, Red. They gotta. It's the programming.
All right, let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a Gleeok here too. That's fine. We can just avoid it. What could possibly go wrong?
Uh-huh.
All right, we're gonna put on some nice, tasty cold weather gear.
Everyone's favorite.
Mm-hmm. We gotta keep the guns out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where the? We're gonna get Ganondorf.
Oh, Ganondorf.
The pipes are calling. Hello, ignore that the world is on fire. I want Ganondorf. Take horse.
We want our big guy.
I
Our
want
big
Ganondorf.
special guy.
He is my best friend. Our bond is at its maximum. Ganon, just in the castle seething. The blood moon's taking so fucking long.
It's not respecting my time, the showmanship. Did you hear Matt Mercer's gonna be the keynote speaker at PAX Unplugged?
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Hey,
Give
Ganon.
Austin a
check
chance
this
to 1v1 fight another DM.
Know of the blood-stained moon
We make fun of him
shines
for it.
upon the
Austin is
land.
very respectful to other DMs
Yes.
and players.
The aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh.
There's a lot of sass that goes around in the D&D community,
Once again.
but it should be all in good fun.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, that was fun. Where the hell are the stable trotters? Guys, I was... Ganondorf? But I need you to knock it off. Okay, we're trying to get to the Great Ferry. It's on the other side of that Gleeok. I think we can make this work. Come on, Ganondorf.
I think I just completely gunned it on this one. I was just like, just sprint, take a wide berth, we'll get there.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We'll do the Golden Horse quest later. Wow, so majestic, so beautiful, so powerful. Me?
Eh?
Just trying to avoid running over any wildlife.
It's very respectful of you. If I'm on a horse in this game, it's a fucking free-for-all. You better get out your own way. I don't have any control over this horse.
Stop auto-saving. I pretend I do not see it. Alright, where are we? Aha! How do you like them apples, bud? Alright, we're good. I don't think he saw us.
Nice.
And if he did, that's a problem for future Red. I guess the easiest way to get the stable trotters up here would probably be to kill the Gleeok first.
You guys give them a wide berth too.
Oh, hold
I
on.
feel like they'll make it.
We can run somebody down in the name of justice.
Ah.
No, Ganondorf! Please! Haha, we did it! Now to collect our
Thanks.
reward from this grateful traveler. Alright, behave yourself. Hey, buddy. Ah, I've already saved you before, that's cool. I have no opinions on dragons at all, that's not weird. Okay, bye.
Blue and Cyan are no longer on the call to go do other things. Take some time. It's a girls' lunch now.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what we gotta do
Ooh.
for this one.
I'm getting that kind of tired when I know I didn't get enough sleep last night of like, I always call it bone tired in my brain. I don't know if that's descriptive enough, but it's just like, I feel my tired in my bones, you know?
I do in fact know what you mean. It's rough.
Mm.
Alright.
This is a busy time of year to be a video editor for YouTubers. People do a lot of big projects at the end of the year. Which
Yeah.
means Indigo does a lot of big projects at the end of the year.
Alright. Yeah, I had a day like that earlier this week. For reasons completely incomprehensible to me, like 3 days in a row, I woke up at the actual crack of dawn, which was not pleasant. And between that and going to bed around midnight, it was just a bad combination. And I had one day where I was like, oh, I'm the kind of tired where I know I can't, like, nap. I couldn't just fall asleep on command.
Yeah.
But I don't feel good.
It's what it is.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Have the stable trotters magically appeared yet? They fucking better. I'm gonna freaking lose it. Hello?
Hello?
Where are they?
Ma'am?
What's happening? Oh, Beetle. Hello, I need to buy all of your arrows, please. Ooh, fantastic. Nice. Ugh, Beetle. Okay. Let's get all the arrows. God. Everything is so expensive. Okay. And let's maybe sell some stuff.
Alrighty.
Maybe not. Nothing too crazy. Oh god, we have so many star fragments. You know what? Come back later. Alright, bye. Where the hell are the stable trotters? Oh, whatever. Let's see. You don't. No, you definitely. You don't have to go in a specific fairy order, right?
I don't know. I think you need, the thing is, like, the instrument of the person who is close to that fairy is not necessarily the one that that fairy wants to hear. Like,
Well, yeah, they are kind of
makes sense.
random. All right. Well, we can go to Farron. Do the original plan. Check out Highland Stable. You do? No, that's ridiculous. Okay. Farron
well,
region it is.
they're on region it.
That is bananas. Well, now people are disagreeing with each other.
We're gonna be playing either way, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad to check out Farron. There's stuff here I wanted to do.
Just have less progress.
Yeah. Alright. To the stratosphere. Whee! Oh yeah, Thunderhead Island is up here. Alright, we're gonna go to this island. We're gonna take a nice little look around. We're gonna see if we can spot any stables. It's gonna be great.
Everything's gonna be just fine.
Mm-hmm. Not a specific order. Then why weren't the stable trotters there? Maybe once you've started one, they won't let you do another one. It's like the kind of thing they might do. Ooh, there's fairies on this island.
I feel like this was a quest line where I did it in an order that maybe wasn't the one that was intended, and now I'm really sure I'm supposed to have done it, you know?
I'm willing to believe that they don't require that you do it in a certain order, but once you've already started one thing where it's like, oh no, we're missing this guy. I heard rumors of... Shit. Sorry. I accidentally whistled and scared the fairies off. Okay, there's still one on the other side that I didn't fuck up. This is fine. This is fine. I'm not mad. In fact, let's put on our stealth gear. Just to show how not mad we are. Hey, little buddy. Hey, little songbird.
Get on over here.
Fantastic.
Come
Okay,
in.
Farron Stables. Let's put on real clothes again. Perfect. Oh God, there was another one? What have I done? God damn it. All
They're
right.
very tricky.
It's fine. It's cool. It's chill. Is it Woodland Stables, maybe? Highland Stables? Whatever. There's got to be stables around here somewhere.
There's the two stables that are kind of down here. There's the ones that's like in the jungle, the one that in that sort of like valley, you know, the big field where they can do like the horse race thing. And I think they're talking about the horse racy one, but don't quote me on that.
Oh, let's see if we can infer.
Because that's the one where they do like the
Oh, the Farron
thing.
grasslands, like this
Yeah.
area. Okay,
Like, oh, yeah.
that does sound not inconceivable.
Like below Lake Hylia,
Yeah.
a little, I think on the other side of that river.
Yeah, that would make sense. Let's see. All right, we might need to travel overland a little bit to get there, but I think we got this. Now I know we need fireflies for this one, but I don't know if we have any.
Way to enter a room, cat. She came running in and then she like fell over herself.
Wow. Good
Talking
job,
the
Ziggs.
entire time. You wanna come up? Come here. She's here.
I believe in her. Oh boy. Whew. Just enough stamps.
You get that?
Yeah.
She did it.
Ooh, did you make a noise?
She did. I
I
don't know if it
missed
went
it.
through the microphone or not.
No.
You'll
I
get to meet.
feel like we're
You get to meet
what
Red
is
in person,
here.
and you can scream at her all you want.
I'm so excited to be screamed at by Ziggs.
Ah, man. You gotta go to the vet soon, but you don't know what that means. Time for your yearly checkup, Ziggy.
No.
I gotta call the vet and see if they have anxiety medication for you to take before you come.
Cats can have anxiety?
I think it's just like a thing to chill them out before they go to the vet. But
Oh.
the last time I took her, she got a bunch of vaccines, and she was very deeply unhappy. It took like 3 vet techs to hold Ziggy down to finish the vaccines out, and she doesn't have to get that this time. But I think that just like putting her in the carrier and taking her there makes her very angry with me. So they're like, oh, just call us next time. We can give you some like medication to chill her out a little bit before she goes to the vet.
Ah. Wow, that's pretty cool stuff.
If Ziggy lost any brain cells, chat, I don't think she's missing them. I
Ignorance
think
is
she's
bliss,
fine
as
with
they
her
say.
current state. Yeah. She's currently sitting on my lap, mushing her head into my elbow. I think she's okay.
Aw.
You're my most frequent movie-struck guest, Ziggy.
Let's see, sorry.
Nearly
said
every
stable.
episode.
Oh. Stable by the lake of the horse god. Yeah, I can make that work. Oh. Excuse me, lads. Didn't mean to intrude.
No. It was your season recently, Ziggy. Black Cat on Halloween.
Yeah.
It was your time to shine. It's your time of year.
What a beautiful time of year.
My boyfriend and I went to a couple Halloween parties, and for one of them we did Kiki and Tombo from Kiki's Delivery Service, almost exclusively because it was very easy, and also we did just sort of a built-in GG.
Incredible.
You don't talk. That I know about. This is a good question. If you had a pet and like they could just say one single thing, like one time once they're gonna say something, what's like the funniest? Or like what's the thing that you like, what's the situation where you want a pet to talk just once?
I think traditionally, no one will ever believe you is a good only thing to ever say.
I was gonna say it'd be very funny if Ziggy just yelled the F word once. She just...
Yes, that would be incredible.
Yeah, and then she never said a human word again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just one F-bomb and then we're out.
Found a well. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Whew. Ah, this seems correct. All right. I don't want to do the horse race. I just want to know where the flute guy is. Hey, Beetle. I also want to buy more arrows from you. Well, that would be a fun way for me to be almost completely out of money. That's okay, I'll just sell a bunch of stuff.
Eh. What's money for, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Oh,
Legend
God,
of
but we
Zelda
do need money
anyway.
to
I do
upgrade
have
our...
to pay rent soon.
Yeah. We do need money later to upgrade our armor. Oh, we have like so many opals. Nice. Let's get rid of a few luminous stones, you know. Just a few.
You'll want to buy the fireflies, the people are saying.
Ooh, that's a good point, yeah. I'm not selling the fairy. I don't remember how many of these we'll need, but my gut says something like 10.
Yeah, 10 to 20 sounds right.
God. Okay, cool. I think we're good. Oh, wait. No, I wanted to leave. Sorry. Bye, Beetle. Huh. Huh. Beetle's got a wonderful, ecologically friendly message. All right. Hello, person up this tree. Better come back here. I've got a fairy I need to impress. Bet you climbed up here with me for some good reason. Need something? Did you come to listen to my performance? You a stable trotter? You knew? Well, you see, there's this very... Whoa, the troop is touring again. That's great. But first I have something to do here. Can't go back to the stable trotters until I take care of it. I need to tell you what happened here. Yes, there was a fire. Ba-ba-ba. Yep, alright, we need more fireflies. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna get whatever shrine is around here. And then...
Kakariko's probably...
That's what I was thinking, yeah. Where the hell is the shrine? I can smell it. I can sense it. It cannot hide from me.
You cannot hide your shrines from me.
Yeah, exactly.
I have that sensor and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess we can just do that. Haha. Haha! I was correct. Just slide to the left. Alright. We can also trade in some of these spores. Sorry, lorbs for a heart container. Okay, and if this one looks too annoying, we'll just warp straight to Kakariko and then warp back.
You're also pretty close to the stable, where the big white horse is in this game.
Oh yeah.
If Ganondorf needs a buddy.
That's true, we should do that.
Zeldorf.
I believe I named it Not Zelda Sad Face in my original playthrough. Huh. What a puzzler that was.
Sometimes the puzzle just has to be hit things. There need
True.
to be some of these shrines for us little brain players. Ain't that right, Ziggy?
The littlest brain. Oh man. I've been starting a Columbo rewatch. I got through not the first episode exactly. There was like a TV movie pilot called Prescription Murder that came out 3 years before the rest of it. And then the first normal episode is called Ransom for a Dead Man, and that's the one I watched yesterday.
Yeah, I was watched a bunch of season 1 and 2 of that pretty recently. I had some work that was more preparatory, so I was able to go back to my old strat of watch a murder mystery or procedural in the background, and I've been doing a mix of Columbo and Midsummer Murders.
Ooh.
Which, Red, if you haven't seen any of Midsummer Murders, I think you would actually really like it.
I haven't, but that does
It's
sound
one of
cool.
the it's like it's one of the BBC murder mysteries, so it's a bit more. It's a bit more like the chill kind of, where it's all in these like small British villages, and they're like. My dad makes a joke of like, oh, they have the highest murder rate per capita in these small English towns because apparently they've got enough for multiple murders an episode quite often.
Right. It's like watching Murder, She Wrote, where it's like Jessica Fletcher.
Yeah.
Knowing Jessica Fletcher is the deadliest thing that you could possibly
Exactly.
do.
There's joke because in this one the there's been two guys who have played the detective inspector, and it's two different detectives, but both of them have a wife, and both of the wives are always heavily involved in their communities, and any given like watercolor painting class, drama club that they join is liable to inevitably be murdered, or the locale of the murder of the episode. But I think it's got similar like energy to a Columbo in terms of like chillness, and of the British murder mysteries, it's probably one of the more iconic ones. It's one I really like. But I think it's got like 20 something seasons. You know, they're BBC seasons, so they're like.
So it's like 3 episodes.
Yeah, it's like 4 to 6 episodes a season, but the episodes are like an hour and a half long, so there's some watchableness to it.
Alright, I'm not entirely sure what we're doing here. Okay, I think we got it. Maybe? Oh, that might not work actually. Ugh, it's fine, I got it. Yeah, I used to do Columbo as a background watch, but like it really benefits from paying attention because so much of it is like, you know, because Columbo's whole thing is like he seems to put together pretty much as soon as he arrives, like who did the murder and why.
It's fun watching some of the earlier seasons because they haven't quite gotten into the like swing of who Columbo is yet. So like there's a couple episodes where he isn't necessarily immediately aware of who did what and why, and you do get to kind of watch him become suspicious. And that tends not to happen as much in some of the later seasons.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of feels more like he. Well, I don't think I've ever seen one where he got by a red herring exactly. Like anytime the murderer tries to deflect onto somebody else, he'll always be like, "Oh, right, it won't let me do that." He'll always be like, "No, absolutely not. Come on, I know how this works."
Yeah. I just watched one where it's one of the, like, I think from the first season, a woman makes a call that she saw someone shot, and it's at this like military guy, like this retired general's house.
Oh yeah, I remember this episode.
Yeah, and that's one where Columbo shows up and doesn't immediately believe the woman, but it's very clear that he also doesn't immediately general's convenient explanations for everyone. And that's sort of the middle ground I think that some of season 1 operates in, where it's like, we haven't perfectly locked in yet that Columbo is going to pretty much immediately always kind of be onto the game at the very least. But I think they get the most ambiguous that they ever do in Columbo with some of that season 1 stuff. Ambiguous with as much of an asterisk on it as possible, because again, Columbo is the detective, and he always sort of has his slow putting together the evidence he needs to fill in the blanks for what he already knows kind of deal, which is also how the audience is watching the show, so that makes a lot of sense.
I do like it's never really in question, like, does he know? Sometimes it's like, when did he figure it out? I think there was one episode I remember where the killer, like, at the very end, like, asked him when Columbo, like, knew he was the killer, and Columbo's like, I knew straight away, and doesn't really explain why. He's just like, yeah, the vibes on that man were rancid. It might have been the Leonard Nimoy one, actually. But yeah, I don't know, I like it, because in Ransom for a Dead Man, there's this... He kind of does a lot of, like, putting things together for the benefit of his coworkers and the audience, because so the plot of Ransom for a Dead Man, for the folks at home, is that the killer of the week shoots her husband, dumps the body, and then through basically some highly advanced technology at the time of basically an answering machine that can make a call at a pre-recorded time and play a message, she makes it seem like her husband has been kidnapped, sends herself a ransom demand, has to liquidate a lot of her assets to dump the money, but basically this just gives her that much money, like, cash on hand to just have, which is pretty useful. And so they arrange the ransom drop, and then, oh no, her husband has been confirmed to be dead. What a tragedy. I guess the kidnappers got away with all the money. That's so sad.
Yes.
But the way she does it is she basically has a bag with all the money in it, and she's like, I'm going to fly over the location where they told me to drop the money and drop the bag of money out the window, and then they'll get the money, and everything will be great. And what she does instead is she swaps the bag full of money for an identical empty bag. And so when they find the empty bag, they're like, I guess they already got the money and then cleared out. And Columbo kind of looks at the bag a little bit puzzled. And, like, later he's like, it's just kind of weird to me that, like, they take the money out of the bag. They're in a rush. They're trying not to get caught, but they wouldn't take the bag. And they're like, well, they were probably, like, panicking or something, and he's like, yeah, I guess that must be it. And
so many of the villains covering their tracks, like the murderers, is very much like, well, I don't know, maybe whoever did this panicked. It's like,
and he's like, yeah, sure. And I like how, I see a firefly. Okay, good. So I'm trying to remember the next time he does something like that, because at one point they're like, we're driving back, are you going to come with? And he's like, no, I think I'm going to take a walk and clear my head. And what he does is he goes to, like, the changing room where she had briefly stowed the bag full of money, and, like, picks the lock on the locker to open it, and it's empty, and he looks visibly disappointed, which means, like, oh, okay, see, he knew, there had to be a second bag. He already knew that, but she'd already, like, gotten rid of it, so he, but it's kind of fun to see him put together what we've actually seen, go in hoping to find it and not being able to, and we just know exactly what's going on.
While we're on murder mysteries, I love a British murder mystery, but one that I really like that I think does not get enough attention is Death in Paradise is a show. It's all in these Caribbean islands, and, like, it's like this local police force and this British detective who comes in. But it has one of my all-time favorite transitions from leading detective to detective, where after the second season, the guy who plays the main detective leaves the show. For people who don't know, British TV contracts are much, much shorter than American TV contracts, so it's very, very common to have a lot of turnover in long-running British shows, which I think is very cool, because it means you get to see a lot of people play these leading actors. But rather than just have him be like, okay, guess I'm just gonna head back home now, he is the first murder of season 3. He's the first victim, and so the new detective coming in, you get, like, not only are all of the characters who did not leave the show get to deal with the ramifications of, this, like, guy who was very important to us has just been murdered, and we have to investigate his death. But also you get this new character kind of like thrown right into it because he has to navigate this like the immediate relationships of everyone around him, and it's like it's such a cool thing that you can only pull off if you really commit to what you're doing, and I love that for them.
Man, that's fun.
Also, Death in Paradise is just a very fun show. The second detective who comes in is the guy who plays the kid who goes to the U.S. in Love Actually, whose name I'm forgetting.
Huh.
And he's remarkably charming in this show compared to... He really pulls off the bumbling Hugh Grant thing without being Hugh Grant.
Oh, man. What else have I been watching? Oh, I've been getting through a lot of Twilight Zone. It's fun. I think it got a little bit, probably like a little bit worse by the time it hit season 5, because that was the last season that they had. And I think by that point, the twists were running a little bit thin. A lot of repetition, a lot of time loops, stuff like that. What was the thing I was thinking about? There was one. Well, there was one where. This astronaut is like all alone. His ship has crashed on an alien planet, but it turns out like he was sent here on purpose. Like he's a refugee, so like a cataclysmic war or something is wreaking havoc on his home world, which we assume is Earth because obviously. Then later he finds another girl, another person crashed on the planet. She's another woman from somewhere else. They don't speak the same language. The TLDR is that they are Adam and Eve, and they are they're like, we're going to call this planet Earth. So, and I feel like that's about the 4th time I saw a Twilight Zone episode where the premise was, you thought they were from Earth, but actually they were going to Earth.
Twilight Zone loves that shit.
Oh, yeah. Can't get enough. Oh god.
Now I'm just going through my like internal list of every murder mystery show I've ever watched, and the list is long and numerous. Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries is a great Australian show. It's like a it's like that period murder mystery kind of dealio, but with intrepid woman detective Miss Fisher, and everyone on that show is so hot. All of the Aussie actors came out in force for that one.
Where are they going? Alright, I think I know where to go. I need Hylian milk and wheat. I wish I could just give her the Sunderlions, and then she could make the porridge that she needs. But instead, I think I need to make the porridge for her, even though she's like, oh, I have plenty of rice and milk, and it's like, great, I don't!
Are you getting those Discord notifications, or am I?
Am I getting Discord notifications?
I keep hearing the sound go off, but I don't have any new messages.
Huh. I guess it must be me?
Huh. Whatever.
I'm not exactly getting pinged about it. There is, however, a siren going off near me. This is exactly what I wanted.
As is the way.
Alright. Where are the ring runes that they were talking about? I think they're up here. I will say the really funny thing about watching through Twilight Zone is spotting all the Star Trek actors before Star Trek was a thing.
Yeah. That's how I feel watching Criminal Minds with just like because there's so many Star Trek alumni that have like one-off guest star roles on Criminal Minds episodes. They just keep popping up. And the same thing with like NCIS. They're just like, yeah, we'll just throw anyone on here. So if you were in a show in the 70s or 80s and you want to be on a episode of, if you want to be someone who commits a murder, like you can come be on the show for an episode, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, William Shatner was like 2 different victims of the week in Twilight Zone. George Takei is in an episode that like wasn't allowed to be shown for like 50 years because it was talking on complex. I talked about this one of the other streams we did, but I'm trying to remember who else has been, because it's so many people and it's so funny.
Yeah.
The 2 different William Shatner appearances were the surprise, though, because like everyone talks about the episode where he's in the plane. You know, there's the dude on the wing. There's the thing. You know the one.
Oh yeah.
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 It's notorious. It's pretty good
The one that
episode.
gets spoofed in the spooky door in Futurama. I know what you're talking about.
It's a pretty good episode, and he's not that bad in it. I feel like I'm damning with faint praise, but you know, this is William Shatner we're talking about. For the love of God, people. Guys, he's right behind you. Wow, you guys really are all
Killer
talk,
was in the house the whole time. Thoughts on Mutant Mayhem, the TMNT movie? Absolutely loved it. It was such a fun little movie, and I was sad that it came out in the middle of the strike because I could not constantly rave about it. But as a big Turtles fan, excellent. No notes. I thought it was extremely fun, and I loved the animation style.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard the exact same thing.
Yeah, I saw it in theaters. Me and my boyfriend made it a point because he was like, "Nah, we gotta go do our turtle duty." It was a really fun in theater watch because it did very much feel like going to a movie when I was a kid in a lot of ways. Like, it's not doing anything that is so outstandingly deep or nuanced that like a 10-year-old could not enjoy and understand it, but it did everything extremely well. And the teens they had playing the turtles were so much more charming than I thought they were going to be, and I'm glad they let them just kind of be teens and like do little teen things in the booth improv, and I think it really paid off. So
Nice.
it's a fun time. And again, like the art stuff for the animation, I think that it looks like a teen doodled it on the side of their notebooks in the most perfect way, and I think that's an excellent use of the 3D doing 2D thing. Because this was I liked Puss in Boots: The Last Wish a lot, and I think it looks very good, but I don't know that the art style felt purposeful to the movie that it was in necessarily. Like, it just kind of just felt like this is the new trend in animation, and so let's prove that we can do this very well, and like that's not a bad thing. But it did feel like the TMNT art style, the Mutant Mayhem art style, was chosen very specifically to be like, this is an intentional artistic choice that is not only utilizing these new techniques that are kind of all the rage, but is also in pursuit of setting the tone and establishing the type of story that we're watching, and is very closely tied to what this specific movie is, which is why I think it works so well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that there was a little bit more intentionality in the Puss in Boots: The Last Wish visual style, but I think you're correct that it wasn't doing anything that we hadn't seen other movies do at the same time. Like, it does some very cool stuff with the way it plays with the frame rate, but like Spider-Verse did that first. Like when Puss in Boots gets caffeinated, they start animating on 2s instead of on 1s, which I thought was pretty funny. Makes it feel a little bit more frenetic. Where the hell is the person I was trying to help out?
Yeah, I guess like I don't think that they're doing anything wrong in the movie necessarily. And it looks great, right? But I just feel like because the TMNT art style is very specifically chosen to give you the idea that a teenager created this, and I don't think that there was anything about the Puss in Boots art style that gave me any sort of information or idea of who the story was for or by. In a way, like, I don't think that they necessarily misused any techniques or did anything poorly. The movie looks fantastic, and like you said, they very adeptly adapted the techniques that have been pioneered by like Spider-Verse and other similar like 3D do 2D flicks of late. But I was just notably impressed with how Mutant Mayhem was able to kind of like further build on that and make it their own.
Yeah, that makes sense. Lines up with what I've seen about it. I just want some fucking having milk and rice. Where the hell is this happening? Maybe this one will have it?
Are we hyped for Dune Part 2?
God damn, I'm so hyped for Dune Part 2.
Everyone's gonna keep saying desert power at me again. I'm gonna watch it on another airplane.
Hey, Duke Leto's dead, alright? He's probably not gonna say it.
He might not, but that doesn't mean someone won't.
It's true. I would be shocked if Paul said it more than, like, once.
It's just such a silly phrase. I know it's from the book or whatever.
Yeah, I was also surprised at that. Anyway, I don't have any goddamn milk or rice. I feel like she said, like, oh, a person was traveling around selling them. Very useful. Anyway. I'll figure it out. And then we can go back to Piper. And then we can get the ferry. And everything will be chill. We're going to need to stay another day anyway, because I only got, like, 3 fireflies.
Yeah, I don't know. The one thing, like, I went freelance a little over a year ago. Yeah, I've been doing my own thing, and one of the cool things about that has been that I get to work on a lot of projects that I really like and demand a little bit more attention, but, like, are very cool and, like, develop my own stuff. But the trade-off of that is that when I did work for a pharmaceutical company for a year, I could very easily just like put on Criminal Minds and get through 3 seasons in a workday because I just had it on the background while I was like laying in PowerPoint slides, and I do miss that a little bit of like Indigo's consumption of procedurals has dramatically decreased since I've actually had to pay attention to the work I was doing.
Yeah. Nope. We want west. Okay. But yeah, the downside of having to pay attention to everything you do means it dramatically cuts down the background work.
Yeah, I miss my background information.
Yeah, I also like. I was surprised at how much more stuff I started seeing when I just had like, because I've talked about, you know, Pluto TV is basically just like cable, but again and free. It'll just kind of show what it's showing, and you know there are different channels, and just kind of having that on is significantly. This feels like I'm fucking like rediscovering facts that everybody knows, but I didn't grow up with cable TV. I very rarely got to watch like TV in general. It was just like, oh, we have these DVDs, you get to watch those. But like the amount of just pop culture consumption you can get just by having something going and being like, oh, they're playing like Highlander, that's cool, I'll watch a few episodes of that.
I watched 30 minutes of Rush Hour 2 the other night just because it was kind of on.
And that means like you don't, you know, because in the current age of streaming, you need to seek out everything you watch, which means you kind of already need to know that like you want to watch it. And that is not how, you know, TV watching used to work.
No.
And it works pretty well for me to just be able to be like, wow, I wonder what's going on there. Oh, that's neat. So yeah, I've been occasionally catching episodes of Highlander the series. It's very silly.
I do very similar things because whenever I'm driving, rather than put on like a playlist, I do just kind of still go to the radio as my default because it's the only way that I've ever really consistently been able to discover new music is because things will start to play on the radio and I'll find a band I like and yada yada yada. And I miss that when I don't have because I live in a city and I don't own a car, so if I don't have the occasion to be driving very often, I miss that discoverability. And with movies and TV, it's even harder. Although I feel like I'm not, you know, Pluto TV is usually just me leaving on the Jeopardy channel, if I'm being completely honest, most of the time.
That's completely fair. But yeah, no, that's it's definitely a big factor. And God damn it, having to seek out stuff to watch intentionally is obviously probably better because like switch your brain off and just watch TV is not like good, you know. But but in terms of just getting kind of a broad feeling of like what's going on, or like, oh, I haven't seen this before, or oh, so that's what that show is like. For nerd homework, it is perfect. It's great.
It's also good because I would use Star Trek as a background show a lot of the times, and they do have All Star Trek channel, which will just randomly play episodes, and that's nice because then I don't have to think about picking which episode I'm going to start with and like throw on in the background.
Absolutely, and because they have 2 of them, I can switch between. I think currently they've got
original series and usually one of the 3 from the TNG-ish era. Usually their MO.
One of the channels has been switching between the original series and TNG. The other Trek channel has been showing Voyager on loop. They had 1 month where they were showing DS9 and it was beautiful, and now they're back on Voyager. Nothing wrong with that. I'm enjoying it, but after seeing DS9 I'm like, oh boy, yeah, early Voyager is kind of hard to watch.
I think of the 3, like I'm a Voyager apologist in that I think it's probably one of my favorites of the 3. I think TNG is the best starting point for Trek as a whole, just period, but like I love so many things about Voyager, even as it is doing so many things so many worse than DS9. I know, I get why people like DS9 the most of those 3. I understand it, and there's a lot of things about it that I love. Dr. Julian Bashir is probably my favorite Star Trek character of all time. Fun. But like, I like him so much. But there's something about Voyager that I just love, and I think that something is Janeway probably.
Yeah, I agree. Man, she's just so fucking fun. I've seen it. I don't know. This is not discourse I caught at the time, but I understand that she catches some flack for periodically making some like morally dubious decisions, and I'm like, yeah, that's what makes her fun to watch.
Yeah,
there's the right way, the wrong way, and the Janeway, baby.
She doesn't have the like moral armor of your Kirks and your Picards of like, we are the guy in charge of the Enterprise and therefore decisions must be the most Star Trek upstanding. Like Voyager is like, no, they're in a very desperate situation, and she has to ensure the survival of everyone on board that ship. She's gonna make some questionable decisions sometimes, and we all get to see what happens. And I think that that's so cool.
I think the weakness of some of the writing in Voyager is that the character writing sometimes got a little shaky in the later seasons. Like things get planted and not get to be paid off. And I understand this was an actual like complaint that some of the writers had. It was like they would be like, "Hey, what do you think this character would react to this situation with?" And then they'd just be like, "I don't fucking know, do whatever," which isn't great. But when it works, it really works. It's so fun. And I think the fact that like they'll just like drop Janeway in a situation and be like, "What are you gonna do?" And it'll be like, "Well, obviously the most self-sacrificing thing possible." And it's so fun. I was watching it with my sister, and like there were a few times we just made so many jokes about like the real Janeway would never pass up an opportunity to die.
Voyager has like the thing that I think I really like about it too, besides the fact that I absolutely adore Janeway and would stare at her on the screen anytime she was on. But like, like the thing that Voyager does interesting is that the ship is in its own way constantly in a state of peril because it is so many millions of light years away from home, right? Like there is an overarching existential kind of threat to them that they have to constantly be thinking about and dealing with, and then also like regular Star Trek things keep happening to them. They find Amelia Earhart or whatever the fuck.
Amelia Earhart in space, the 37s.
And I think that like kind of background anxiety makes for some really interesting choices that they don't get to do on the shows that have to maintain some sort of stability. Like there has to be, the Enterprise is going to do adventures, but ultimately like the state of the Enterprise is going to be one of relative safety. And like DS9, they get a little bit more funkier with it because they've got some political unrest and stuff, but ultimately like the station is going to be fine, right? Like that is never really necessarily 100% a guarantee in Voyager. Like at some point the show is going to end and they're going to either made it home or not, and like you don't really know when you watch it for the first time which one of those it's going to be, which is why, although I think early Voyager is not the best of it, it definitely gets better as it goes on. You get 7 of 9, you get
7 of 9 is honestly the show is worth it just for her.
She's the so women of Voyager really make it is kind of the takeaway.
There are a lot of very
B'Elanna, right? Like
I think the thing is like the guys of Voyager are all kind of stamped from the same mold except for like Tuvok and Neelix. And it's not bad. They're perfectly serviceable, but they don't get to do a whole lot. And then you've got like B'Elanna. She's like Worf, but if Worf had issues about his Klingon heritage rather than wholeheartedly embracing it. We've got 7 of 9, the most internally tormented character they could come up with. And I love how she's like basically she's very, very logical, but she's completely incorrect about herself all the time. She'll be like, "I'm not going to do this. I have a perfectly logical justification for why I don't want to." And then Janeway will be like, "I think you're deeply traumatized by your terrible experiences and you're trying to avoid them because it's a perfectly reasonable thing for you to be feeling." And she's like, "No, that's stupid." And then like 3 episodes later, she's like, "So you were right." It's such a fun dynamic of like, Captain Janeway will occasionally, like, because 7 of 9 is introduced with another patented Janeway maneuver of, like, Janeway's going to do a thing that maybe isn't 100% the morally correct thing to do, but it's going to turn out to be the right move, which is, you know, for the folks at home, when they meet 7 of 9, she is fully a Borg drone. They disconnect her from the collective when she inevitably betrays them, and then they're like, well, fuck, she's gonna die if we don't, like, give her medical treatment, but right now she wants to go back to being a Borg, so we're gonna need to either violate her medical autonomy, or let her die, or let her go back to being a Borg, and none of those are really good options, and Janeway's like, alright, violate her medical autonomy, I'm the captain, what I say goes. And basically, 7 of 9 spends the entire episode basically philosophically debating her about whether Janeway is in the right to forcibly separate her from the collective and restore her individuality, when at present that's not what 7 of 9 wants. And then the entire rest of the show is like, yeah, she didn't want that, but then when she was essentially deconditioned and, like, you know, had her individuality restored, she was like, oh, this is better than the only thing I've known since I was like 6. It's like, you know, it's like unconditioning someone who's been stuck in a cult, kind of. It's like, well, she didn't want that to happen, but now that it has happened, she really doesn't want to go back. So,
and And then you get Janeway, who is herself, a captain, which is interesting in of itself. But like you're saying, she makes the morally questionable choices because the circumstances of the show allow her to kind of override the Star Trek, prime directive, like, is the most important thing. Like, because no, it's not the most important thing for them. They need to survive. They need to get back. And I like that the show especially makes it a point to show how aware Janeway is of her position of power on occasion. Like, we can make fun of the holodeck episodes where she goes and has like a Welsh boyfriend all we want, but
Irish, but yes.
or Irish or whatever. But like, it's a very interesting idea of like, yeah, she's a captain and they could all be stranded on this ship for potentially generations, and like it's important that she is able to make decisions and not necessarily get involved with her crew on the personal level in the way that someone who is captain of a space station where people are coming and going and there is relative like peace, or like a ship like the Enterprise where like, okay, it's probably going to be the same crew for a while, but people can change assignments and stuff. We're not completely isolated. I don't know. It's
no, you're absolutely right.
I think
Voyager basically gets slung completely out of the protection of the Federation, and while they, Janeway will repeatedly be like, okay, look, we're kind of in uncharted territory, but we are going to try to uphold the Prime Directive as much as we can, because, we are sort of the Federation's envoy into this quadrant, even if that wasn't, what we wanted to do or are supposed to be doing. Which is why it's such a huge turning point in, like, I think season 5, when they managed to make contact with the Federation, and basically the Federation is like, oh my god, you're alive, we're so happy, we're trying to get you home, hang in there, we're all, we're rooting for you. And it's like, man, that is powerful. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good shit.
It's good
shit.
shit.
The hologram doctor. I hold the doctors are 99% of the time they're the best part of any Star Trek show. You get Bashir, you get Bones, you get the hologram doctor. I even really like Dr. Crusher and oh my god, what's her name? I feel so bad that I'm blanking on it.
Which
comes
series?
In after, TNG after Crusher leaves early on before she comes back.
Oh, I remember her, but she doesn't stay long, right?
She doesn't stay super long, but she's kind of fun while she's there.
She's alright. She's mean to Data, so she's
mean to Data, which is unfortunate. But it's fun to have kind of a combative member of the crew, given that everyone is so very like harmonious for the most part in TNG,
true,
other than the episode specifically needs them to have conflict.
Alright, I think that's enough grabs.
Star Trek doctors are great.
Yeah,
they're always the best part of the show.
I think the emergency medical hologram is in this interesting position where his own character arc is sometimes sacrificed for everybody else's, and vice versa, because sometimes you'll have episodes that are like, oh wow, the emergency medical hologram has the rights of a person, and that's awesome and cool. And then sometimes it'll be like, Janeway deleted part of the doctor's memory because he was having an existential crisis and it was inconvenient, which was probably the correct captaining decision, but not great for the person who was like, yeah, I support the hologram's right to choose his life trajectory.
Yeah.
And then also there are a few situations where they'll be like, the way we solved this episode is we made a bunch of sacrificial holograms and let the threat of the weak kill them. And it's like, cool. And then the doctor will be like, I, a completely normal hologram, have developed sentience, autonomy, and a desire for rights. And it's like, cool, what about all the other holograms? Have we created a horrible, horrible situation? Dr. Pulaski.
Pulaski.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that, like, Voyager, it's the most, like, crapshoot. Like, you get an episode and you don't know what you're gonna get. It might be good, it might be very bad. But when it's good, it's so good. Whereas with DS9, I could pretty consistently trust that most of the episodes would be good, and then very occasionally they'd do something very stupid. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I like Cisco, but I think he as a captain never quite clicked for me, and that's why I think part of DS9 never, like, cause a lot of Trek for me is just like, well, how much do I like the captain of any given show? Because
in that case, Janeway wins.
The tone setting. Janeway wins hands down, right? That's the thing.
Well, because she's the most interesting. Like, I think that the thing is, Kirk is very generic, and also, let's be real, the writing in that show is consistently very bare bones. And also, Kirk is the most boring element of the trio of main characters of that show. Basically, he's kind of got to be the base that the others get to be, like, spicy about. You know, he's got to be the thing that they seem weird in comparison to. And then Picard is like, what's up? I'm piloting the flagship of the entire fleet in the safest part of Federation space. I mostly do diplomacy and occasionally architecture. And he like threatens to have a character arc when, you know, he gets briefly borged, and that's interesting. And there are long-term ramifications of that, and it's awesome. But he kind of doesn't have time to have a character arc because he's got to be captain.
Right.
And then Cisco is, I think he's like the rare Star Trek character that is has a good dad and is a good dad and is such a good dad that he like saves the other characters around him from their multitudinous daddy issues. But like overall, his main conflict is like, oopsies, I'm accidentally a religious figure for this alien race that we're trying to be supportive of without, you know, taking over. And boy, the potential for bad things to happen here is through the roof, but I'll do my best. And the fact that sometimes he has to make decisions as Captain Cisco and sometimes he has to make decisions as Space Jesus is a very fun thing to explore.
Yeah.
But
There's
then you
a
get
lot of cool
Janeway.
things happening.
Yeah. I think the thing is, like, because Janeway's kind of out in the Wild West, and her number one priority is getting all of her crew home safe, she's under a lot more consistent pressure from more random directions, and thus can show off more sides of her character than most of the other captains, who kind of have to act consistently captainly. Which I think makes her... Again, like, most of the complaints people have about her are things that, like, make her a deeply interesting character to follow along, because she routinely gets put in very rough decisions, and then has to make a decision, and then stand by them, because she's the captain. Alright, where the hell are all these fucking fireflies? There were, like, 1 million last night, and now they're all gone. I only took, like, 3! Ooh, someone asked thoughts on Garrick.
I love Garrick.
I love
He's just a
Garrick,
simple
too.
tailor. I mean, what's not to love? I'm sure his fashions are very fun in the Star Trek world. No, as a unapologetic Bashir stan, Garrick is also a character that I like quite a lot because often they interact in very fun and interesting ways.
Yeah. The very first episode of DS9 I saw was The Wire, which is the one where Garrick's like spy past comes back to bite him like so strongly, and basically the entire episode is him just lashing out and trying to push Bashir away, and Bashir being like, nope, I'm the doctor, you're my patient, let's do this. Which is just peak, but I was like, boy, this is probably the most overtly gay Star Trek thing I've ever seen. And when I mentioned to my dad that, like, I'd caught an episode of DS9 and it was remarkably gay, he was like, oh, with the doctor and the, yeah. I was like, oh, so it's like that level of known by the fans.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I like that every Trek series has to have the one recurring holodeck program or, like, the thing that they're really into. Like, you know, like, TNG's got Holmes for Data, and then Deep Space Nine's got Bashir's gonna do some James Bond shit, and maybe Garrick's there this time, and whenever he is, it's great.
It's very cute that Bashir's, like, main quirk is that he likes spy thrillers and wishes he were a spy, and then meanwhile he just hangs out with Garrick all the time. But, like, the thing is, he knows, the episode where they meet, he, like, immediately runs into, like, the control center and is like, oh my god, you guys are never gonna believe who talked to me. It was the spy! You know, the Cardassian spy we all know about. And they were like, oh, that's so exciting. God damn it, where are all these fucking fireflies? This is the worst.
You'll get there.
I'm losing my mind. Do I need to go to Hateno? I know they have fireflies sometimes. Quark is also great, but I'll be honest, of all the characters, I think the one that I found the most, like, deceptively interesting was Odo. Because he tries so hard to be the most, like, generic, bland, like, beige personified, and oopsies, the entire plot is hooked into his tragic backstory. It's rough being the D&D character where the campaign is hooked into your secret origins.
Yeah, I never really liked Odo, just, like, I the vibes were not my favorite, but, like, I think he serves an important function in the show. I do like whenever Troy's mom shows up.
Oh, god damn it.
But in Deep Space Nine, when
She's
shows
alright
up,
in
she hangs out with
DS9.
Odo, and it's fun. It's the same way, like, I like Q more in Voyager because him and Janeway have a much more interesting kind of back and forth than I think he does with, like, Picard, right? Like,
That's true. He can at least be
And
more
then he shows up in-
overtly flirtatious with her.
not even like that, but just like she's like, I have to teach this man how to be a good parent is like most of the thrust of his appearances in Voyager, where like in TNG showing up, it's like, okay, well, I guess I gotta mess with Picard for an episode.
Yeah.
Or like Deep Space Nine, he shows up and Cisco's just like, I will punch you if you
Yeah,
do
he
not
just
get off
punches
my
him in the face. He
PlayStation."
looked so mad, too. I do
he's like,
really
"This
like.
is bad."
I love.
I like
how-
that they all have their different reactions to it.
Yeah, that's the fun part because Q is so consistently annoying, and I love how every captain has a completely different vibe about it, and it's very funny to me. So there's a few episodes of Voyager where Q shows up, and of them that I've seen, in one of them he's like, there's like a civil war happening in the Q continuum, and but like your feeble mortal mind can't conceive of it, so from your perspective it's basically a civil war reenactment. Which was very funny because like the number of like romantic fan fiction tropes he put in that, like he gets dramatically wounded and then Janeway needs to like take care of him, and I was like, oh, your mind can't comprehend what's truly happening, but I put you in this really nice dress. Here's my like open shirt, I guess. I don't know. He's not slick. I just thought it was very funny. All right, we're getting there. I don't like how some of these fireflies are real and some of them are particle
Just
effects.
little animation things. Yep. It's frustrating.
God damn it, I can sense them. There's another real one over there. Ugh. I also think that as far as the captains go, Janeway has some pretty high highs. Like,
Yeah.
no, where'd they go? Shit, it's 4 a.m. I think that he spawned. God damn it, Piper.
I feel like too I don't want to discount any of the newer treks. I've seen like bits and pieces of a lot of the newer stuff. Lower Decks is probably my favorite new thing that I've seen because it does very much feel like, and I'm not the first person to say this, but it feels like a Trek show made by Trek fans. Like there's a lot of love for just sort of the wider world of Star Trek in that show that I think is very charming. But I feel like that era of like TNG, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, it's not only the most well-known part of Star Trek, but it is like probably the most popular overall, and I think across every single fan. I don't necessarily think that that means it's like the be-all and end-all of what Star Trek could be, but it's probably the most accessible point in the greater franchise.
Sorry, which one are we talking about?
I'm just saying, like, it's, I don't think either of us have seen too much of the newer like the
Oh,
newer
I
treks
see.
after.
The newer ones, yeah.
Yeah, which like I've seen bits and pieces here and there of stuff, and everything I've seen for the most part I've liked, but we tend to talk about the trio of 90s 80s treks more so than anything else.
The nerd homeworks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's the new ones. I mean, the Abrams Trek ones were a little bit of an inverted bell curve quality wise.
And a lot of people have really liked Picard. I mean to go through and watch that.
I've seen mixed feedback on Picard. I think a lot of it does benefit from TNG nostalgia, and if you don't have that, you're kind of going to be a little bit lost. Where the fuck? I remember them before, and now I don't remember where they were. This is driving me up the friggin' wall. I'll take that, though. But yeah, I don't know. I think that it, just by virtue of them being older and like there being a little bit of like values dissonance in places and stuff like that, it can be a little bit harder to get into like the oldest Trek. I don't recommend TOS to people who aren't doing nerd homework out of the curiosity of it.
Yeah, it like I grew up watching the original series like with my dad and stuff, so I have nostalgia for it in that way. Obviously, show was originally airing, but
Yeah.
nostalgia for still having watched it young. It would never be the starting point I would recommend if someone was trying to get into Star Trek, just because it is not the most accessible point of any Trek media.
No, definitely not. I think it is interesting, but it is inaccessible, and boy, it is so funny to just get blindsided by like what I really like and respect about Trek as a series is that they are always trying so hard to envision the best possible future they can think of for humanity. It is always, by the standards of the time, unbelievably progressive. Like a lot of that in TOS gets lost because a lot of it is stuff that either we've collectively changed our opinions on or things that we don't notice as progressive anymore. So just like the number of people on the main bridge who were like the fact that Chekhov is Russian was a huge deal at the time, that kind of thing. And But the thing is, there will also be random moments where you'll just hear Kirk and Bones are talking about Scotty is having a little romance with a yeoman, and Bones will just casually be like, well, she is a woman. It's inevitable that eventually she'll find a nice man, settle down, and leave Starfleet to raise a family. And it's like, oh yeah, this did come out in the 60s.
Yeah.
Or they'll be dealing with an alien force, this bodiless entity that's been hanging out with the time displaced creator of the warp drive, and the universal translator will give it a female voice, and they'll be like, whoa, this bodiless existential alien being is a woman, that's crazy. And Kirk will be like, well, as we all know, male and female are universal constants. And it's just what it's interesting. That's what I'm not trying to criticize. I think it is so fascinating to see how the cutting edge of progressiveness has changed over the last several decades, and where our understanding of this we can push the envelope on, but these things are facts of the universe have changed over time as we get a better understanding of people and stuff like that.
Not to completely derail it, but the chat is saying that fireflies won't respawn until the next blood moon.
What?
Ways back in chat. I gotta scroll down.
Oh god. All right. But
I mean, you could go further afield to look for them.
This is a wetland, right? Fireflies like wetlands. Oh boy. But yeah, I don't know. I think that TOS is very interesting, just as a look into what the standards of the time were that were being subverted and what was invisible. Because that's huge about this kind of thing. You need to be able to notice something in your own society to be able to purposefully subvert it in writing, and a lot of things are just invisible until they get attention drawn to them. All right, where the fuck are more fireflies? What am I doing?
Yeah. I feel like this is a thing that came up because when I was watching all the Oscars Best Picture winners in order, right? The thing that comes up with those sometimes is you get old movies from times when different values were considered front of mind or acceptable, and the one that particularly stuck with me and I think was an interesting case study for why it's important to go back and watch older media was From Here to Eternity, which is a movie about a military base on a Hawaiian island in World War II, and you get to guess which one it was, and it's not revealed until the very last scene of the movie. It's Pearl Harbor. It's basically the base before the thing. But in it, Frank Sinatra plays an Italian-American soldier, and he is, over the course of the film, people will call him slurs. He is nearly beat up, and eventually he dies in prison by being brutally beat by one of his superiors, who is blatantly anti-Italian. And that is... Jeez. Look, I'm Italian-American. I would not say that I experience racism today in any way, shape, or form, or any discrimination based on... But it's interesting to go back and see, no, things were different at a different time, and, what people were concerned about was different, and this would have been important at this point in history because this would have been an issue that was at the forefront. And I think that there's a lot of worth in going back to older things and with the acknowledgement of there were different things that were at the forefront of people's minds, and it's important that we acknowledge that and learn from it, because I don't think the lesson from there needs to be, well, Italians experienced racism. I don't think that's the takeaway. I think the takeaway is people are capable of being cruel to any group that they perceive as outsiders, and it's important that we recognize that we are all people who are deserving of respect and care, and not give in to this impulse to be fearful or hateful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of learning from that you can do, and I think that was a good case today because it's very... I don't know, I'm starting to ramble at this point.
No,
going back to old things and learning from them is a worthwhile... Same way that going back to old Trek and being oh, they had different things that they believed or were very preoccupied with than we do, and you get that same kind of perspective clash.
Yeah, I think that you can learn a lot from what the past vision of the future was, but also there are oh man, my dad was actually just telling me about this. He brought along as some light reading on a trip a bunch of Aristophanes' works, because my dad is probably the least surprising nerd that I know. And he was telling me that while they are comedies and they're not written to be historical accounts, you can learn a lot about the historical context of the time just based on the invisible assumptions made in those plays. Because, you know, they are comedies, but you can't make a joke without subverting something the audience is already expected to know about. So a lot of comedy will include within the setup an innate understanding of how the culture is arranged, like what kind of things just appear in daily life. A lot of little details, like I think one of the examples he gave was I think, and again, don't quote me on this, that it was like you could sort of make a living by serving on juries in Athens, and for a lot of older men that couldn't work, this was an easy way for them to just sort of make a living and, you know, continue to pick up some cash. So you just get juries that were almost entirely manned by like old dudes who did this kind of as their job. And that's a fun little detail that wouldn't be noted in a historical account because it wouldn't be important for the historical account, but you get it from just the jokes and the punchlines in this thing that's not at all designed to be giving you that information. There's fireflies in the Great Sky Island. Oh, you know what? Let's just find Beetle at another stable. What am I doing?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
This is
No,
one
I
of the
think
most
it's a
interesting
very-
things about engaging with a story that is from a different time and or a different place is that in the things that jump out to you that seem invisible to the writer and the characters, you will be able to see interesting things about the differences between the context you are familiar with and the context the story was created in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a similar conversation that goes on around horror media. Horror is very, and I'm not the first person to say this, but there's this sort of accepted critical and academic lens of like horror is the perfect consolidation of showing what someone is anxious about or what a society at the time is anxious about. And some of it to different degrees of others, but like using other genres than just a straight academic text or more of a like straight drama to demonstrate the way that a society thought and lived is a really powerful tool and makes that kind of learning very accessible long term. I cause, like, you know, like you're saying with comedy, like I feel like a modern reader or listener or whatever it is more likely to go on and learn something from a comedy inadvertently than to necessarily seek out a much drier drama or a much drier like academic text. So there's a lot of like powerful learning that can happen with this kind of like analysis.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, this one doesn't have fireflies. All right, Beetle. Next
Damn.
Beetle.
Next
Find me
Beetle.
another Beetle.
Have either of us watched Fiona and Cake?
No.
No. I've kind of missed the Adventure Time boat when it was coming out. I know people really like I'm sure it's great, but I didn't feel too much of an impulse to go and jump in now.
Yeah, same deal for me. I couldn't get into the art style when I was the target audience for it, and after that, I stopped being the target audience for it. Where the hell is this? Okay, I got it. We're good. Whew.
Chat says that he sells fireflies in the southern parts of the map.
Well, we'll try this one just in case. Whoop, excuse me, fellas. Astounding. All right. Beetle. Where are you? There he is.
Oh, Beetle.
I found him. Fancy meeting you here.
Ha 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 ha. 'Tis I.
What have you got? Show it to me. Great. Well, we tried. All right, bye, Beetle.
It was worth a try.
All right, southern part of the map?
I guess any of the stables down south. South a ways.
Sooth.
Sooth.
Okay. Whew.
guys go beat up a bunch of bokoblins in an attempt to get them to the blood moon to happen.
Maybe. I think there are ways I could overtax the switch to force one, but I would rather not speedrun strat my way through. Alright, Beetle, where are you? Where are you, you beautiful man? Aha! I see you. Fancy meeting you here, sir. You sure do a lot of traveling, impossibly quickly.
It's my boy, the bird.
You lied to me. Alright, well, cool. This beetle is out of luck as well. I feel like we're Truman showing him a little bit. Like, alright, quick, turn around really fast before they've reset it. Well, it has been a day. Maybe this beetle will have reset by now. Oh, boy. Where have we been going? Oh, yeah, we're fine. A mere 4.5 hours. Okay, let's see. But yeah, I think watching, like, classic sci-fi is just a very interesting exercise a lot of the time. Especially if you're interested in writing in those genres or, like, analyzing them. Knowing where they came from can be hugely helpful. This isn't even directly related, but I recently caught the 70s Poirot movie version of Murder on the Orient Express, which I hadn't seen before. I'd read it, but I had not seen this movie. I had, however, seen the Kenneth Branagh movie. And having now seen this movie, I realize why the Kenneth Branagh movie was like that in a lot of ways. Because I hadn't realized, but it was clearly, like, in conversation with this adaptation. It was trying to do something that this one didn't do to a certain degree, or vice versa. Okay, I think we might be good if we get all of these. Oh, we only need one. Perfect. So, basically, the Kenneth Branagh Murder on the Orient Express, like all of the Kenneth Branagh Poirot movies, adds a lot more action. God damn it, Beetle. I mean, sorry, everything's fine. We like Beetle here. Beetle's great. They all add action. They add gunfights. They make Poirot tall and handsome and an action star, even though he walks with a cane. It's fine. The thing is, the 70s Poirot movie version is just a straight adaptation of the book. It is correct. And in fact, what it does is it uses the medium of movies to make the book a little bit easier to understand, which it wasn't the most when I read it. I was pretty young, but still, there's a lot happening and a lot of red hair. Basically, the book is entirely composed of red herrings in a certain way. And the big explanation for, like, how it happened, it's kind of a lot. It's like, in the movie, it's a 30-minute monologue, basically. It's like that level of what we're dealing with. Where's Haiti? Is that her? Nope, that's somebody else. So, the thing is, basically, when I saw this movie, I was like, wow, I think this is the first time I've ever completely understood the plot of Murder on the Orient Express. And a lot of it works as well as it does because of that comprehensiveness and that simplicity. And then the Poirot one is like, no, we gotta get everybody off of this train. We need an action chase scene. There needs to be at least one gun. There's no guns in the book. We need to put a gun in this movie. And then in Death on the Nile, there's one gun in the book. There are 3 guns in the movie. He always has to add more gun than there was in the book. And a crucial part of the book and the 1970s movie version of Murder on the Orient Express is that Poirot at the end kind of concludes, like, all right, here's what I think happened. And that is what happened. He figures out what happened. But then he's like, of course, the other possibility is that some random mafioso killed this guy and then just escaped into the... Yeah, it could have been that too. I'm going to leave it up to the people in charge of this train, what they think happened. And then they're like, yeah, that mafioso explanation is probably better. And the thing is, he kind of, after they're like, okay, we're not gonna tell anybody that these people all did the murder together. We're gonna let them get away with it because the guy they killed was such a huge piece of shit, and we understand all their motivations, and et cetera, et cetera. And Poirot is like, cool, all right, I'm gonna go wrestle with my conscience about that. You guys do whatever. And then basically his part of the story ends. He's literally like, I would love to have people brought to justice, but I accept that this is not a situation I feel qualified to judge. And I'm not the most important person in this situation. So he leaves to go be uncomfortable about it, but like he's kind of taking himself out of the spotlight after 30 straight minutes in the spotlight, which is an important character moment for him to be like, I can't really judge this, and I'm not the arbiter of reality, and I don't technically have proof of my theory, so maybe you guys can have a little murder as a treat. But the Brana version is so focused on Poirot being the most important person that the entire finale, it's just all about how this makes him feel and like how this makes him conflicted and stuff. Even the big, like, of the many things that get added to the movie, one of them is like, there are several overt confessions of guilt from the various parties involved, at least one gunfight, and an attempted suicide. And all of these are used to demonstrate that Poirot is cool and smart again. It's like, oh, we got the overt confession because Poirot got too close to the truth and somebody tried to get him out of there. The attempted suicide is to show that Poirot is so smart that he already took all the bullets out of the gun beforehand. And at the end, he's like, I cannot judge this, and just like walks off. And it almost makes the ending ambiguous, which it very much isn't supposed to be. Like, the ending is, okay, they all got away with it. It's okay. Like, Poirot basically said, it's out of my hands, and let it happen, and that's fine. Whereas in this one, in the Brana version, it's like, I cannot judge these. And then he goes off to be like brooding about how moral gray areas exist. And it almost makes the ending feel kind of like not intentional. Like, oh, what just happened? I guess Poirot walked off and everything kind of resolved itself behind him while he was being sad. But the thing is, if I accept that the 1970s movie already existed and he didn't want to make it again, then a lot of the changes make sense as things he was trying to do to make his movie special. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
I saw a Haunting in Venice when it was in theaters, just like on a random Tuesday or whatever. And like, I think that's about as good as Murder on the Orient Express. I don't particularly love those movies, but the version of Poirot I like is very much the mild-mannered detective as he was intended. Kind of the
David
subversion of the the subversion of the heroic detective or the gentleman detective who punches his way out of things, as it were. But it kind of does the same thing. It's important that Poirot be the most important person. I think it was smart to do one that was not the most well-known Poirot mystery or most well-known Agatha Christie mystery. I do think it benefited from having the audience be a little bit less familiar with the story that they were working with. Because I think that if I haven't read the book it's based on, so I can't even speak to this, but like, they have the opportunity to take much more liberties with making the mystery work around the type of movie they want to make, more so than they do with the other films. Because, I'd say Murder on the Orient Express is about the most well-known murder mystery on the planet.
Yeah,
I don't think it is unreasonable to say that a lot of the audience might have known the ending of, like, the whodunit of it all when they jumped on. And that's just sort of limit you as an adaptation of being like able to maintain the air of mystery throughout. So I'm interested to see if they make any more of them, if they go for more of those kind of lesser known entries and how that plays out.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think a lot of the people that are making adaptations are sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place of like, if I make it faithful, it'll be the same as the last adaptation. If I change it too much, it will piss people off. Yeah. So I understand, the situation, the position that Brana got put in by choosing to do these. But also, like, look, I like Kenneth Branagh as an actor, as a director. I think he's a lot of fun. He loves self-casting himself as the most important character in everything he does. He's been doing it since he was doing the Shakespeare adaptations. The only one of those where he didn't technically do that was the adaptation of Othello, for very good reason. And then he cast himself as Iago, who is arguably one of the most important characters in the story. So, like, you know, it kind of just... It is a weakness of his writing that he loves to make himself so central, because it means that sometimes the story is sacrificed in pursuit of making his specific character that cool. Like, this is a complaint that everybody sort of started to accept about, like, the way Moffat was writing Sherlock Holmes, like that kind of thing of, like, Sherlock has to be the most important, coolest guy ever. The Doctor in Doctor Who has to be the most important, coolest guy ever. You know, every main character had to be suddenly the center of the universe rather than just a vehicle through which we can experience an interesting set of stories. And when you do that, it makes the world overall less interesting. And if you are not in camp, oh wow, this is the most important, coolest guy ever, you're not going to get anything out of the story.
Exactly.
All right, I think we can get Kaisa out of her flower bud now.
Nice. Go on out, buddy. Come hang.
All right.
I might have to dip soon. I think I'm starting to hit my stayed up till 4 in the morning wall.
Yeah, I think it would be entirely reasonable. I think I'm probably going to... Oh, god damn it. I think I'm going to get the Great Fairy out of her bud, and then I'm probably also going to call it a stream, because we're creeping up on 5 hours, and that's a perfectly respectable stream length for me.
Yeah.
And,
I'll hang till you get the Great Fairy out.
Oh, shit.
If that's
When did we
gonna
hit
be our endpoint
4K?
anyway.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
We
Thanks,
got a
guys.
$100 dono. I'll take the pants off in a second. I think we just slowly worked our way up to it. And 200 euros is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Oh, wait. Did I say Gleok fight? I might have said Gleok fight. Alright, we're going to fix the cart. We're going to get them all up.
Oof.
There is a Gleok around here somewhere, isn't there? I seem to recall that. Well, one thing at a time.
Let's wake this fairy up.
Yeah. Yeah, I also haven't read the book that A Haunting in Venice is based on, but I do kind of want to because I'm deeply curious about adaptations in general, and this one in specific. Yeah. Let's see. I did recently get through, I think it's the first Poirot mystery, actually. The Mysterious Affair at Styles, which was interesting. It's definitely, like, you can tell it's a little bit early. It's not bad. Poirot's very in character. But it is extremely funny because the main character, quote-unquote, of the book, the POV character, is not Poirot. That's fairly standard. He's clearly kind of a Watson type. But, he is... It's, I think, maybe easier to notice in the audiobook than if you're just reading it straight. But he's an idiot, and, like, that's the joke about basically everything that he does. Like, he talks a few times about, like, oh, I happen to have a fun little knack for mystery solving, and it's like, okay, he's talking himself up a lot. It could be okay. And there's a bit where Poirot is like, I know who did it, but we have to be really careful. We've got to convince them that we don't know absolutely anything. They have to think we're the dumbest people alive, and you're going to be indispensable on that. And he's like, oh boy, thank goodness. I'm glad that Poirot trusts in my abilities so highly. And it's like, buddy, my man. All right, this ATV is on the case, baby. Everyone stop panicking, it's fine. I know what I'm doing.
We're going.
But yeah, the Mysterious Affair at Styles is... Oh yeah, no worries. All good. But yes, for those of you at home, the Mysterious Affair at Styles is an interesting little mystery. It's definitely a little bit non-standard by mystery standards, as it were, and that basically the whole, like, evil plan is to exploit a loophole in the legal system, double jeopardy, which is you can't be tried for the same crime twice. So basically, if the guy who did it can, like, frame themselves for the crime the first time, and then have it proved that, like, oh, I couldn't possibly have done it the way it was described, he can never be charged again. So, anyway, it's fun. Whew. You know what time it is? It's time for more game fuel. It's more orange than it used to be. Don't know if I like it. I'm talking about the soda, not the fairy. The fairy's fine. Love the fairy. She looks fantastic. She's awakened. Ooh, I didn't know she'd be so shiny. Woohoo, money! Ah, fantastic. Alright, let's get some armor sets upgraded. Oh god. Perhaps your reward should be me joining you as a co-adventurer. Ganon's quaking in his boots. Really can't thank you enough, young man, but that won't stop me from trying. Alright, let's upgrade. Let's phrase that differently, ma'am. Thank you. And hence away. Let's upgrade our pants, and then we will immediately remove them to accommodate the $100 donation. No, thank you. Hooray! No. Oh, good. Good. Well, that was a remarkably short explanation. I appreciate that.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
We got a very short and sweet explanation of set bonuses.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Do you know if you upgrade a full set twice, you can get an extra little bonus on it?
I don't have enough like dragon parts or silent princesses for that one, but I can upgrade some other stuff. Okay. No. They lulled me into a false sense of security by already explaining set bonuses.
They gotta make sure you know. Ziggy's back. She's decided to make her reappearance into the scene. Ziggy.
Oh, I don't think we can quite get the glide armor set fully upgraded for the bonus. I don't think I have enough key swings. Yeah, I don't have enough key swings. That's a shame. Oh, but I can upgrade the miner's armor. Hell yeah.
Nice.
That is one of my favorite sets. Okay. Oh, chat's talking about Doctor Who. That's fun.
That's one of those nerd homework things I never quite caught. No one in my house was a big Doctor Who watcher, so I didn't watch it as a kid, and I never really felt the need as an adult.
That's fair.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it's fun.
My parents were big.
We were a BBC murder mystery house.
Classic, yeah. My parents were both into old Who, so when it came back, it was like Christmas and oh god, excuse me, the gamer fuel's catching up to me. Christmas in my house all day. Yeah, it was fun. I've been meaning to rewatch a bunch of the 9 and 10 era. A friend of mine is actually currently rewatching it, so maybe we'll spelunk there together. But it was one of those things where like I couldn't tell if I was outgrowing it or the writing was starting to lose me, and having now seen various things about it, the writing was starting to lose me. But also like the earlier episodes, like it was like, oh, it's a fun sci-fi adventure. When I started watching it when I was 11, it was the scariest goddamn thing I'd ever seen, and like it like had haunting visuals that fucked with me for a while, which was interesting. It was a fun experience. and I kind of haven't wanted to rewatch a lot of them for that specific reason. Like, I, as a person, am I'm a lot harder to scare than I was when I was 11, but sometimes things still get stuck in my head and can make things a little bit unpleasant for me to deal with for a while. So I'm not exactly eager to relitigate some of the most terrifying visuals I ever experienced. But I don't know, David Tennant's real good in those seasons, and Christopher Eccleston is an underrated doctor, I think. Whoa, that was loud.
Ziggy.
Yeah.
Jumping up. Hanging out.
Telling lies.
Being a cat. I don't think she could tell lies because I don't think she has any concept of what the truth is. I think she just is a being who exists. Some people think of their cats as like very real people, like very full people, and I think of Ziggy very much as like a creature with a capital C.
She is a beast.
She just is a little creature.
A beefed. Okay. Great. Okay. I think I owe you guys a Gleeok fight. Let's see. There was a Thunder Gleeok around here, right? I swear I saw one.
There's one on the bridge.
That's a Fire Gleeok. Thunder would be easier for me because I have the Lightning Helm. Is the Thunder Gleeok down by the... Oh, okay, let's see. I remember some... Oh, let me also get the pants off. Sorry. Gotta keep my word. There we go. Much better. But yeah, Doctor Who is not required reading. It's one of the ones where, like, there's a Pluto TV channel showing Classic Who, and I have only very briefly scrolled past it.
Yeah.
You know, no shade to it. I think it's very chill that it exists. Oh, hold on, that's a person in peril.
It's fun to have an Adventure of the Week show. It does feel like one of those shows that you either got very much into it when you were in middle school, or you will never touch it with a 10 football.
Yeah, probably.
Just so much of it. What was I thinking?
Oh,
I feel
hold
like
on.
I had a thought and it's gone.
Need a real shield. We were talking a little bit about...
Soft guy. Little fuzzy cat.
Alright, now, I think probably the Thunder Gleeok I was thinking about is down here, in the Pharaon region, where it makes sense for a thunder thing to be. Anyway, but yeah, no, Doctor Who's interesting. Old Who really suffered from the problem of, like, shoestring budget. Also, I recently got recommended on YouTube a video essay called, like, it was called something like Doctor Who versus Women. I don't remember the exact details, but it was basically just unpacking how the various female characters in Doctor Who had been written, and it was like, oh yeah, that does make sense. In Old Who, basically, the formula was that, you know, the Doctor would have a traveling companion, the Doctor's companion. They were almost always young women of various kinds. Some of them were explicitly there, quote-unquote, for the dads, as in they were there to get middle-aged men to watch the show by being young and hot, which is certainly something for a writer to admit in an interview intentionally. And then in New Who, they started off really strong because the first companion in New Doctor Who was Rose Tyler, played by Billie Piper, who, despite being one of the most beautiful human beings to ever live, was written as basically a 19-year-old working-class girl who got kind of caught up in this complicated space adventure and did her best, but, like, she had a very strong character and arc. She spent a lot of time just kind of, like, the Doctor would be meeting with very important people, and she'd be, like, finding the hired help and talking to them, you know, like the space hired help, which was a very interesting thing. She was always extremely compassionate towards people that, like, most of the main important people that the characters were dealing with clearly didn't think of as important. Also, the finale of her first major arc involves her basically doing a big heroic sacrifice to save the Doctor's life, which is pretty cool, because that was not a thing that really happened in Old Who, to my knowledge. And there was this, like, romantic subplot going on between her and the Doctor, which was pretty much unheard of in Old Who. The Doctor was a very non, like, relationship-minded character in the original, but then they cast David Tennant, and he was just too pretty to resist, I guess. All right, I'm putting pants back on, but just for the fight, guys. And yeah, it just kind of kept going like that. And then they sort of started, when Stephen Moffat fully took over the show, and they had other companions other than Rose for various reasons. I think there was, well, first there was Martha, who was great and deserved significantly better than she got in the series. But that was its own thing. Martha, among other things, she was my favorite companion. But I've seen a few people point out, like, hey, a lot of the writing around Martha deeply suffered from various race blind spots or possibly active malice. It's hard to tell. Anyway, and then there was Donna, who was interesting because she was the first companion in New Who was not romantically interested in the Doctor, which was a big thing at this point. And then things kind of got a little bit shaky. I was sort of already falling off the Doctor Who wagon at that point, but I know they had a few other companions. But Donna was a lot of fun. She was very much kind of like, she wasn't interested in a relationship with the Doctor. She was mostly just having a good time exploring the universe, developing some self-esteem, stuff like that. She also did a big heroic sacrifice to save the day. Pretty heartbreaking. And then Stephen Moffat took over, and the very first companion was like, this is Amy Pond. She sure is hot and sexually attracted to the Doctor. What's her arc? She doesn't want to get married to her boring old boyfriend. She wants to make out with the Doctor. It's like, okay, cool. So that wasn't super promising. And a few people pointed out, like, Stephen Moffat basically has one kind of relationship that he likes to write, where it's a schlubby guy and a hot, confident girl who's hot. And she's scary. And that's part of what makes her hot. And it's like, okay, cool. Once is coincidence. 4 times is an authorial fetish. That's fine, you know, like, no hardline judgment. It's just, that's what that is.
Yeah, it's second episode of Star Trek rules at that point.
Exactly. It's like we always need to do the weirdly horny one just to get it out of our system. So, anyway, it was a very interesting video. Hey, stop that. All right. And then Amy and her boyfriend/husband Rory kind of threatened to have an interesting arc, but then they kind of got written out of the show, and then they replaced them with a different character who was also pretty and had an arc and a mystery about her, but we didn't really see it from her perspective. We saw it from the perspective of the Doctor trying to figure out what her deal was, which was its own problem, I guess. Anyway, and at that point I'd just kind of fully fallen off of it, and by the time he became the next Doctor, I stopped being interested in watching the show for various reasons, and I was just like, maybe it's because I'm busy, maybe it's because I've gotten too old for it, and then I was like, no, I think maybe it's just not as good as it used to be. And I felt really bad because then it was big news that, oh my gosh, the first female Doctor, she regenerated into a lady now, and I was like, wow, hope that's good. So I got like 2 episodes into that. And again, I felt really bad because I wanted it to be good so badly.
Mm-hmm. It's tough, you know. What can you do?
Yeah. And it's I think more important to be like honest about, like, well, I wanted this to be good. It what wasn't, could have been, should have been, but it wasn't. And some of that almost seemed to be like, weird how the Doctor is no longer being characterized like the way they have consistently been characterized before, as like the cool person who does kind of single-handedly know how to save the day, you know, even if their companions do a lot to help them out. It's kind of weird how now the Doctor seems to be talking a lot about how their companions are just as important as they are, and like all you know, getting rescued a lot. It's interesting how that's happening. I don't know. Again, this is part that I didn't watch. This is all like secondhand. Don't want to shit talk too hard about a thing I have not actually seen, but but yeah, it's an interesting change. All right, this guy's nearly dead. We just gotta wait for him to hit us with lightning a couple times.
Oh, I gotta clean my switch off.
Yes.
Buttons are really sticky. I have a switch light, so it's not like it's
Oh, yeah. What was the thing we were gonna do? There was like one other thing I was thinking of doing while I was here, but now I can't remember what it was. Oh, God.
I was thinking of jumping off the call once you finish this.
Well, yeah, that's almost certainly what the main thing is gonna be. I just had a thought in my head that was like, oh, maybe I could also do this, but now I can't remember what that was. Oh God, my stamps! Great. It's fine. My own fault. Alright, let's go. Okay, we got him.
Woo!
Oh, and it's just dead. Cool. Good work, team.
Excellent. Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Ah.
Alright, let's get all those bits. Oh, I haven't killed one of these yet. I haven't killed any of these yet? That doesn't sound right. Have I not killed it? Is that just on the 100% file?
Maybe you just haven't picked up the horn?
No, that was like all of them were.
Or maybe you've killed a different kind of Gleeok at some point?
But even the Gleeok wing was manifesting as like, oh, that's weird. Huh. Huh. Okay, well, that was fun. But yeah, okay, cool. I think we should probably cut it off before we both just one more thing ourselves into like another hour and become completely non-functional. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in to help us fundraise for Doctors Without Borders. As mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, Doctors Without Borders is currently lobbying for a ceasefire in Gaza so they can get back in there and go back to providing aid. We're trying to help support them in that. Not a whole lot else we can do.
For the full official OSP stance on that, please go to the beginning of the stream.
Just look back at the beginning. Blue wrote up notes. Yeah. He's a lot better informed about this than I am, and also had notes to work off of, so that's all we have to say about that. But yeah, thanks for tuning in for fundraising over $4,000 in support of Doctors Without Borders. If you're watching this as a VOD, the fundraiser will still be attached, so feel free to sling some dollars their way, even if it doesn't mean Link takes off his pants. You know, just in spirit, know that the pantslessness is a reward. Boy, I should probably stop talking because I'm sleepy. Okay. But yeah, thanks everybody, and we
I would like to go to bed.
Yeah, it's petition to let Indigo go to sleep. So we will see you guys later.
Yeah.
All right, bye, gang.
Bye.